Eat the fruit of this tree, and it shall aid the recovery of thy mortal frame." She gestured, and a slender tree sprang up out of the ground between the two knights. This one was dark of trunk and limb, and bore clusters of small green fruits as luminous as the Magister's delight. Velibor stared up at the tree with an awed expression. He elbowed Grimgarl, who winced and groaned. "Those ribs are broken, assho," he said. Velibor did it again. "Look!" Grimgarl opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Flora, whose beauty stunned him. He simply stared until Velibor reached up to pluck 2 fruits from a low-hanging limb and smack one into the palm of Grimgarl's hand. "Eat," said Velibor. Grimgarl blinked, stared down at the bright fruit, shrugged, and bit into it. The 2 knights sat there and ate, and after naught but 2 bites of the fruit, they appeared to feel better. First, their complexion improved, as if they had just received an infusion of blood. Then the light in their eyes seemed to brighten. Then the pain went away, and their fading injuries no longer restrained their movements. "Miraculous," Sir Velibor stared down at the half-eaten fruit in his hand. "Are you a spirit, or a god or something?" Sir Grimgarl asked her. "Perhaps," said Flora. "In truth, I remember not. I am simply happy to be of assistance to thee." Grimgarl smiled, completely charmed. Redmane came up to them, chewing on a mouthful of Magister's Delight, and the way Flora looked at him made the smile dissolve from Grimgarl's face. He looked down at the fruit in his hand and continued eating it, trying not to feel like the woman of his dreams hadn't sprung into existence a moment ago, only to be just as swiftly claimed. "My lord, art thou satisfied?" she asked Redmane. Redmane nodded and mumbled something that was probably, "I am, thank you," but the mouthful of Magister's Delight made it incomprehensible. Gnosis, 1637. He sat with the men and ate with them, and Flora joined them, taking a seat on the grass by Redmane's side. In a short while, the knights had completely recovered their strength, their bodies whole and hearty, even though their armor and clothing remained damaged and caked with drying blood. "I go now to retrieve a traitor and his ward," said Redmane. "Your help would be welcome. Knowledge of Barrow Keep in particular would be most useful." Velibor and Grimgarl exchanged a worried look. "I suppose he'll call us turncoats," Sir Grimgarl said. Sir Velibor cleared his throat, a nervous gesture. "We can probably explain. Circumstances being what they are. He'll be out fighting monsters anyway, more likely than not." Redmane raised an eyebrow. "Of whom do you speak?" he said. A chuckle escaped Grimgarl's lips. "Crumb. I think you'll like him." "He's very large," said Velibor. "Aye," said Grimgarl. "Large, quick to anger, quick to laughter. He and Eric didn't get on well." "He'll want to fight you," said Velibor. "I'm always game for a fight," said Redmane. Grimgarl smirked. "Funny coincidence. So is he." Chapter 71. Barrow Keep, Courtyard. The walls of Barrow Keep rose against the twilight sky. Constructed from dark, imposing stone, the keep stood tall and formidable, a mighty presence atop the steepest hill for miles around. Barrow Keep had the aura of a battle-hardened soldier, whose walls no doubt knew countless tales of war and siege and endurance and defiance throughout the ages. It dwarfed the original Hertz Castle, though now that it had grown into Castle Redmane, he supposed they were about equal in size. Which would change, of course. Castle Redmane would continue to grow, and this one would become his possession as well. Redmane observed from below, spying the vigilant guards stationed atop the high battlements, their eyes fixed on the drawbridge and gatehouse where 2 familiar faces, flanking a shabbily dressed stranger with crimson hair, approached the entrance. 2 sentries stopped them at the front side of the gatehouse, looking at Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl's battered and bloodied clothing and arms with suspicion. "Who's this?" said one. "And what happened to the others?" said the other one. Sir Velibor opened his mouth to explain, but Redmayne was already talking. "Sir Aaron Morholt sought death at my hands, and I granted it. 2 of his comrades joined him. These 2 who remain have given their allegiance to me. I now seek a pair of traitors you harbor within your walls, Helmold Brecht and Auric Morholt." The sentries were clearly unprepared for Redmayne's honesty. They flinched from his words a bit, eyebrows raised. One of them laughed. The other looked at Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl and asked, "Is this true?" in a tone that suggested he was prepared to hear them say it was all in jest. Sir Grimgarl smirked and shrugged. Sir Velibor nodded gravely. The sentries stared. Then they turned their stares to each other, as if uncertain of what to do. "Crumb's back, yeah?" said one. The other nodded. "Yeah. Should go get Crumb, I think." "Aye, I'll go get Crumb." The sentry on the left hustled into the keep, leaving his comrade alone with Redmayne and the 2 knights. There was a brief, awkward silence. "How's the family?" asked Sir Grimgarl. "Oh, they're well," said the sentry. "Thanks for asking. The missus is growing a pumpkin for the Harvest Festival contest. I told her if the thing gets any bigger, we can live in it." Sir Grimgarl laughed warmly. Sir Velibor's laughter was weaker. Redmayne stood there in stony silence. In a short while, the sentry returned with a man in tow. A man 2 heads taller than him. Taller even than Redmayne, and twice as wide. Crum of Asgoff towered over everyone. His broad shoulders and chest were bare, revealing plates of steely muscle and a tapestry of scars crisscrossing his arms, torso, neck, and head. An unkempt mohawk crowned that head, and an equally wild handlebar mustache framed his mouth, which was set in a perpetual scowl. Dark, beady eyes, like those of a bear or a wolverine, sat in the shadow of his perpetually furrowed brow. He carried no arms or armor, nor shoes even, merely a pair of fingerless leather gloves with metal studs over the knuckles, and breeches secured by a thick leather girdle, of a kind laborers sometimes wore when lifting heavy things. "Who is this puny one?" said Crum. His voice boomed like thunder, even in a normal tone. Redmayne looked up at Crum. "I am Redmayne. I seek 2 men who have fled to your castle and joined your faction, Helmold Brecht and Auric Morholt. It is a matter of personal honor." "Morholt?" Crum folded his enormous arms, frowning. "So, it is you." Redmayne slowly nodded. Crum's scowl deepened. "You took 5 of my men, 3 dead and 2 alive. Now you come to my keep and ask for 2 more. If it weren't for Helmold and Auric, your men would still be alive." Crum's laugh erupted like a shockwave. "Ha! If not for the pride of Aaron Morholt, he may yet have lived." Redmayne shook his head. "I would have come for him, eventually." That made Crum's eyes widen into a glare that would have intimidated most men. The giant's scarred lips parted into a toothy grin. "So, you would have faced me eventually, no matter what. Good." Redmayne smirked. "What shall Crum of Asgoff do with this one, He stroked his mustache, an evil smile on his face. His gaze fixed on Redmayne again. "I hear tell of a house Redmayne in the north. It must be you." "It is indeed," said Redmayne. "Very well, then. I know how we'll settle this." Redmayne waited patiently for his explanation. "A challenge." His eyebrow rose. People seemed to love challenging him lately. No matter. If this was the fastest way to the desired outcome, then so be it. But Crum of Asgoff shall not take to the arena over the fate of a mere 2 men, he boomed. Nay, the stakes must be higher. What do you propose, then? Crum's beady eyes narrowed. His gaze bored into Redmayne, as if he were trying to peer into his soul and get the true measure of him. You and me. Until one yields or is beaten senseless, winner takes all of your men and all of your land, and your very allegiance. So if I beat you, you join your faction to mine, and personally bend the knee. Crum's face lit up with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. The glimmer in his eyes hinted at madness. And if Crum of Asgoff prevails, Redmayne shall kneel. Challenge accepted. Torches lined the inner courtyard of Barrow Keep in the early evening, casting warm light over the gathering crowd. Soldiers and castle servants and normal folk alike pressed in close, forming a ring around the courtyard's center, the murmur of their voices filling the air, creating a buzz of excitement. The scent of sweat and smoke mingled. Banners hung from the high walls, the colors of their heraldry muted in the torchlight. Armor and weapons clinked as guards shifted, keeping the crowd confined in its shape, all eyes fixed on the 2 figures at the center of the arena. Redmayne stood at one end of the ring, watching Crum go through a series of stretches and warm-up exercises. Now was as good a time as any to have a look at his profile. Crum of Asgoff class. Warrior archetype. Berserker. Faction Defenders of Volos. Level 157. He let out a low whistle. This one may turn out to be a proper test. A hush fell over the crowd as Crum of Asgoff strode into the center of the arena. Redmayne, said Crum, his voice a low rumble, his beady eyes aglitter with the sweet promise of violence. Redmayne smiled and stepped into the circle to join him. Crum of Asgoff, said Redmayne as he inclined his head in a bow. Rules? Asked Crum. Use what you like, but acquit yourself with honor, said Redmayne. Crum grinned and nodded slowly in approval. Marked as prey, might of umber flicker. Gnosis, 1567. Crum was using skills as well. Redmayne felt Gnosis pouring into his skin and muscles, fortifying them. Iron constitution, unstoppable heart of the berserker. Redmayne cracked his neck, flexed his claws. Crum of Asgoff stomped the ground hard enough to make the earth shake, and roared so hard it made the torches around him gutter like candles. Berserk. The arena shook with the force of Crum's charge, his steps like the earth-quaking tremors of an enraged bull. In a split second, he surged forward, closing the gap between them, his fist cocked high, ready to unleash an overhand blow that would land with the force of a cannonball. As the punch came hurtling towards him, Redmayne moved out of the way with lightning speed, the wind from the attack ruffling his hair and cloak. Crum spun, his momentum unbroken, and his punches flew so fast they became a blur. Too fast for normal eyes to follow, as if he had 1,000 fists. But Redmayne could see. He ducked and weaved, slipping out of reach, sidestepping, moving his head left and right, evading by inches. By design. Better to escape narrowly and ensure one remains within the proper range to counter. And counter he did, but he chose his shots with care. Once for every 5 or 6 punches avoided, Redmayne's claws found flesh and scored a deep wound. The wounds bled, but the familiar speed surge from bloodlust didn't come. Redmayne understood why without having to guess. One of those skills Crum had on was preventing both bleeding and venom from finding purchase in his body. There would be no easy victory this time. He had a tough time on the last one, too, but he was outnumbered 5-1. The crowd watched in breathless silence as 2 titans tested their mettle in the flickering torchlight. The tension in the air was palpable already, charged with anticipation, and they had only just begun to fight. Heartbeats quickened, eyes went wide. Occasionally, someone gasped at an especially powerful move or skillful counter. Crumb's fists crashed against Redmane's claws like thunderclaps echoing through the night. Redmane retaliated with a ferocity that matched the storm, slashing through Crumb's flesh with frenzied swiftness. Blood sprayed, staining the ground crimson as his wounds deepened. The movements became a blur, a whirlwind of speed and strength. The ground shook with each impact, cracks forming like spiderwebs beneath their feet. The clash of their bodies was like the collision of mountains, unstoppable forces, unbreakable wills. One of them would break, to be sure, but it would not be Redmane. Crumb would have to kill him first. Even after winning his freedom, even after every triumph, great and small, since that beautiful, bloody night, ever was he ready to wager it all on these claws. It was the way of warriors, of kings, of gods. Redmane parried a punch and struck back, clawing across Crumb's face, the first headshot he'd landed thus far. A grin stretched across the giant imbued's face, blood trickling down his features and staining his teeth. And in his eyes, that familiar madness flared anew. He sensed honor and a warrior's pride in Crumb of Asgoth, but perhaps not the higher ideals. This one simply enjoyed pain. But he hadn't landed a solid shot yet. Redmane felt confident at this stage that he could stay ahead of Crumb's offense. The estimation turned out to be incorrect. Crumb shot forward so fast even Redmane barely perceived it. A giant fist swept through the space where his head should have been, but his skill saved him. Flicker. Redmane felt it pull him through space, dump him out behind Crumb. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 1537. It was his turn to fly like he'd been shot from a cannon. The force of the skill propelled him, a claw held high, coming in for a landing with concussive force on Crumb's back. Except he turned around. Instantly. In fact, there was no turn. There was Crumb's back one moment, his face the next. A fist cracked Redmane's head to the side. Another landed before he'd recovered from the first, and the world became a blur as he staggered backward, spitting blood and teeth. A third blow slammed into his gut, sending him flying backward with such force that he lost his footing, sailed through the air, and skidded across the ground upon landing. Corpus, 2202. Redmane groaned. The dizziness doubled the crowd, quadrupled it. He felt a gust of wind. Crumb no longer stood before him. He was gone. Then Redmane realized what had happened. The same thing that happened with the last berserker. Sir Velibor must have been a student of Crumb of Asgoth, because Crumb now hurtled down at him from the sky above. It looked like this one would land with more force. Chapter 72. Barrow Keep, Kitchen. Helmold Brecht found he liked Barrow Keep. The housemaids and the kitchen maids, and even the washerwomen, were prettier. The kitchen was larger and better stocked. It had a fine library, and there were plenty of normal folk around who were impressed when he revealed his status as an imbued. He'd even been to Tarracon once, he told more than a few of them. He hadn't truly been to Tarracon, but he knew enough about it to make it seem like he had, and the women here ate it right up. Unlike that wench Letha back at Hert's castle. The best part of all of this was that Eric Morholt's cousin, or brother, or whoever he was, Aaron, was out with a coterie of imbued this very evening on a quest to retrieve a weapon capable of destroying Redmane for good and all. After they dispatched the beast, they could reclaim their ancestral castle and join its domain with that of the Defenders of Volos faction, making it by far the largest in the land. and they would all have Helmold Brecht to thank for providing such useful and timely information, and also for rescuing little Arik from what would surely have been a gruesome fate. Ah, what a relief it was. The rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Helmold Brecht found it difficult to find humility on this occasion. At the moment, he was down in the kitchen with Eric, who had been following him about like a lost puppy since they arrived here. He seemed relieved by Aaron's absence, but uncomfortable around strangers, and so, since Aaron had gone, he appeared to have latched onto Helmold for lack of anyone else to latch onto. Just then, they sat at an unoccupied table, out of the way of the hustle and bustle of the kitchen. A pitcher of milk and a tray of steaming cookies sat between them, fresh from the oven, delivered by a lovely kitchen maid named Anna, whose girlish smile and fetching waistline just begged for a man to sire a pile of children on her. Helmold watched Anna work while he stuffed another hot cookie into his mouth, made a pleasured sound as he chewed, raised his cup to gulp down milk, and then wiped the crumbs from his face with a happy sigh. It burned his mouth a little, but he didn't care. His gaze fell upon Arik when he set his mug down. The lad sat with bad posture, staring at the floor. Helmold kicked Arik's foot under the table. "Have a cookie. Perhaps it'll warm those cold, dead eyes." "No, thank you," said Arik. The Magister rolled his eyes. "You need to find yourself a lass. That's your problem. When Sir Aaron comes back, you should have him teach you how to swing a sword. That'll put some muscles on you, give you some spine." Arik made a face like he'd just tasted something sour, but he said nothing. "No? The sword's not to your liking? Perhaps you should take astral communion then. Become a magister." Arik glanced at him. "And what do magisters do? All I've seen you do is eat and drink and harass women." Helmold's face reddened. He opened his mouth to retort, but the sound of footsteps thundering down the stairs to the kitchen interrupted him. And everyone else, it seemed. Most of the cooks and maids down in the kitchen stopped to turn and look at the door at the bottom of the stairwell in anticipation of whoever was barreling down it so fast. It was a young page. He stopped at the bottom and threw the door open, his face sweaty, eyes alight with excitement. "Crumbs challenged someone to a fight," he said. Everyone's eyes widened. Half the kitchen staff abandoned their duties on the spot, setting down their tools, wiping hands on aprons, making for the door in a little crowd. Helmold stopped a cook on his way by. "Pardon me, sir, but who is Crumb?" The cook gave him a funny look. "Leader of the faction, of course, and a damn good fighter. Best in the land, if you ask me." "Is he a knight?" "Nah, he was a hill tribesman. But when he took astral communion, he became a right beast of a warrior, I'll tell you that." Helmold's eyebrows rose. Interesting. A commoner outranking knights. Perhaps that's why the knights hadn't spoken of him. He looked over at Arik. "Shall we watch this performance?" Eric shrugged his shoulders, looking uninterested. "Well, I'm going," said the Magister, as he stood and snatched a few cookies off the tray. "You're welcome to sit and stare at the cookies in my absence." Eric clearly did not want to go, but he appeared to weigh his options for a moment, and decided he'd rather keep following Helmold around than sit there by himself. So he stood, and the two of them joined the group of people making their way up the stairs to the main yard. They came out of the stairwell to find a crowd of impressive size, but the action was hard to see at ground level, so Helmold looked around for a higher place. He spotted a stone staircase leading up to a second-story terrace, led Arik up there, and then the two of them shouldered their way through the crowd as politely as possible, until, at last, they had a front-row view of the duel below. Both Helmold's and Arik's eyes went wide at the same time, not with excitement, but with terror. Because while they did not recognize the burly pugilist with the mohawk and handlebar mustache, they most certainly recognized Redmane. Helmold's face turned ashen white. His heart raced, and for a moment he felt so dizzy he had to put his hands on the parapet in front of him. Suddenly, his stomach, which had been happy to take in cookies and milk mere moments ago, became a cold rock. They had to leave. Now. He side-eyed Arik, who was looking back at him with the same naked fear in his eyes. At least they understood each other. The two of them turned around at the same time and shoved their way through the crowd much less politely than they had the first time, and took advantage of the distraction to steal out of Barrow Keep as quickly as possible. Arik made for the back gate, but Helmold stopped him, rerouted them to the stables so they could steal 2 mounts and cover more ground. Helmold didn't want to leave, damn it all. But it was fine. All would be well. Erin's return with the storied Godbreaker was imminent, and everything would be set right. Redmayne rolled backward and sprang to his feet in time to avoid becoming one with the fresh crater in the ground. Kroom of Asgoff landed, remained in a kneeling pose for a moment as the dust cleared around him. Then he stood, threw his head skyward and roared, to the sound of cheering and applause from the whole gathering. A fine roar, but Redmayne could do better. Roar of the Elder Gnosis, 1507. This roar made all the torches gutter, not just the ones close to him, and it drowned out the roar of Krum of Asgoff, and the counter-roar of the approving crowd as well. It silenced everyone. And it also made everyone in the front rows groan and cry out in pain and clutch their ears. His opponent included. Krum of Asgoff spent about 1 instant awed by the power of Redmayne's roar, before flinching from the force of the sound wave and covering his ears with gritted teeth and crazed eyes. A perfect time to go on the attack. Redmayne streaked forward, the sharp edges of his claws gleaming in the torchlight. Those claws appeared to cleave through the very air itself, leaving behind ethereal trails, distortions in the atmosphere, a suggestion of the power contained therein. The assault was as ferocious as any Redmayne had ever unleashed, but as furiously as he moved, as savagely as he pressed the attack, his eyes remained ice-cold, fixed on their prey, unwavering. Flicker. Gnosis, 1457. He prepared a contingency, while he had the presence of mind to do so. Against a man this fast, it wouldn't protect him from everything, but it would at least spare him one mistake, which alone was worth the expense. Krum's body was a fortress, impervious to fatigue, seemingly impervious to the ever-growing number of claw marks all over it. His fists whooshed through the air with the force of boulders launched from a catapult, but with the speed of pebbles shot from a sling. The ground beneath his feet shook when he stepped, and it cracked when he stomped. Redmayne was still on offense, but barely. Just as often as he struck, he had to slip and weave his way around an endless barrage of punches. The effort to evade was substantial. Each dodge required split-second timing, precision, awareness of the surrounding space. He noted that Krum of Asgoff was no mindless berserker. He was boxing the way a boxer would fight, with perception, with intelligence, with an awareness of his positioning, and with a sense of timing. Sir Velibor was much easier to manage. The young knight had much yet to learn from this man, it seemed. Evidently Redmayne did too. He was losing momentum, losing the advantage. Krum of Asgoff cut off his retreats, corralled him back into inferior positions before he could escape. His punches filled the space, denying it, walling Redmayne in. Without bloodlust and venom to give him a decisive edge in speed, and without a true level advantage to lean on, the imbued looked to be tightening the noose around his neck with every exchange. Redmayne couldn't shake the feeling that his style was being rapidly learned. Very much like a seasoned pugilist was supposed to do when faced with a new opponent. But Redmayne was so much more. He had many surprises to employ. While he desperately defended himself, slipping and rolling, dodging and leaping around, He spared some brain power to choose one. He thought of Samo, keeper of the well, and great-grandmother Gru. Bleeding was out. Venom was out. What about fire? There was only one way to know. But this time he'd do it just a bit differently. Redmayne saw the next punch coming, and instead of trying to slip it, he smiled and stood still. Even amid their duel's furious speed, he noticed Crumb's eyebrow rise just before the blow landed. Flicker. Redmayne appeared behind the imbued at a safe distance. This time, however, he did not charge in. For he already knew Crumb of Asgoff would immediately turn around and deliver a punishing counter, his speed and reflexes more than a match for the skill of the Sicarius. Instead, he threw up his arms, palms presented to Crumb as he whipped around. Carnivorous Metamorphnosis, 1427. Fanged mouths sprouted across the palms of his hands, and on his stomach, from his navel to the lower arch of his ribcage, the great maw of the manticore opened, revealing row after row of shark-like teeth. Redmayne's eyes burned. He opened his mouth, and all three of his other mouths opened the same instant, all of them glowing orange-white with an upwelling of flame. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Gnosis, 1327. 4 streams of fire combined into an immense gout of glowing death. It engulfed the wide-eyed Crumb instantly, and an entire section of the crowd had to flee screaming to avoid being consumed as well, several of those in the front ranks frantically trying to put out the fires on their trousers and cloaks. Roar of the Elder. Roar of the Elder. Roar of the Elder. Roar of the Elder. Gnosis, 1307. This time the cones of sound were directed squarely at Crumb, but even so, the sound forced many of the assembled onlookers to fall to their knees in pain, their eyes tightly shut, hands clutching their ears. The shockwave blew much of the fire off of Crumb's body, revealing that he too was down on his knees, with his eyes rolled back in his head, blood streaming from his ears. The fire had badly singed his mohawk and mustache. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Gnosis, 1207. Redmayne let loose another torrent of fire. 4 streams merged into a single overwhelming inferno, blasting towards Crumb and enveloping him a second time, the brightness of the fire casting stark shadows against the high walls ringing the courtyard. Heat rippled in visible waves, the ground near Crumb scorched, small fires catching on nearby debris. The crowd recoiled again, the front rows scrambling back from the intense heat, their faces illuminated by the fierce light of the flame. Crumb's figure became a silhouette within the blaze, the roar of the fire drowning out the murmurs and gasps of the spectators. They all saw that silhouette drop to the ground, face first. Redmayne cut the fires off. His foe lay prone and motionless, his body smoking. He couldn't immediately tell if Crumb of Asgoff was alive or dead. Shaman's Heel. Gnosis, 907. Redmayne channeled Gnosis into Crumb's body. Just a bit at first to see what happened. The warrior twitched, coughed. Slowly he moved, placing his palms on the ground and lifting himself upright, looking about as if he had just awoken from an especially deep sleep. His beady eyes widened when he saw Redmayne standing over to him. Then he grinned that mad grin again. "Your victory," he croaked. There was no cheering. Everyone stared mutely at Redmayne and Crumb. It was possible that a goodly number had temporarily lost their powers of hearing. The warrior got to his feet, wobbled a bit once he was upright, shook off the daze. Then he looked around at the people of Barrow Keep with chagrin. "You don't cheer? Why?" he bellowed. "Give us a cheer for Redmayne!" The stunned silence remained. Crumb frowned. He raised his arms out wide, voice blasting across the courtyard. "Let us not be churlish about a defeat. A great battle was fought before your eyes, and a great victor stands before you." He turned to face Redmayne and clapped his massive hands together with such force that the sound echoed all over the courtyard. "For bravery," he clapped again. "For ferocity," he clapped again. "For honor in combat we cheer. A cheer for Redmayne." Crumb's voice, though rough from the battle, carried a contagious enthusiasm. Already many of the onlookers were smiling sheepishly, and slowly, a few hesitant claps emerged from the crowd to join his, followed by more and more as Crumb's eyes swept over the onlookers, challenging them with his gaze to recognize the prowess they had just witnessed. Redmayne stood silently, watching all this. The mood of the crowd was indeed changing. Seeing their leader in high spirits, even in defeat, made the clapping grow louder. "For Redmayne!" Crumb boomed. "For Redmayne!" repeated a handful of voices in the crowd. "For Redmayne!" he repeated, louder. This time, the answer was more robust. "For Redmayne!" Now they all joined in, shouting his name at the top of their lungs. Redmayne found he liked Barrow Keep, but he'd have to find his quarry, and quickly. With all these people yelling his name, he had a feeling they were likely to flee. Chapter 73. Asgoff, Lord's Road. Helmold Brecht spurred his horse from a canter to a run. There would be time to relax later, when Aaron Morholt returned to fix this infernal situation. For now they rode hard, to make as much space as possible between themselves and the enemy. Night had fallen, but the road was blessedly open and easy to follow in the dark. The moons peeked through the clouds, their colors blending to cast an eerie violet glow on the road ahead as they raced on, the rhythmic pounding of hooves smothering the subtler sounds of the forest. Under normal circumstances, Helmold might have enjoyed the scent of the cool night air, of damp earth and pine, but the dread-induced sharpness of his senses made everything around him feel like a threat. He thought he'd seen a flock of small birds behind him, led through the sky by a crow with red feathers. It was an unusual sight the first time he'd noticed it a few days ago. The second time it distressed him somewhat, but he blew it off. Now he was sure they were following them. His stomach still felt like it had turned to stone. His heart raced, and his senses of touch and sound felt too keen, hyperactive, aroused in the manner of a prey animal in flight. Helmold glanced to his side to see Arik Morholt riding next to him, his head low, his expression plain and unreadable. The lad's resolve impressed and baffled him. He knew he was afraid. He'd seen it in the boy's eyes. It seemed he was adept at shoving it down into his guts when he had to. Perhaps the boy had some spine after all. Not that he should have needed it. They had escaped. They were inches from victory. This was not fair. The road ahead stretched into the darkness, its end unseen. But it was the way they came to Barrow Keep in the first place, so Helmold recalled the lay of the land. It would continue on a gentle slope for some miles before crossing a small river at its lowest point, and then carrying on into the foothills. Towering pines flanked the road on either side, each tree standing a polite distance from its neighbors. Animals occasionally rustled in the underbrush, and the distant calls of night birds echoed through the trees. Each small sound struck Helmold's ears like a dagger thrust, drawing panicked glances, making his heart beat faster. He could swear he heard the distant baying of hounds. They were getting closer. Barking and growling, calling to each other from either side of the road. Helmold closed his eyes, shook his head. He wished ardently that his fearful mind wouldn't attack itself so. There could be no hounds this close. They had a generous head start, and it would have taken time to dispatch hunting hounds in the first place, time he knew they instead spent on some daft spectator sport. They shouldn't even know of their absence yet. He repeated all these things as he rode. Nevertheless, the sounds tormented him. Then his heart truly leapt, because the sounds became sights. To the right of the road he spied the first one, a lean hunting hound, running with its head low and its eyes on Helmold and Arik. It was a sleek thing, with short red fur, a maw full of sharp white teeth, and yellow eyes that gleamed in the dark. The sight of those eyes stirred the fear already burning in his chest. There were more. Another behind the first. Then he heard the baying of more hounds on their opposite side. They were flanking them on the left and the right, coming up behind them at speed, gaining even though they were on horses and going at an all-out run. Helmold's eyes grew wide. His heart pounded in his ears. "Hounds!" he called out to Arik. Arik glanced to the side, frowned, returned his attention to the path ahead. In a moment, he spied a fork in the road before them, pointed at it. "There!" he called out. And when the fork came, Arik made a hard turn to the left. Helmold wanted to call out to him, call him a fool for veering from the path, but he wasn't thinking clearly. He simply followed, fully aware this was not the correct route down to the foothills. But he'd rather be lost with a companion than be alone with the hounds. As Helmold veered onto the side path, his horse whining in protest as he jerked the reins, the red crow alighted on a low tree branch nearby and cawed at him. The damned thing looked amused. Helmold snapped the reins, spurred the flanks of his horse as hard as he could. His legs felt stiff, tight, as if instinctively ready to run despite being mounted. These were Redmane's minions. There was no question about it now. It wasn't his fearful imagination, but that was small comfort. He wished these beasts were illusions born from madness instead. But he had many wishes he couldn't fulfill. For one, he wished he were anywhere else. As the road narrowed and bent this way and that, zigzagging through the increasingly dense forest around him, he tried to take his mind somewhere pleasant. To think about a good day, like his last day in Port Luck. He'd won enough hands of cards and tosses of the dice to come out ahead. The honey-glazed boar was perfectly seasoned, and so tender the meat fell from the bone. The rum was sweet and spicy, and left him in a divine stupor. And the women were the finest young things his winnings could buy. That was a good day. He wanted to close his eyes and focus on all those magnificent flavors and textures, but alas, he had a frightened horse to steer through the night. As soon as he was out of this mess, he was riding straight back to Port Luck and never returning to the miserable north again. And if he should find Port Luck full of monsters, there would surely be some who drank rum, pimped whores, and played dice games. With creatures as loathsome as Redmane about, it would only be fair. The darkness seemed to close in on him. Or perhaps it was simply the trees. There were more and more, with narrower trunks, and they crowded in close against the road. Not that it could be called a road anymore, more like a narrow hunter's trail. He could hear the hoofbeats of Arik's horse ahead of him, but the darkness prevented him from seeing how far ahead the lad was. No longer did he hear the snarling of hounds behind him, nor the sound of their paws churning the blanket of detritus on the forest floor. In fact, he realized he heard nothing but his horse's distressed chuffing and snorting as it ran, filled with as much fear as its rider. Despite that, Helmold couldn't shake the constant and palpable sensation of being watched. Everything was too calm. Far too calm. They no longer rode down a slope, he noted. The terrain evened off, and at times it even felt as though they were climbing. His fearful ears and eyes were ready to dart toward even the slightest sound, but there were few. As if the normal life of the forest itself shrank in fear from the monstrous things in their midst. Just ahead, he saw Arik slowing his horse down to a canter, and in a moment he had caught up with the lad. He looked afraid, but composed. Helmod looked away, again embarrassed that a boy could show valor where he could not. "It's him, I fear," he said to Arik in a low voice. "Of course it is. We're being hunted." "What do we do?" he asked, and his ears burned when he heard the way his own voice shook. "It would be good if you had some useful skills, being that you're imbued." "I'm a tutelary," he said. "I give sermons and astral communion and teach professions. I am not made for this." Eric slipped a long dagger from a sheath on his belt, held it close in one hand with his other on the reins, his eyes sweeping over the narrow path ahead with focus. Helmold stayed close and behind. Both of their horses slowed to a walk, both mounts breathing heavily, thankful for the respite. They came suddenly to the edge of a steep gully. He could hear a little river in motion beneath them, somewhere down in the darkness below. The path that led them here ended at an old suspension bridge constructed of rope and planks, large enough perhaps for the two of them to walk across on horseback, but only barely. Of greater concern was the bridge's integrity. It looked old, perhaps too frail to bear even one horse and rider. The caw-caw of a crow in the distance sounded too much like mocking laughter. Eric gave Helmold a sidelong glance, frowned as if realizing it would be stupid to ask the imbued to go first, and then he lightly spurred his horse toward the bridge. He gripped the reins tightly, pulling his horse's head down to whisper calming words, and in answer the horse snorted, its breath visible in the cold air. Together the mount and rider stepped onto the bridge, the wooden planks immediately groaning under their weight. He paused, listening to the creaks, then proceeded, each step deliberate. The ropes holding the bridge swayed and creaked with each step. Arik kept his gaze fixed forward, his hand firm on the reins. The horse hesitated, hooves clattering against the wood, eyes wide and nostrils flared. Arik tugged gently, coaxing the animal forward. Midway across, the bridge sagged under their combined weight. Helmold couldn't help but notice again the sound of water rushing by below them. Arik stopped, steadying the horse as it danced nervously. The dry, coarse fibers of the rope railings twisted, trying to pull apart from each other. Arik let his mount relax before trying to spur him on. When they made it a few paces past the midpoint, the horse sped up, then leaped onto solid ground, its body trembling. Arik patted its neck, his breath steady, his face set in a grim line as he turned to look back at Helmold, waiting for him to follow. Helmold's throat tightened as he approached the bridge. He gripped the reins, his knuckles white, his palms slick with sweat. The horse balked at the edge, its eyes rolling with fear. Helmold tugged harder, his movements jerky and unsure. The first step onto the bridge sent a shudder through the planks and Helmold alike. The way it swayed made his stomach twist. His horse snorted, hooves skittering on the wood. Helmold tried to whisper soothing words, but his voice shook, the sound thin and unconvincing. Each step was a battle. The bridge swayed violently, ropes groaning under the strain. The horse's ears pinned back, its body tense. Helmold felt every muscle in the animal coil with panic. He tried to steady it, but his own fear transmitted through the reins. He had no reassurances to give, because he had none for himself. As it had for Eric and his mount, the bridge dipped ominously midway. Only worse this time. A plank began to split with a loud snap, and the horse reared, nearly unseating Helmold. He clung to the saddle, his heart hammering against his ribs. They teetered on the edge of balance, the rushing water below, a constant roar in his ears. Helmold forced his eyes forward, focusing on the far bank that seemed impossibly far away. The horse shuffled forward, each step precarious. The ropes creaked, fibers fraying, splinters from the planks prickling the air. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, forced his mind back to a happy place. Cards, dice, minstrels playing, sweet roasted boar, spicy rum, pretty little whores. Nearing the end, the bridge continued to sag. The horse froze, trembling uncontrollably. Helmold felt the ropes give, the bridge swaying with a sinister creak. He pushed the horse, his voice a desperate whisper. With a final lurch, they made it across. The horse stumbled onto solid ground, its sides heaving. Helmold let out a great breath of air he hadn't even realized he was holding in. He glanced back at the treacherous bridge, watching it sway in the dark. Damn thing was a death trap. Oh, thank the nine, he sighed. He heard a snarl. And then a great red hound lunged out of the dark. Chapter 74. Asgoff, Lord's Road. The hound caught Helmold's horse by the throat. Its jaws clamped down, taking the hound, horse, and rider tumbling to the ground in a pile. The horse squealed and kicked its hooves wildly in the air, eyes rolling around in panic as the hound tore out its throat, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Helmold's head struck the dirt, and everything went dark. He blinked his eyes open slowly, groggily, as if waking from a long nap. The first thing he became aware of was a bloom of throbbing pain in his temple, and an even worse one in his left ankle, either broken or else badly sprained. A heavy object pinned his leg down. His horse. Its carcass was still warm, but it had gone deathly still. "Arik?" he called out in a quivering voice. No answer. He twisted around to examine his surroundings and winced as a sharp stab of pain radiated from his ankle. It was as if the lad and his horse had vanished into thin air, for there was no sign or sound of them anywhere. Blood trickled from a cut on his temple, from the impact that rendered him unconscious. He had to find Arik, but he'd have to get out from under this beast first. Helmold gritted his teeth and braced himself against the cold ground. He reached down, slipped his hands underneath the horse's heavy body, and then pushed up, trying to lift the horse so he could pull his leg free. His arms strained with the effort. Pain shot through his ankle like a fresh blow from a hammer. He paused to catch his breath, the throbbing in his leg pulsing with his heartbeat. He shifted, trying a different angle, pulling his leg, the weight of the horse pressing down harder. White, hot pain flared up from his ankle, and he gasped, his vision going momentarily blurry. A sheen of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. With a grunt, he gave one last desperate tug, and his leg came free, dragging over the rough ground. The pain peaked at that same moment, and a scream tore out of his throat before he could stop it. Then he lay back, panting, his leg throbbing mercilessly. The ground beneath him was cold, the chill seeping into his bones, but the pain in his ankle held his focus, unyielding and cruel. It occurred to him that the hound was also absent. Had it caught Arik? He couldn't tell by the hush of the surrounding night. It felt as if all the whole world were empty. Arik Morholt might be in another world entirely. Or this could all simply be a terrible dream. He'd like that. He'd like it very much. Helmold closed his eyes, took a long breath in, and let it out, and then tried to stand. He made it to one knee before realizing it would not happen. His right foot would hold him, but the left exploded in even more pain the instant he tried to put any weight on it. So he could sit here and await help, which wouldn't come. Or he could crawl around in search of Auric and hope the hounds didn't come back to him first. Bad choices, the both of them. He supposed it would be foolish to hope Sir Aaron Morholt would come down the bend right now with his 4 comrades in arms, bearing a golden hammer. Helmold dragged himself over to a nearby tree, wincing as every slight movement agitated his pulsating ankle until he could rest his back against its trunk. For a moment he closed his eyes and took deep breaths, doing his utmost to push aside the pain and think of what to do. No ideas came. The pain crowded them out, insisting on itself. Helmold opened his eyes with resignation and noticed something that sent a fresh spike of fear into his heart. Auric's dagger lay on the ground some paces away. He remembered the lad had drawn it and held it close, but there was no sign of Auric, or his mount, or any of his other possessions. Neither was there a blood trail, nor body parts. No signs of a struggle whatsoever, as if the earth had simply opened up and swallowed him. The dagger's presence had all manner of terrible implications. Nonetheless, Helmold found he couldn't pry his gaze from it. His breathing quickened with fear. "Go ahead," said a voice from somewhere in the darkness. "Arm yourself. Better to die fighting." A wave of ice rolled down Helmold's spine. He glanced about, but saw no one. The darkness seemed unnaturally opaque. "What have you done with Auric?" said Helmold, his voice high and shaky. All was quiet for a few moments, a silence as profound as the darkness. Then the disembodied voice answered. "I had been pondering what to do with Eric Morholt for some time. There was a small part of me which counseled mercy. Eric was just a lad, after all, influenced by his absent father and his harsh uncle and cousins. Cruelty is not so difficult to understand when one perceives its source. Another part of me considered an exercise of dispassionate justice, a quick demise or exile or some other punishment of that kind. Such a thing would be lordly and magnanimous. But after some introspection, I found I'm not that lordly yet." Helmold thought he heard water, gentle waves lapping at the shore of a pond, perhaps. Then heavy footsteps. Something emerged from the darkness, as if the darkness itself were a curtain of blank ink. The creature possessed the frame of a giant bear, its fur a deep crimson bordering on black, and paws that dwarfed Helmold's head. The claws at the ends of those paws were thick, black, and hooked like the talons of a bird of prey. Its tail curled upward to where it was visible from a frontal view, and it was no bear's tail. It was the tail of a scorpion. Truly, this was no bear at all. A nest of 5 great serpents grew from the place a bear's head should have been, each snake's trunk as thick around as a strong man's arm. But only 2 of the 5 heads were serpentine. The other 3 were human. The first one had long, dark hair, an oblong head and angular features. Antlers sprouted from that head, and there was a feral gleam in his eyes as he gazed at Helmold with an unnerving eagerness. The other 2 human heads belonged to Auric and Aaron Morholt. Auric was crying quietly, eyes downcast, tears rolling down his cheeks. Aaron stared off into space, dazed, mumbling gibberish words. Helmold's eyes went wide, his mouth dried up, and he stopped breathing. He couldn't feel his heartbeat anymore, but somehow he knew it was hammering against his ribs. His gaze locked onto Aaron Morholt's face, and the sight shattered any lingering hope within him. There would be no rescue, no heroic charge to turn the tide. The ally he had counted on was gone, destroyed by the evil they fought against. It wasn't fair. "Now I can chastise the Morholts at my leisure," said the voice in the dark. "Perhaps even make something useful of them in time. and by the time that transpires, I will have had my revenge in full measure." "Monster," Helmold stammered. "Yes," said Redmayne. He walked out of the supernatural darkness next to his beast, reached out to pat its shoulder. "This didn't have to be your fate. You should have stayed loyal and spared yourself. I had no quarrel with you." The Magister leaned over and snatched the knife from the ground. "You don't even know what you are," said Helmold, as he fought to keep his voice steady. "You're going to destroy everything. Consume everything. They kept you chained in that hole for a reason." Redmold stared silently at Helmold for several interminable moments. Then he came closer, crouched down in front of the Magister. Helmold's throat tightened as he swallowed, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. He held Redmayne's gaze even though every instinct in his body fought him. Redmayne smiled. Then his gaze shifted to Arik's dagger. He grabbed hold of Helmold's hand and pulled, stabbing himself in the shoulder. Helmold let out a yelp of surprise as he felt the weapon punch through skin and into muscle. His gaze centered on the trickle of blood which now flowed from the wound. Redmayne leaned in closer. So close, they were nearly nose to nose. "I want you to imagine the life of a small, pitiful creature who cannot defend himself. He is entirely at the mercy of his jailers, and they are not merciful. No, they are cruel and ignorant. They delight in your pain. You ask the gods why? Why have I found myself in this wretched state? What have I done to deserve it?" Redmayne drew out the knife and stabbed his own shoulder again, keeping his grip over Helmold's hand. "But the gods do not answer, nor do your torturers. Stab. And those few who see your terrible suffering and feel compassion must either force it down or forget they had any, for they are as powerless to stop your torturers as you are to stop them yourself. Stab. Impotent anger is this creature's dearest companion. He comes to understand that he lives in a world full of the cruel and the kind, the powerful and the powerless. A world where the monstrous prosper and the innocent toil beneath them, living lives of hardship and privation, only to die ignoble deaths, their vitality wasted, spent in service to the uncaring, the ungrateful, the undeserving. Redmayne stabbed himself again, with Arik's knife in Helmold's hand, and smiled. "Perhaps you judge me correctly, Helmold Brecht. Perhaps I shall consume it all, as I have done in prior incarnations. I have no great desire for that outcome, but you may have the right of it. The power of Kral the Devourer was vast, and I, Redmayne, may not be its equal." Redmayne withdrew the knife from his own chest, spun it in his hand, and slammed it into Helmold's shoulder. It was one swift, brutal motion. The dagger struck so hard, its point embedded into the trunk of the tree behind Helmold, effectively stapling him to it. Helmold's cry of pain echoed through the air as he clutched the weapon's hilt, a single tear mixing with the glistening beads of sweat all over his face. Redmayne rose to his feet, grinned down at Helmold Brecht, and walked away from him. If that should be how this ends, then perhaps it is best. Perhaps this world deserves to be consumed. Helmold closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and pulled the dagger free. There was another blossom of pain as blood flowed freely from the wound. When he opened his eyes, he wished he hadn't. 5 heads loomed over him, 2 serpents and 3 men. The Morholts stared down at him with eyes full of terror at their own fate, stammering apologies, pleading for help. But in time, even they joined in the eating. Chapter 75. The Abyss. As he left Helmold Brecht to his fate, walking into the quiet night, Redmayne again recalled the words of the old crone. What she said to him when they first met on the night he broke free. A parting word of caution for thee. Not all who aid thee are thy allies, and not all who fight thee are thy foes. He supposed this was what she meant. It occurred to him that when he had left Barrow Keep in haste, he left a goodly number of confused people behind, not the least of whom was Crum of Asgoff, who was ready to serve up his whole faction to Redmayne, himself included. But there had been no time to explain. Helmold's attempt at a coup was the entire reason he had come to Asgoff in the first place. He would not let the treacherous Magister get away a second time. One betrayal was lesson enough. If the crone knew all the way back then, or even simply suspected, why hadn't she spoken of it plainly? Perhaps all old witches spoke in riddles. When last he encountered her, she had guided him through the abyss for the first time. Perhaps he would find her there again. He didn't feel like making haste back to Barrow Keep just yet, anyway. Submerge Gnosis, 1157. Redmayne sank into the depths of the abyss. His feet found something like solid ground beneath them, and he called out, "Old woman! Are you there? Can you hear me?" Silence and darkness were his answers. He called out to the crone a few times more, received no answer, and had a seat. For a short while he simply sat and breathed to clear his mind. With Helmold done away with, the path ahead was clear and free of obstructions. The seal of the Sphinx lay before him, and the others as well. Soon his power would be unsealed, and he would be himself again, if he wasn't himself already. He became aware of the subtle disintegration of his form, the effect of the abyss itself, where anything could be taken apart and reconstituted. He recalled what the crone told him about its effect on skills. Within this place, thou hast the power to shed skills which serve thee not, and feed them to skills thou wishes to empower. Similar skills may be conjoined to create something new. And indeed it had worked. It was how he created Might of Umber. But he'd left it at that, mostly because he was en route to the next zone to conquer. He hadn't wanted to sit still and experiment with such things at the time. Now felt like a better time. He concentrated, drew out the constellation-like map of his skills as the crone had done, gazed up at it, and began moving the nodes around, superimposing one over another, testing out combinations, possibilities. Right away, he was seeing encouraging results. Carnivorous Metamorph and Spawn were related to one another closely, but when he began adding other things to the pair, his eyebrows rose at what he'd created. He read the description of the new skill a few times, slowly, to ensure he understood. And then he locked it in. Skills consumed, Fang and Claw. Carnivorous Metamorph. Spawn, Feral Fleetness. New skill learned, God, Body of the Devourer. Primordial skill, Passive. The primordial divinity's form is protean in nature. It can change form at will to mimic the physical qualities of any creature it has previously eaten. The divinity instinctively understands the proper use of all such means of respiration, perception, attack, defense, or locomotion. The divinity may combine the functions of different bestial qualities together to create unique organs, tissues, or natural weapons. It may elongate or condense its torso and appendages, or grow new ones anywhere on its body. It may also increase or decrease its physical size, to an extent limited by its present corpus. The divinity combines the weapon qualities of all its natural weapons together, applying them to any attack it makes with a part of its body. It may also spawn additional bodies from its own flesh, which it can deploy as assistants, spies, guards, or hunters. Spawn are granted a quantity of corpus and gnosis, and a list of skills decided by their maker. They are under the divinity's absolute control at all times, but are nominally intelligent and can follow simple commands independently. The divinity is aware of the location and condition of its spawn at all times and can see through the senses of its spawn at will. It may switch places with a spawn, its main form, instantly flowing into the form of the spawn and thereby replacing it, irrespective of distance. If the divinity possesses a soul space occupied by the souls of mortal beings, it may spawn bodies for them to inhabit. Mortal souls possess whatever skills they had in life, as well as any skills provided to the spawn body by the divinity. The divinity and all of its spawn can travel at their highest overland speed, without rest, for a number of consecutive days and nights equal to its fortitude. He felt different. Not perfected, perhaps, but refined. He raised his hand to examine it. Then he flattened his palm and swiped sideways in the air. His arm became a sword for a split second, returned to normal when the motion was done. He thrust his hand forward, and it became a spear. He made a fist and punched, and it became a crudely spiked mace. He twisted his torso as if dodging an opponent, and he could feel himself bending like a sapling in a strong wind, not only moving, but shape-shifting away from harm. No sooner had each of these movements finished did his body return to its normal composition. It was as if the simple act of moving prompted a shape change into some manner of optimal state. Remarkable. It also said his natural weapons all had the same qualities now. He checked that. Weapon profile: natural weapons damage plus 50, evasion negation 30, fast 15. Corpus damage over time on hit, rending 4. Armor plus 14 while blocking, defensive 7. Attacks damage up to 4 foes, cleaving 3. Might damage over time, venom 5. Grace damage over time, venom 5. Spirit touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1. Reach plus 10, force projection. Soul sundering. His eyebrows rose again. Combining skills in this way would be most useful indeed. With newfound focus and enthusiasm, Redmayne examined the rest of his skills. He looked at the cluster he'd learned at the Deepwell Monastery and the town of Rollo's Pass. They all had a common theme. Combining them together into one seemed to streamline their functions, making them into a better version of the previous list. Skills consumed: Abyss Walk, Abyssal Resilience, Submerge, Summon Envoy. New skill learned: Natural Born of the Abyss. Abyssal skill passive. The monster is adept at traversing the abyss and consorting with its denizens. In the physical world, it can unerringly perceive the location of the nearest abyssal well. In the abyss itself, it gains awareness of abyssal wells it has not previously visited and can navigate toward them. At a cost of 25 gnosis, it may transport itself or a group surrounding it from the physical world into depth 0 of the abyss. From there, the monster may either travel to any abyssal well it has previously visited, or attempt to navigate toward an undiscovered one. Creatures accompanying the monster will not lose their way, so long as they remain near their guide. Shadows may also serve as doors to the abyss for short-range travel. At will, the monster may step into a shadow in the physical world and either proceed to depth 0 of the abyss or emerge out of another shadow it perceives in its immediate area. The substance of the abyss permeates the body of the monster, protecting it from any condition which would deal persistent damage or weaken its body, such as burning, bleeding, or venom. This condition makes envoys of the abyss friendly and receptive to the monster's questions and requests. At a cost of 25 gnosis, the monster may call forth an envoy at an abyssal well or in the abyss itself. Envoys of the abyss are knowledgeable, but not omniscient. They will answer any question honestly, and are also willing to guard abyssal wells or relay messages from one well to another. There was one abyssal skill left, and when Redmayne saw that one, he instantly had an idea for the next combination. Skills consumed: Fear Aura, Haunt. New skill learned: Nightmare Aura. Abyssal skill Aura. Range 10 yards. Sustained 30 gnosis per 30 seconds. The power of the abyss emanates from the monster, creating menacing phantasms. All creatures within the radius of the Nightmare Aura fall under its influence. Affected creatures are smothered in the substance of the abyss itself, which assails their minds with amplified versions of their own fears or painful memories. The monster may choose to spare creatures within the aura from this effect, but those creatures are still subject to a heightened state of fear. Depending on their level relative to the monster, they may take one of 3 actions. Flee at maximum speed. See power in place. Continue to fight at a penalty to all qualities creatures. Smothered in the abyssal substance may be freed when the monster dismisses the skill, or if they are immersed in water or taken into the abyss itself. Redmayne noted that skills did not need to share an origin to be joined, except for Devourer. That skill, his central skill, resisted any attempts at combination. But it seemed all the others were fair game. Skills consumed: Dirge of the Devourer, Beast Speech. Roar of the Elder. New skill learned: Voice of the Beast Lord. Primordial skill. Passive. All animal life is subordinate to the primordial divinity, whose voice projects its authority over beasts. The divinity is fluent in the communication methods of all animals and beastmen, to include types which are not normally capable of intelligent communication, such as mongrels and chimera. It may call out in the voice of a specific type of animal or beastman, mystically summoning creatures of the chosen type from miles around, potentially calling an enormous swarm or stampede of creatures. The divinity's roar deals physical damage and a chance at the deafened condition to any creature in earshot, and will also cow beast and beastman-type monsters into submission if they were previously aggressive. The roar has the following weapon profile. Roar of the Beast Lord. 30 gnosis per use. Damage plus 40 grace damage, deafening. Armor penetration, all, sonic. Evasion, negation, all, sonic. All animals and beastmen who have either been summoned by the call or cowed by the roar will be predisposed to obey any of the divinity's commands or requests for information. Creatures who are higher level than the divinity will be less susceptible to being cowed by the roar, but will take damage and suffer deafness as normal. There were also the 2 skills he'd gained from the items of the Sicarius. They stood apart from the constellation of skills, but they had the same general composition as his imbued hunter skills. Out of curiosity, he combined them, with splendid results. Skills consumed: Godslayer's Oculus, Hunter's Mark. Tracking. New skill learned: Astral Hunter. Astral skill sustained: No gnosis cost. The imbued selects up to 2 types of creatures to be marked as prey, which confers an advantage to the imbued when attacking and defending themselves from creatures thus marked. If a creature targeted should possess both types, the imbued gains double the relevant attack and defense bonuses. Furthermore, the imbued becomes aware of the presence of all creatures of the marked type in his surrounding area, whether such creatures are corporeal or incorporeal, and can unerringly track any such creature, whether or not it leaves any physical sign of its passing. Skills consumed: Pearl Phantom Cloak, Stalk. New skill learned: Astral Stalker. Astral skill sustained: 15 gnosis per 30 seconds. The imbued hunter can become a ghost to better stalk his prey. While Astral Stalker is active, the imbued is temporarily invisible and incorporeal. Furthermore, the imbued gains a damage bonus to an attack launched from stealth against any creature marked as prey. This attack, or any overt action from the imbued, such as throwing an object or speaking in a loud voice, ends the effect of Astral Stalker. He didn't know what he was now. A hunter? A monster? A divinity? All of them, he supposed. The system did not seem to care for such distinctions. It was all permitted. With that in mind, he went for an even more ambitious combination. When he piled together a group of his fighting skills, the result made his eyes go wide. Skills consumed: Rage-fueled might, Might of Umber, Bloodlust. New skill learned: Wrath of Redmane. Primordial skill, passive. The Wrath of Redmane is terrifying to behold. Whenever Redmane deals damage, takes damage, or afflicts a creature with 1 stack of a condition, he gains 1 stack of Wrath. Stacks of Wrath may be spent as they are gained, on any of the following effects. Increase attack speed for 30 seconds. Double 1 quality for a single action. Add +10 to a quality, armor, or evasion for 30 seconds. Gain immunity to fear for 30 seconds. Gain enhanced fire resistance for 30 seconds. Gain 50 damage ablation for 30 seconds. Redmane may spend stacks of Wrath one at a time to provide an ongoing benefit, all at once to provide an instant, cumulative advantage, or any combination thereof. For example, Redmane could spend 5 stacks of Wrath on 5 cumulative attack speed increases with a duration of 30 seconds, or 1 increase in attack speed lasting 150 seconds. Qualities are doubled before adding any other enhancements, including those from Wrath. A quality may be doubled more than once, with more than 1 stack of Wrath, but the multipliers are not cumulative. Instead, the quality doubles for more than 1 consecutive action. Stacks of Wrath persist for 30 seconds after all opponents in an area have been slain, at which time they will dissipate at a rate of 1 per 30 seconds. Wrath of Redmane. It seemed the system knew him then, at least in passing. How fortunate. Redmane rose to his feet slowly. He felt leaner, streamlined, as if the previous Redmane were a rough statue and this one was the work of a competent sculptor. The list of skills he hadn't touched was significantly shorter now. Flame Breath, Venom Breath, Shaman's Heal, Flicker, Lion's Lunge. The Beast Liberated, Devourer. The latter refused to combine with anything, and the former 6 didn't seem like they would benefit much from synergy. He could already devise ways to use them simultaneously if he needed to. And he could also try this again later. More ideas would come, and more skills as well. He looked around, noted the presence of the abyssal well next to the tomb of Voss, and used it to ascend to the physical world again. Immediately, his eyes widened a second time. He sensed all his spawn, but he also sensed distant, angry clusters of spawn he was certain he had not created. They were too large, for one thing. Seething swarms in burrows under the earth. There was one to the west, near where Valter and Vengarl's coterie were clearing zones, and another far to the south, most of the way to Port Luck. There may have been others as well, but if so, they were too far away to sense clearly. That merited further investigation. But in the meantime, he needed to return to Barrow Keep. Redmane directed his attention to his other spawn, the ones he was sure he'd created. The nearest was Pieta, in the monstrous body he'd put together to deliver Helmold Brecht to his fate. The next closest was a little bird he'd left at Barrow Keep. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness leapt out of his body and crossed many miles in an instant. and a little bird perched in a tree outside the gatehouse became Redmayne. It startled the nearby guards so badly they screamed. One of them fell over. "It's him again!" he yelled. "Get Crumb!" "I'm going!" the other one yelled back, and he was already running. Chapter 76. Barrow Keep, Great Hall. Redmayne entered the great hall of Barrow Keep, escorted by a guard, and feeling like a brand-new monster. It was dinner time. Torches flickered against the stone walls, bathing the hall in warm light. The air hummed with the murmur of voices, punctuated by the clink of goblets and the scrape of chairs on the rough-hewn floor. The scent of roasted meat mingled with the tang of spiced wine wafting through the space. A minstrel sang, while his mate plucked at the strings of her lute, their melodies weaving through the din of conversation, as serving girls weaved through the crowd, delivering a constant supply of fresh food to the hall's long tables. His perception of it all felt cleaner, sharpened. His senses hadn't felt this keen since his days of forced starvation at the hands of the Morholts. Even as he stood amid such a din, he could peer through the eyes of any of his spawn, as if he were standing by himself in the dark. It was faster now. Before, he'd have to close his eyes and concentrate, search through space for the right set of eyes to borrow. Now he knew where he was at all times, and without effort. He was a bird perched on a branch outside the window. He was a lumbering chimera with the body of a bear and 5 snakes for heads out there in the forest. He was many places, and he was here. And his consciousness of all of these things did not detract from each other. Redmayne supposed he now knew how Flora felt. He no longer had to imagine how she managed to be present and attentive in so many places at once. Crumb of Asgoff, meanwhile, hadn't noticed his entrance yet. He was face first in his dinner, eating rapidly and reverently, and with no trace of table manners whatsoever. Now and then, when he took a bite of meat or a sip of wine, he made an ecstatic face, as if this meal were the best he'd ever had. He still had burn marks and cuts all over him. Good to see that defeat hadn't deflated the man's spirit. "I'll let him know you're here," said the guard who had escorted him in. "Stay put, yeah?" Redmayne nodded. The guard gave Redmayne an uneasy smile and made his way to the head of the central table to get Crumb's attention. He did so by tapping the giant pugilist on the shoulder, then leaning in to whisper in his ear and point in Redmayne's direction. When Crumb saw Redmayne, his eyes grew wide and the maniacal grin took over his face. He rose to his feet and boomed, "Redmayne!" The hall went silent. Everyone looked at Redmayne. Some of the eyes upon him were fearful. Many were cautious. A few merely curious. Something about all that attention felt familiar. Perhaps it stirred the memories of Sensus Corralis hidden somewhere in the recesses of his mind. Redmayne gave Crumb a polite bow. The giant laughed in answer. "Do not bow in your own hall. Come." He pulled out the chair next to him and waved for Redmayne to sit. "Enjoy the bounty of our kitchen." He walked across the great hall toward the head of the table, and the silence held. Every pair of eyes tracked him as he moved past them. By the time he reached his seat, the spell still hadn't broken. It would be wise to say something to these people. Redmayne pondered his choice of words for a moment. "I came to your home in search of an enemy, whom I have discovered and dispatched. It wasn't my intention to wager your safety on the outcome of a duel. You have my word that any agreement reached between your faction leader and myself will be to your benefit. Indeed, if my endeavors can improve your lot, then it shall please me to do so." They looked satisfied. Most of them, at least. A man in the back raised his flagon and said, "Hear, hear!" "To Redmayne," said another. Crumb of Asgoff grinned and hoisted his cup as well. "To Redmayne." Half the room joined in the next one, and the rest joined in the third. Crumb seemed to have a knack for energizing his people. Redmayne smiled and took a seat. As he did so, he noticed that the two women sitting to his right had system icons. Evelina Kroll, Class, Magister. Archetype, Frostbrand. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 113. Alma Brador. Class, Magister. Archetype, Firebrand. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 122. Evelina was tall, with gray eyes and hair so blonde it was nearly white. Alma Brador had a healthy tan, golden brown eyes, and a mane as black as lacquered ebony. They both wore the robes of magisters. Alma smiled when he looked at her. "Well met, Redmayne." "Sorry we missed the show," said Evelina with a smirk. "We usually see Crumb giving the thrashings, not taking them." "I can see why," said Redmayne. "Your comrade is formidable." "Any chance we can get a repeat performance?" asked Evelina. Crumb slapped the table to get their attention. They all turned to look at him, and he grinned, his palm flat on the wood and his cup in his other hand. "We train later. First we settled the score, before you run off again." Defenders of Volos propose a merger with House Redmayne. Merger terms. Members of Defenders of Volos become members of House Redmayne. Zones in the domain of Defenders of Volos become zones in the domain of House Redmayne. The faction account of Defenders of Volos cedes all gnosis to the faction account of House Redmayne. The following zones will be assimilated into the domain of House Redmayne. Sanctuary, Barrow Keep, Upper Asgoff, Lower Asgoff, Mount Mercure, Lake Arnza. Do you accept these terms? Yes/no. House Redmayne has received faction membership requests. Crumb of Asgoff, Warrior. Evelina Kroll, Magister. Alma Brador, Magister. There was a long list of names beneath those three. Normal folk, non-imbued, and a good, healthy number of them. The Defenders of Volos had cared for their survivors well. Do you accept these applicants? Yes/no. Redmayne frowned, glanced at Crumb. "You're certain this is what you all want to do?" Crumb nodded solemnly. Alma and Evelina smiled and inclined their heads in concurrence. He selected yes to the merger and yes to the membership requests. Crumb sat back with a smile on his face. Redmayne noticed the relief in his expression, and at that moment he realized that the giant probably hadn't wanted authority over these people in the first place. When the blight struck, he was likely in the right place at the right time to take the lead, more likely than not. "Now we are the mightiest faction in all the land," said Crumb with relish, and to celebrate, he tipped back his flagon and gulped down its contents, the rest spilling onto his torso and the floor. Out of curiosity, Redmayne opened the Atlas of Volos. The glowing blue map appeared before the four of them, and they could see the size of their newly combined domain. Castle Redmayne was surrounded by the zones he'd cleared in the first few days of the Blight, which were now connected to the Scala Mountains and Caverns, the town of Rollo's Pass, and the village of Kenvik. To the west, Volter and Vengarl's coterie had been busy. 4 more zones connected to Castle Redmayne in that direction, and now there was Asgoff. Evelina and Alma leaned over to look. Evelina's eyebrows rose, and Alma let out a low whistle. "Goodness," said Alma. "We're rich," said Evelina. That made Redmayne frown thoughtfully. There was an abundance of resources to work with, especially in the zones Flora had already seeded with herself. They already possessed a formidable income. By the time Flora made it to all the zones they now owned, it would be massive. Managing such a thing effectively was not within his realm of expertise. He may once have been a king and a god, but today he was merely a warrior. Crumb sat there, drinking wine with a smug look on his face. He'd passed off the responsibility, but Redmayne was no master administrator either. Who could he get to handle all this? Jarrell Craith opened the door to his chambers, peered down the hall in either direction, and then bolted for Messia Porcena's office at a brisk walk. That smirking serpent, Lar Tathval, would not talk him out of it this time. The dissenters wanted to wait and see how this would unfold. Well, now they had seen. The creature called Redmayne consorted with monsters and witches. It willingly, perhaps even proudly, carried the taint of the abyss inside its body. And while conflicts between factions of imbued were far from unheard of, even encouraged sometimes, the fate of Aaron Morholt and Helmold Brecht made his skin crawl. His mere existence was blasphemy. The more he watched, the more convinced he became that the system could, in fact, make a mistake. It was time to deal with it. This conversation should have taken place days ago, but as his hasty footsteps echoed down the hallway, his mounting fear of the governess eclipsed his mounting fear of the actual problem. What excuse would he give for not telling her sooner? Only the truth could be spoken. Lar Tathval, who no doubt wished to slip the monster into his own pocket, had placated him, told him to wait. Whatever the consequences, he would have to bear them. Some solace came in knowing the Dicentus would get it worse. He reached the giant doors to Messia Porcena's office and knocked politely. In a moment they slid open to permit him, and he found the governess at her desk. She was looking at a projection of Volos, at the new domain of House Redmayne, and she had a smile on her face. Jarrell's eyebrow rose. "Ah, governess, I was going to bring to your attention this," she gestured at it without looking up. He paused, uncertain of how to proceed. "Yes?" An unexpected development, to be sure, but far from unwelcome. Jarrell cleared his throat. "We have learned more about the one called Redmayne. He is indeed the cause of the blight, and I fear the risk he poses is significant, governess." Messia Porcena's eyes shifted from the atlas to Jarrell. "That no longer matters, Praetor. Look at these Gnosis production numbers. So what if the world's full of gibbering beastmen? If every zone in the land has the potential to be this productive, we may find ourselves sitting upon the highest yield from a colony world in centuries, if not longer. It may even be strong enough to survive terminal drain." "But Redmayne," Messia held up her hand. "My curiosity is satisfied, and the matter is resolved. The blight will be cleared by the imbued in play, and every zone belonging to House Redmayne will supply us with inconceivable Gnosis generation rates. Make no mistake, Jarrell. This is a victory for us all." Jarrell felt like someone had reached in and scooped out his guts. He stood in stunned silence, frozen. "That will be all, Praetor," said the governess. "Oh, while it's on my mind, go and tell Arnth Turan to ratchet up the Gnosis draw from all zones." Jarrell found his mouth suddenly dry. Instead of speaking, he mutely nodded and excused himself. No sooner did he clear her doors did he feel his stomach harden into a rock. He'd expected at least mild punishment. Instead, he received a reminder that Messia and Lar weren't so different from each other after all. The only thing that made Lar Tathval different was youth. The day he backstabbed himself into a comfortable, prestigious position would be the day the two of them would be indistinguishable from each other. He was no fool. He knew Messia and Lar well, and to say there were many like them in Numantia would be a comical understatement. But still, their lack of integrity made him sick, blinded by greed, turning away from the presence of the corrupted. People who paid lip service to the Nine but had no true faith in their hearts. This monster trucked with abyss witches, and they had no issue. Jarrell Craith shook his head. He knew what he had to do. He was the praetor here. The Sicarii answered to him. He had the authority to use them in any capacity, even against members of a colonial government, in exigent circumstances. If she chose to ignore the danger growing right under her nose in favor of simple greed, he would be left with no choice. Chapter 77. Barrow Keep, Great Hall. The imbued of Barrow Keep had little experience in the realm of accounting or administration, as it turned out. This would have been the sort of thing he'd ask Helmold Brecht to do, but alas, the wretched traitor was no more. For a moment, he considered opening his soul space and asking his divine son Voss, but after disturbing his slumber, defeating him in a duel, and consuming his storied weapon and his very soul, he imagined the self-fashioned god-emperor of the ancient world wouldn't be in the mood to do him any favors. Walter, Vengal, Irina, Radovid, and Vela were busy leveling and clearing zones. Now that their business was concluded, Krum, Alma, and Evelina would likely do the same. The old wise man Dobrogost was a possibility, but while Redmayne trusted the fellow, he didn't know his capabilities yet. Pieter knew much of history and religion and the occult, but if he knew anything about how to run a faction, he hadn't shown it. Which left one candidate. Redmayne finished his meal with the imbued of Barrow Keep, gave his thanks for the hospitality, and promised to be in communication soon. Then he leapt into the body of a little bird perched on the battlements of Castle Redmayne. For a split second, he beheld Krum, Evelina, and Alma, in a moment of wide-eyed, open-mouthed shock, in reaction to his body winking out of existence. When he arrived at Castle Redmayne, there happened to be a housemaid standing next to him, looking out at the forest. His appearance made her shriek and fall over on her rear. Redmayne helped her up. Apologies. He left the stunned maid and went in search of Flora. And, per the norm, she was easy to find. No sooner did he reach the bottom of the staircase leading from the castle walls to the barracks, did he encounter a team of 3 Floras making beds. There were a few people sleeping in the bunks on the opposite end of the long room, most likely the sentries on daytime duty. The Floras looked up and beamed identical smiles. "My lord," they said in unison. "Glad you're well," he said. "I came to let you know our domain continues to expand. If you care to send out more of yourself to seed those areas, I also come to beg a favor." The closest Flora to him set down her laundry basket and approached him, came up onto her tiptoes and placed a kiss on his jawline. "I shall do whatsoever thou requirest," she said. He smiled and conjured the Atlas of Volos so she could see all the fresh territory under the dominion of House Redmayne. Her eyes grew wide. "My lord hath been busy, I see." It was unintentional. Circumstances required a detour, and the situation developed from there. "My lord maketh the most of every development," said Flora with a smile. If it were anyone else, Redmayne would think he was being mocked. But the look in her eyes was, for lack of a better word, simple, pure. Those eyes sparkled like emeralds, full of affection. Her gaze began to put a spell on him. But he remembered why he was here, shook it off for a moment. "The favor I ask is this," said Redmayne. He produced the main faction menu, which displayed the status of House Redmayne's sanctuaries, zones, Gnosis account, and the marketplace. "There is much to avail ourselves of within this system, but I have not the time or the mind to make the most of it. Perhaps you do." Flora leaned against him, peering at the menu. "I would love to, my lord," she said. "But how am I to interface with this if the system doth not acknowledge me?" Redmayne frowned. He hadn't thought of that. She was like him, something monstrous or divine, or both. The system classified them both as monsters. Redmayne's integration came when he consumed the flesh of a Sicarius. He wondered if that's what it would take for the system to acknowledge Flora as well. But there weren't any more dead Sicari lying around just then. He would have to find a workaround. He could let her take a bite out of him. He was divine, but that didn't seem likely to work. He'd sown her seed with his own blood, so technically she had consumed a part of him already. She had consumed other parts of him, but the system wasn't likely to acknowledge that. Perhaps Pieter could do it. The body of a spawn was technically his body. He didn't have any other ideas presently, so it was worth an attempt. Redmayne reached out with his senses, located Pieter in the bare chimera form he'd created for frightening Hellmold to death and then having him for dinner. At the moment he was somewhere in the forest near Barrow Keep, bent over the carcass of a deer having an after-dinner snack. The snakeheads belonging to Arik and Aaron Morholt hung limply in a catatonic state. They appeared to be sleeping. "I need you for a moment," said Redmayne. Pieter's blood-stained face rose from the deer's belly. "I am ready whenever you require, my lord." Redmayne called his spawn back to him, and its constituent souls returned to his soul space. Corpus, 2022. Then he promptly created a new spawn just for Pieter, in a simple humanoid body not unlike that of a demi-human. Corpus, 1522. Pieter looked between Redmayne and Flora, and bowed as gracefully as a demi-human could. "My lord and lady," he said. Redmayne nodded at the Atlas of Volos and the faction menu in front of them. "Do you see this?" "I do, my lord." "Try interfacing with it. Select something from the menu." Pieter got closer, examined the options. He chose Marketplace, and the system took him to the next screen. Flora beamed. "It worketh!" "I have a new task for you," said Redmayne. "Stay with Flora. She will manage the faction's assets and affairs, and you'll aid her. Just navigate the menu for her and select what she bids you to select." Pieter looked a little crestfallen. "My lord, couldn't a simple spawn do this?" "Doubtful," said Redmayne. Pieter frowned and inclined his head in acceptance. "I understand, my lord. It will be as you say. It'll have to do for now, until we can figure out how to get the system to recognize her." But Flora was already monopolizing Pieter's attention. She was shoulder to shoulder with him, looking intently at the menus, scrolling through the marketplace, making Pieter stop and choose things and then carry on. She looked up at Redmayne. "My lord, is there aught thou requirest?" Redmayne pondered that for a moment. "High-quality metal," he said, "in as great a quantity as you can find." She smiled, nodded, and returned her attention to the menus. With that properly set into motion, Redmayne had a moment to consider his next move. The seal of the Sphinx awaited him, but it would be an arduous trek through the fangs of frost, that chain of islands off the northern coast, beyond the fishing village of Kenvik. It would be wise to regain Corpus and Gnosis. The latter he could replenish right here. The former required monsters to kill. But he had already cleared the zones on the way, so he'd have to look elsewhere. He could join Valter and Vengarl's coterie for a bit. They were in the midst of hunting, and he just so happened to have sent a few little birds and a Flora to watch over them. He searched out one of those little birds and took a peek through its eyes. The coterie sat around a campfire in a lightly wooded meadow, eating freshly grilled sausages and tough bread with mead to wash it down. Valter and Vela were laughing at Vengarl's joke. Flora and Irina were having a conversation about different sorts of herbal tea. Radovid sat slumped forward, looking as if he were about to fall asleep. He sensed something strange as well. Something he first sensed when he emerged from the abyss after synthesizing all his skills together. He had spawn nearby, but they didn't feel like any spawn he had ever created. They would not respond to his call, nor could he borrow their senses. But he was fully aware of their presence all the same. There was something wrong with them, something preventing them from connecting with the mind of their master. It felt like a vortex of anger and hunger, too loud to hear anything from the outside. It called for further investigation, and now was as good a time as any. Redmayne jumped into the body of the bird. Vela and Irina shrieked. The noise jolted Radovid awake, and he almost tipped into the fire before catching himself. Valter and Vengarl's gaze darted to the tree limb Redmayne sat on, shocked, but not bowled over. Flora smiled brightly and said, "We meet again, my lord." You have entered Zone Morazan Valley. Tasks: slay Chief Rotswa, slay Shaman Nitra, slay Grandmother Gru. Tasks completed, 1/3. Grandmother Gru. Out of curiosity, he reached out with his higher senses to find it. Marked as prey. Redmayne's eyes grew wide. He sensed the location of the Gru burrow with Astral Hunter, and he sensed his spawn with Godbody of the Devourer. And they were in the same place. Because they were the same thing. The coterie must have noticed the stunned look on Redmayne's face, because they didn't speak. For a long moment, the snapping of the campfire and the distant chatter of night birds were the only sounds. His gaze shifted down to them. "I'll take care of the Gru," he said. And then he stood, the wings of the manticore bursting from his back, and took off with no further explanation. "Nice to see the boss is doing well," said Valter. "Aye," said Vengarl. Redmayne beat his wings against the chill night air to gain altitude, then locked them out to gain speed. The wind streamed through his hair, made his worn cloak billow out behind him. In the distance he spied a town, but that wasn't his destination. It was to the south, in a cavern at the bottom of a deep ravine. Why hadn't he been able to sense them before? He didn't know. Whatever he did in the abyss must have refined his senses to the point where it corrected a deficiency in them he wasn't even aware of. It made him wonder what other shortfalls he had no cognizance of. No matter. Eventually, they would all be overcome. Redmayne sailed down into the ravine and dismissed his wings when he knew he was close enough, guided unerringly toward the Gru burrow by not one sense, but two. He landed on the loamy ground and crept toward the spot where two round-bellied Gru sentries sat against the ravine wall, guarding the entrance to the burrow. Great Gru Monster. Type: Gru. Level 74. He crouched behind a nearby boulder and considered what to do. It would be simple to kill and consume them all. If the level of the sentries was any indication, this grandmother likely wouldn't be higher than level 80. But it wouldn't solve the problem, nor would it help him understand why they came to be in this condition in the first place. "Pieter," said Redmayne. "Yes, my lord." "What do you know about the Gru?"
"The Gru are holy creatures, my lord.
The very flesh of Kral, struck from its body by the Godbreaker in his final battles with Belskaya and the rest of the 5 heroes. In the ages since, they mostly slumbered underground and were sometimes roused by unlucky miners or explorers. If you'd like my academic opinion, I suspect their mass awakening coincides with yours. You never told me about this. You never asked. Forgive me for saying so, my lord, but you don't seem the overly curious sort. Redmayne blew out a sigh. Well, how do I fix them? Fix them? I don't follow. They don't recognize me. How do I make them remember that they're me? There were a few moments of quiet. Summon me to you, my lord. I believe I have a solution. Redmayne recalled Pieter's body and spawned another of the same type as the last, a simple demi-human frame. Pieter looked around in a slight daze. Then he noticed the hulking Gru and quickly crouched behind the rock next to Redmayne. "We have to get inside," he whispered, "to the grandmother, preferably without aggravating the whole burrow in the process." "Then what?" asked Redmayne. "Then I will join the mind of the grandmother to yours, in the same way I joined our minds on the eve we met. The night he learned what he was, the night he broke the seal of the manticore. Pieter had indeed joined their minds together as one. Evidently, it had been the only way to circumvent whatever the 5 heroes did to him in ages past. It sounded like a fine plan, but he had to choose how to get them in. He could give Pieter Astral Stalker, and the two of them could proceed into the burrow as specters, but they would inevitably have to reappear, and the instant they did so, they would be surrounded by furious grue. They could employ the usual technique of luring the swarm out with a decoy, but the grandmother would spawn more if threatened. Not an issue if the goal were a simple kill, more so with what they had planned. There was another option, perhaps. Redmayne stood and walked toward the entrance to the burrow. Pieter made a panicked noise, called out to him in a whispered yell, "What are you doing?" Redmayne didn't answer. He strode up to the 2 sentries, who had leapt to their feet and were lumbering toward him with their arms stretched out to seize him. Nightmare Aura Gnosis, 877. The grue fell back on their behinds, scooting away from Redmayne as fast as their bulky bodies and spindly limbs would allow. He waved for Pieter to come, and the 2 of them entered the burrow side by side. Per the norm, it was a maze in 3 dimensions, but this one wasn't as large as the last he'd cleared. Within a few minutes, they located a path to the grandmother's chamber, leaving a path of cowering grue in their wake. The grandmother towered over them in its chamber, growling, but frozen with fear. Its lesser spawn flowed away from Redmayne as he strode toward it like water retreating from a blot of oil, creating an open area precisely the size of the reach of Nightmare Aura. Grandmother grue. Monster type, grue. Level 81. He side-eyed Pieter. "Ready?" "I am," said Pieter. The priest placed himself between Redmayne and the grandmother. He held up one hand toward each, index fingers raised. The tips of those fingers began to glow, brighter and brighter, until they were incandescent. He gave Redmayne a sheepish smile. "Let me warn you. This may have some unusual side effects." Redmayne's eyebrow rose. Pieter wilted a bit under his steady stare. "Or it may not. Simply being cautious. But in the joining, we might lose our own personalities and become consumed with a mindless, everlasting hunger, from whence we may never recover." "What?" Enimakia's joining Pieter's fingertips flared like little suns, and the world went white. Chapter 78. Morazan Valley, Grue Burrow. When the white light faded, he found he was immense. So large it was difficult to reckon with the sheer scale of his own body. Deep inside him existed a mortal mind, but it lay buried beneath a consciousness even more vast than his physical form. Redmayne could feel that small mind struggling to find its way through the dark, to free itself, but the will of the Lord of Hunger kept him prisoner. It did not speak, but the volume of its emotion made its intentions transparently clear. This was a punishment. "So, great king, you see the world spread out beneath you, and call it a feast. You claim it by murder, and call strength a virtue. You stand atop a mountain of corpses and say, 'Behold, I have made peace.' Very well. Let us be joined, and I will show you avarice." Redmayne realized the words were his, as if he were enunciating the syllables of a primal feeling, reading from the page of a book written without language, spelled in living psychic mass. The Lord of Hunger had sensus corralis exactly where he wanted him. A wrathful god roused from slumber, and a king of men conjoined in body and mind. With his prisoner helpless before the will of the Lord of Hunger, unable to even look away from the destruction of everything he'd built and the slaughter of all his subjects, the thing they called Kral the Devourer raged across the land, consuming all in its path. Redmayne experienced the thoughts and feelings of both Corrales and the Lord of Hunger, as if they were his own. The king could not hide his fear and grief from the god, but the Lord of Hunger concealed much from his captive. The Lord of Hunger thought often of his own seditious son, Voss, the first sovereign. He saw echoes of Voss in this man, and the similarities fueled his rage. That even in defeat, Voss inspired a chain of pretenders, dissemblers, mortals attempting to improve upon the first sovereign's appalling designs for the world. The world already had a natural order, a hierarchy, a sublime harmony of the sun and the moons, of tides and seasons, of seed, sprout, prey and predator. To be usurped and mutilated by his own child was insult enough. But to think that men, his own creations, would dare to place themselves in the position of gods and redraw the already perfected hierarchy incensed him. The Lord of Hunger resolved that this would be a long and gruesome lesson. Then came the 5 heroes. Braga the stout-hearted, with the neck of a bull and a poleaxe most men couldn't lift in a team of 3, let alone wield. Denesti the wise, a peaceable soul, more skilled with magic than with arms, wielding a slender thrusting sword that matched the precision of his mind. Vasarab, the knight of the harvest, dark of hair and eyes, who fought with paired sickles as his tribal ancestors once had. Holt the brash, youngest of the lot, who wielded a long sword and shield in the manner of the knights of the Stallman. And the leader of their band, Belskaya the golden, with hair like new wheat and armor of golden scales, and a certain hammer in his hands. They were Veloci, descended from the clan chieftains who once set him free from Voss's shackles and overthrew their would-be god-emperor in ages past. Now they hunted him, and they had claimed the Godbreaker. No doubt they petitioned Voss himself to acquire it. The moment he felt the presence of that weapon, his opinion of them diminished. It would have pained him to raise a hand against the sons of the men who set him free in ages past. But with the Godbreaker in their hands, he would consume them all with exalted malice, and the cruel tutelage of Census Corrales would continue on with 5 more pupils in the classroom. Redmayne sorted through the haze of these thoughts and feelings, and realized he wasn't just swimming around in the composite mind of Kral. He was somewhere real. He recognized this valley. It was where he found this Gru burrow. The 5 heroes had cornered him here, and he turned to give them the fullness of his wrath. Belskaya, Braga, Denesti, Vasarab, and Holt. Their magic was potent and coordinated, taught to them by old Omeni witches. But unlike the witches, who relied solely on their magic, these 5 warriors fought with a combination of strength and sorcery, their magic augmenting their physical prowess. They filled their bodies with primal energy, such that when they leapt, they soared through the air like birds, their muscles fueled by untamed force. Every swing of their sword or axe was a blur, their blades cutting with godly force, leaving trails of power in their wake. When attacks came, they dodged with the grace of phantoms, their senses heightened beyond human limits, or met the blows with a fortitude that defied mortal comprehension. An impressive feat for insects. Fighting them was almost entertaining. His own form resembled an immense worm or grub, supported by an asymmetrical army of legs both great and small. A single eye stood at the top of his head like the prow of a ship, above a massive circular maw lined with rows of house-sized teeth. And at the back of his maw, there was oblivion, a profound darkness, a place whence none would ever return, unless at his whim. The Lord of Hunger could change his form at will, but for the purposes of this lesson, these were the only features he required. Legs to move about, an eye to see, and a mouth to consume. When the 5 heroes engaged him, he introduced some more.
Grasping arms, clawed hands, blades and spears of bone.
Mouths that breathed fire, frost, acid, venom, cutting wind. Eyes that shot rays of death, of paralysis, of disintegrating heat. He spawned monsters from his flesh by the legion, and his spawn possessed all of these features and more. But none of these were what they feared. The 5 heroes fought fiercely and with valor, but he could sense their hesitation, their awareness of what would come. When Belskaya landed in front of him, after evading a flurry of claws, his eyes immediately widened as he realized his error. Kral knew it was time. The Devourer began to inhale, and as it began there was a stirring of wind, a pull like the tide. The back of his gargantuan throat became the like eye of a whirlwind, the sprout of a horizontally oriented tornado, a vortex of indiscriminate consumption. First came lighter objects, small rocks, clumps of earth and grass. Young trees came next, their weak roots tearing free from the earth. Braga called out to Belskaya over the mounting wind, but it was too late to run. The leader of the 5 heroes had to root himself to the spot and hope he was strong enough. The vortex intensified. Boulders and mighty trees flew past Belskaya. Smaller rocks and debris pelted him in the back. He held the Godbreaker before him, eyes closed, teeth gritted in concentration as he went through the cadence of an old Omani incantation. The hammer glowed, lending him its power. His feet carved deep furrows in the ground as Kral's vortex dragged him closer and closer to certain death by inches. It would only be a matter of time. But then he felt a flash of tremendous pain. Braga, Dinesti, Vasarab, and Holt struck him at the same time, in the same place, with the same weapon. Fire. These 5 had learned their lessons well. How ironic that the consumptive force of fire should be his bane. He, the all-consumer. Fate was not without a sense of irony. The fire burrowed deep into his flesh. There it festered and sizzled, cauterizing his ability to change form in the place he'd been burnt, delaying regeneration. It also distracted him long enough to make the strength of his vortex waver, and Belskaya seized that moment as his opportunity to escape. He took to the air, the Godbreaker held high, and the stroke of his hammer blasted an enormous arm clean off of Kral's torso. Redmane watched the arm hurtling through the air from the vantage point of the arm itself. Then he realized in a flash that these recollections, all of this knowledge and emotion, lived in the very arm that had been severed, as if even the tiniest scrap of the body of the Lord of Hunger possessed the totality of his divine being. It made sense, he supposed. How else could a spawn move and act of its own volition, or be imbued with a soul as its pilot? The immense arm landed, cratering the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Redmane saw the rest of the Devourer's body move on, the battle raging throughout the valley, the 5 heroes pursuing it at supernatural speeds, leaping after it, and landing on its back only to do battle with hordes of fresh spawn and the very flesh they stood upon. The severed arm itself was aware of what was going on. Indeed, Redmane now understood that he was within this arm, watching the battle unfold from its vantage point. But the blow from that hammer injured more than just the flesh. It struck his mind, his soul. He felt jarred, his connection to himself blurred, and the farther the main mass of Kral strayed from him, the weaker it became. Until, at last, there was no connection at all. There was only hunger and rage, with no purpose, no cause. He split into 1,000 pieces, attacked himself, devoured himself, over and over. There was no sense of the passage of time, this savage cycle of gathering and separating, coming together and ripping apart, feeling teeth pierce flesh as both the eater and the food. It could have gone on for days or weeks or centuries. Until it halted. A great ripple of power washed over him from somewhere far away, and he slept. It was a troubled sleep. His fractured mind tried to fix itself, to make sense of the broken pieces, but the picture remained incomplete, and so for an age his dreams were chaos. Then something else happened. A small creature, chained to a post in a cell, sank his teeth into divine flesh, and in that moment, a powerful working of magic shattered. In that instant, many things happened all over the land of Volos. One of those things was the awakening of the Lord of Hunger's severed flesh, once cleaved by the power of the Godbreaker, suppressed by the ritual of sealing, awakened anew by astral communion. But still purposeless, still lost, still separated from itself. Now, however, there were other things to devour, so it would spread and grow, cover the land. Redmane's eyes snapped open. He was back in the chamber of Grandmother Gru, but the grandmother and all of its spawn were no more. The room glowed crimson, and there were streams and arcs of red substance in the air like trails of smoke. Redmane realized what it was. It was the stuff of the Gru themselves, dissolved and swirling around him. But Gru was a mere name, as was Crawl the Devourer. They were one and the same, and its name in this age would be Redmane. The moment Redmane understood what it was, as if it awaited that very moment of recognition, it surged into him. A stream of glowing red struck Redmane full in the stomach, and his eyes went wide. He felt the power flowing into his body like a river, lifting him off his feet. Pieter fell onto his backside and scooted away, his eyes wide with wonder as he beheld swirling beams of dissolved Gru substance shooting in from the many circular tunnels surrounding the grandmother's chamber, all of them striking Redmane, their true master, their true self. The streams of power joined with each other and swirled around Redmane like an immense serpent, gradually growing shorter as it fed itself to him. When it was over, there was a flash of red light and a wave of force that blew outward in a sphere. And then Redmane fell to the ground, crouched in the spot the grandmother occupied moments ago. Corpus, 22,202. Might plus 2 grace plus 2 fortitude plus 2 evasion plus 20. Pieter leaned forward, fearful but curious. "My lord, are you all right?" Redmane opened his eyes, shifted his gaze to Pieter. Despite his great devotion, the priest of Crawl shrank from the force of that stare. "We're ready for the Sphinx," said Redmane. Chapter 79. The Fangs of Frost. Redmane returned home to refill his gnosis, and this time he left with plenty. Gnosis, 2508. He also returned Pieter to the custody of Flora, so that she could continue to learn the intricacies of the faction menu, the marketplace, and the sanctuary upgrade system. She became immediately engrossed again. But as Redmane turned to leave, she caught his wrist. "My lord," she said, smiling up at him, "perchance when this be done, we might spend more time together and recall more of who we were?" "I'd prefer if we spent it deciding who we'll be in the present," said Redmane. Her smile brightened, and she nodded. "Aye, that would be splendid." "Then that's what we'll do." She didn't want to let him go, but after a moment she relented with a sad smile. From Castle Redmane he returned to the village of Kenvik on the northern shore by jumping into the body of a startled Vang and reabsorbing the bodies of Zorn, Nook, and Thrak as well. Corpus, 25,677. There were some startled objections. The demi-humans had found intact fishing gear and bait, and were trying their luck in the calm waters of a little cove they found near the town.
Redmayne assured the demi-human fighters that there would be plenty of fun to come. And since all the boats in Kenvik's harbor had been smashed to splinters by a sea monster, he took wing. That was the last leg of the journey that would be quick. It was a long and laborious flight. For the rest of the night, and well into the following morning, Redmayne battled wild currents of air, struggling to rise above it all and stay at a stable altitude. The trouble was finding one. Abyssal resilience spared him from the worst effects of the bitter cold. The difference in temperature was more interesting than it was uncomfortable. But all the same, the sky above was as turbulent as the dark sea below, and he decided he'd rather not meet those waves face first. So when the stark shoreline of a rocky island came into view at last, Redmayne let out a sigh of relief. He alighted upon a giant finger of stone, white foam spraying up from waves crashing all around it, and surveyed the place he'd come to. You have entered Zone, the Fangs of Frost. Tasks: slay Airless the Veiled. Slay Gale, Icewarg Alpha. Tasks completed. 0/2. Under a slate-gray sky, Redmayne gazed across an expanse of barren ice and stone. He stood upon an outcropping of rock, one of many jutting from the jagged shore of the island, their surfaces hollowed and pitted by erosion. Far in the distance, the outlines of man-made structures broke the irregular landscape. Ruins. Their roofs collapsed, walls broken and crumbled, all of it smothered in snow and silence. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen presence, as if the whispers of forgotten footsteps still lingered upon the ancient rock. Shadows flickered at the edges of Redmayne's vision as the waves smashed against the reef, a violent rhythm. Yet it pulsed with the heartbeat of something unseen, something waiting, something that watched from beyond the veil. It was time for a test of his new abilities, and Redmayne found himself eager for it. The presence in the air gave him the feeling he was being observed by unseen eyes. It held a stillness, broken by the crash and boom of waves against the rocks. Yet he felt a prickle at the back of his neck, sensing he was not alone. His gaze moved to the side, where shadows seemed to shift. For a moment, he saw a ghostly figure moving among the rocks, watching him. Veiled Cultist Monster. Type: Undead, Spectre. Level 127. Tattered robes hung on its skeletal frame, the ghostly fabric flowing around its figure. A veil covered its face, obscuring all but two hollow pits of darkness for eyes. Around its neck hung a pendant bearing a symbol Redmayne did not recognize, and in its hands it held two curved swords with finely wrought sphinx heads on their pommels. The spectre moved with purpose, as if it were on an assigned patrol. But before Redmayne could react, the ghost disappeared, blending into the shadows. The air was still again, but the feeling of being watched remained. Marked as prey. Astral Hunter made the veiled cultist reappear to his sight, along with its comrades. They were everywhere, and they were all watching him. From the pack of 10 surrounding him in a semicircle on the shore of the island, to the teams of them waiting for him all the way up the craggy hillside, to what Redmayne now realized were staircases carved into the living rock, ascending to the ruins where the cultists must have dwelled in life. Redmayne did not spook easily, but even so, suddenly perceiving so many hostile apparitions looking right at him, raised the hairs on the back of his neck. Were it not for the gifts of the Sicarius, Redmayne wouldn't have been able to even see them, let alone touch them. How fortunate the Numantians had chosen to come and meddle with this world. The veiled cultists made no move to attack him,
They merely encircled his position, waiting for him to make a move, perhaps unaware he could see them. He didn't know how well they moved, but he knew they were outside the reach of his claws. For the moment, anyway. They didn't know he could project force from them. They also didn't know he could do this. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 2493. He shot forward like a cannonball, swept his claw sideways, and the cutting wave carried the power of the skill with it. It struck the 3 specters directly in front of him, and they came apart like tissue. Wrath, 3. The other 7 vanished and reappeared right on top of him. In an instant, Redmayne found himself dodging 14 blades, striking from every direction, thrusting and slashing at every part of him simultaneously. He tried in vain to evade them all, but even with the substantial evasion bonus so recently gained from his communion with the Gru, it wasn't enough. Their spectral blades found flesh and left cold, burning lacerations all over his body. Corpus, 21,821. Wrath, 10. Stacks of wrath gave him options, but there was precious little time to think. All he knew was that he needed to be faster. Wrath, 5. Evasion plus 50. And with that, dodging 14 ghostly swords became trivial. Redmayne felt a primal thrill at what he'd discovered. He was like one of them. A ghost, for all practical purposes. He didn't even have to break their encirclement. He simply stood among them and let them stab and swing at empty air, moving so fast it defied all reason. It spat in the face of the very laws of nature. Which was only fitting, he supposed. He was both king and god. There was but one master of this world, and it was he, Redmayne. His heart and thoughts raced alongside each other. Never had his focus been sharper, his senses keener, even in his most intense moments. His body moved from one impossible configuration to the next in a blur. Each momentary pose one would have to meticulously arrange to fit in the negative space between 14 blades. Wrath of Redmayne took this inconceivable task and reduced it to the routine steps of a dance he'd known for centuries. His eyes dilated at the sight of the tiniest opening, and he struck down 4 veiled cultists with a swipe of his claw. Wrath, 9. A sword passed overhead, and he ducked it, swept out his leg, and it became a broad, curved blade of bone that sheared the other 3 in half at the waist, and when he set his foot down an instant later, it was a foot once more. Wrath, 12. Redmayne sprinted for the next group. Wrath, 17. And the next one. Wrath, 22. And the next one. Wrath, 28. He leapt from rock to rock, skipping the crude man-made staircase, dispatching veiled cultists with impunity. Each stack of wrath gained was a fresh surge of energy, a little sun growing in his belly, its power and radiance hinting at what Redmayne truly was inside, what he was meant to be, what had been taken from him, and what he would now reclaim with pure, righteous savagery. The veiled cultists, it seemed, were not unintelligent. After watching him dispatch their comrades in droves, they chose not to engage. When he approached, they faded backward, taking sentry positions at a safe distance around the ruined buildings atop the hill. Wrath, 27. Wrath, 26. The white-hot ball of power in Redmayne's core slowly began to fade in the absence of fresh kills. He searched through the ruins with haste, hopping from the top of one crumbled wall to the next in search of his true foe, while its minions waited and watched. Until the master appeared. Earless, the veiled monster. Type undead, specter. Level 145. The leader of the Sphinx cult manifested in the ruin of a large building near the center of the complex. A church, perhaps. Its aura chilled the surrounding air. The robes it wore, though tattered, moved with a life of their own, shifting and twisting in the blustery sea wind as if it weren't incorporeal. Its skeletal face was partially visible beneath its veil, with hollow eye sockets that seemed to draw in all light, creating an unsettling void. Except this ghost had 3 hollow eyes instead of 2. The third stood at the center of its forehead, and it seems to have an aura of its own. A heavy pendant hung around its neck, the symbol etched into it pulsing with a faint, eerie glow. In its grip, a staff crowned with a sphinx figure hummed with latent power, and in the other hand, it held a curved sword, of the same sort the veiled cultists wielded. Airless exuded a palpable aura of fear, an invisible force that pressed down on those who dared to approach, making the air as thick with dread as with the cold. Wrath, 25, plus immunity to fear, 30 seconds. The spectre looked up at Redmayne with its 3 hollow eyes. "You should not have come here, Lord of Hunger. The Sphinx will not yield her power to you. You will fail." "There is no Sphinx," said Redmayne. "It is merely a piece of my flesh, twisted and sealed with magic, ignorant of its true nature." Airless's bony fingers tightened around its staff. "You know nothing. Tell me, what did Belskaya promise you in exchange for this pointless task?" said Redmayne. "Surely he knew these feeble ghosts couldn't stop me. Your centuries of vigil will have been for naught. Hopefully you enjoyed the scenery." Insolence. Redmayne could feel the chilling force of the spectre's displeasure. 5 ghostly flames appeared in the air above it, one after another. Wrath, 0, plus 250. Might, 30 seconds. Lion's Lunge, Gnosis, 2,478. Redmayne shot forward. His claw blasted Airless the Veiled into 5 vertically oriented slivers. 4 cutting waves swept past the spectre and spread, shredding ice and stone and earth alike, blowing apart the back wall of the church and sending chunks of its ancient stone hurtling through the air. The force claw continued on, ultimately carving a chunk out of the hillside and causing an avalanche of stone, snow, and ice which splashed into the sea below, kicking up higher sprays of water than that of the very waves breaking against the shore. The remaining veiled cultists fled. Airless the Veiled. Slain. Tasks completed. 1/2. Level up. Level 109 to level 110. Level 110 to level 111. Level 111 to level 112. Quality points awaiting allocation. 3. Redmayne looked down at his claw. For many long moments, he stared at it. The power of wrath fled from him, but even in its absence, he felt mightier than any being standing on this earth. His heart raced. He felt awake. He ought to have realized it sooner. No one could stop him now. Jarrell Craith knelt before the altar of the 9 in his chambers, his head bowed in solemn prayer. To Velthur, celestial sovereign, he prayed for temperance. To Hastia, arrayer of legions, he prayed for the strength to prevail. To Laris, giver of laws, he prayed for discipline and restraint, so that justice could be done truly and not in the heat of emotion. To Sethra, the master of skills, he prayed for clarity of mind and a sure and steady hand. To Sayanti, the first imbued, he prayed for the safety of his loyal men. To Taran, lord of revelry and sport, he prayed for the chance to enjoy another day. To Valathri, lady of agriculture and medicine, he prayed for a swift recovery from his wounds, if he should survive. To Ramtha, lord of craft and commerce, he prayed forgiveness for Messir Porsenna's greed and its consequences. To Tarquin, Lord of the Arts, he prayed to hear his favorite Numantian opera again. Then he rose and turned to address the mute, emotionless faces of the dozen gathered Sicari. Sicarius Bellator, first generation imbued, level 300. We go now to apprehend Messia Porsena for her blasphemies, he said. And if she should choose not to come peacefully, then we must use force. The Sicari bowed as one. Jarrell tried to match their stoic disposition, but he swallowed hard, his heart pounding silently in his chest. Himself and a dozen Bellators. The best he could do with the resources on hand. If he'd opened the astral bridge to call for reinforcements, it would have cost time and raised the alarm. He didn't know if it would be enough.
Chapter 80. Terracon, Governess's Chambers. Messia Porsena of Numantia, colonial governess of Terracon, leaned against the balcony rail of her bedchamber to have a look at her domain. She held a half-finished glass of wine negligently in one hand, swishing its contents around, more interested in the sound of her nail tapping the glass than the flavor of the drink it contained. Jarrell Craith was about to come through her door. Truly, she didn't think he had it in him. But as it ever was, junior officials had a tendency to talk themselves into ill-advised courses of action from time to time. She supposed moral outrage would always be en vogue among the young. She could understand it. The universe was an ugly place. An ever-turning wheel of violence and consumption and fornication, lust and pride and envy, anger and heartbreak and misery. There was no such thing as a divine order, the way most conceived of it. But try to tell that to a believer, praying to the Nine as if the Nine were anything but talking skills. People like Jarrell Craith didn't like to hear those kinds of things, though. This wasn't about expanding civilization. It wasn't about taming the barbarians. It was about one thing, and only one thing: the extraction of power and resources. Everything else was a formality. The Blight had indeed been a crisis, but out of that crisis emerged what could be the most productive colony in all the Empire, and she, Messia Porsena, was its governess. Truly, they should all be celebrating. She would learn the cause of this unprecedented productivity, and perhaps they would even gain the ability to replicate it elsewhere. Messia's heart fluttered, like a maiden in love, at the commercial and political possibilities of such a discovery. And even if they couldn't, Volos would soon be a name known to all in Numantia nonetheless. Her praetor would be foolish to terminate his soon-to-be illustrious position in such a manner. But he was a fool. There was nothing for it. She'd simply have to appoint fewer fools in the future. Preferably none. Messia heard her door open, a dozen pairs of quiet leather shoes walking on her polished floor with the measured stride of soldiers, then the clack of boot heels behind them all. It could be her imagination, but that last set of footfalls sounded hesitant. She turned around and leaned against the rail, a smirk on her lips as a row of blank-faced Sicari formed a semicircle around her. Jarrell Craith stepped through their ranks to face her, and she noted with a certain satisfaction that his eyes tightened at the corners when he saw her, and his gaze locked to her eyes. She'd chosen this nightgown for a reason. Lar Tathval would have given his teeth to see her in it. "Are you certain this is what you wish to do?" she said, in a tone as casual as if they had been discussing plans for dinner. Jarrell Craith set his jaw. "You leave me little choice," he said. "Trafficking with an abyss witch alone is an unpardonable sin. Redmayne and his minions must die." "There's no such thing as an unpardonable sin. Not with this much gnosis on the table." She noted the way his eyes flared with righteous anger, despite all his efforts to keep it contained. "You think yourself unbeatable," he said. She smirked again. "I am the definition of unbeatable. The room held its breath. 12 Sicarii stood motionless, their presence a silent wall. Their heartbeats echoed in her keen ears, drums marking the seconds before the inevitable. The 13th drum beat at a higher tempo than the rest, much to her amusement. Messia maintained calm eye contact with Jarrell, a wry smile on her lips, his own pressed flat together to contain his anger, his fear, and uncertainty. But his face gave it all away. She finished her drink and set the glass on the rail. "I appointed you to this role for your steadfastness, and you have not disappointed me," she said. "I even understand why you think all this foolishness is necessary, so I'll give you a chance to step back from the precipice. You can take your hounds and leave my chambers. Wake up tomorrow morning alive and well, and still in my good graces. All shall be forgiven." He actually considered it. She could see a flicker of vacillation in his eyes. Certainly he'd estimated his chances of victory, and found them slim. Jarrell Craith's mouth opened as if to speak, to relent and apologize, torn between righteousness and obedience. Obedience nearly won. His lower lip quivered a bit. Then he shut it tight in a frown. He pointed. "Sicarii, seize her!" And they all moved at once. The Sicarii were on top of Messia faster than the eye could follow, but the governess was faster still. They translocated to her, but she translocated to a point in space beyond her balcony, floating high in the air, and several things happened at the same time. Alia's emerald redoubt, Drusilla's lance. A translucent sphere of green force surrounded Messia's body. A blue circle of symbols appeared in front of that sphere, and it fired a column of incandescent gnosis at the balcony and all its occupants. Anyone watching from afar would see it light up the night, blast all the way through the top level of the governess's tower, and out the other side for nearly a mile, sending debris and fine furnishings sailing through the air. 10 of the 12 Sicarii translocated out of the blast zone. 2 were not fast enough, she noted, as she watched them fall toward the city with the ruins of her splendid couch and divan. And Jarrell, of course. He was fast enough. This time. He streaked through the sky at her like a falcon, his Sicarii close behind, glittering star-steel blades in their hands. Tusser's apotheosis. Misha gathered gnosis into herself, enrobed her body and soul in it. She breathed it in and felt it lace itself through every part of her, awakening her, enlightening her. At first it was like an infusion of ice in her veins, like jumping naked into an Arctic lake, a terrific shock of cold from which there could be no protection. But on the other side of that shock came a communion with power too complete, too profound for a junior like Jarrell Craith to comprehend, let alone try to imitate. He could only be a Preta. But here, in her city, at the nexus of her power, she became the divine center of the world. The skill made her mind into a godlike engine of cognition, and her body into a perfect conduit for the channeling of gnosis. It gave her the power to follow the movements of 10 Sicarii and 1 young Pretor as they came down on her all at once. Even the most powerful high-level imbued could be defeated by a focused assault from their lessers. In Messia Porcena's opinion, too many arrogant imbued met their end in this way. But not her. Not tonight. Skills became her form and her appendages. She countered blades with glowing spears and razor-sharp crescents of gnosis. Alia's emerald blade, Ravana's ruinous rain, Zoranon's ray of disintegration, Velavesna's detonation. She soared through the sky, baiting flurries of translocations she then punished with attack. Skills. Skills that detonated in the air like bombs. Skills which swarmed like a hail of daggers. Skills which covered whole swaths of the sky in incandescent death. Far below them in the city, onlookers gawked up at the light show taking place in the night sky. Many wondered at the occasion. Was it a holiday? A master's exhibition? A few, who knew what they were truly seeing, stood frozen with fear. Jarrell Craith and a trio of his cronies circled around her, to strike her sphere of force from every side. They met each other in midair, for she was no longer between them. One Sakari didn't recover from the collision at all. Too injured was he already, and he fell like a stone to the streets of Terracon far beneath them. It was too easy to make them get in each other's way. Too easy to slip to the left and right, or up and down, and engage them one at a time, or all at once, with a skill of surpassing firepower. She almost wished she'd brought her glass and decanter. It would be lovely to sit in her emerald redoubt and sip wine, and laugh with scorn while she watched these children try her. The Sakari moved through the air with precision, attacked with perfect coordination, their artificial minds joined to form a cohesive unit, a group mind. Messia tracked them effortlessly, set traps for their every choice, their every position, her singular mind a symphony of calculations, more than a match for these glorified automatons. When they attacked, she catalogued their vectors and technique choices. When she struck back, she observed the endpoints of their defensive translocations. Setting a trap for them was as simple as baiting mice. 9 remained, but only 6 of those were still fresh enough to fight effectively. Those 6 formed the primary attacking team, with the injured 3 hanging back as auxiliaries. They came at Messia again and again, testing the swiftness of her flight and the resilience of her shield. And despite their best efforts to conceal their patterns from her peerless mind, the patterns emerged anyway. They swarmed at her as one, and she blasted them back with Velavezna's detonation, provoking their translocations. This time she knew precisely where they would translocate to. 9 instances of Alia's emerald lattice appeared in each of those locations, waiting for them. They fried. 3 perished instantly, and the other 3 were now as grievously injured as their comrades. Jarrell Craith couldn't hang back and watch anymore. He struck at her bubble of force with swords, daggers, axes, spears, both held and hurled. His connection to the Godslayer's arsenal gave him the power to call whatever weapon he wished to hand. The training of a praetor demanded no less than mastery with every weapon on the rack, and she'd chosen Jarrell because he was a star pupil. He put on a clinic in swordsmanship for her. His movements were graceful, stately, powerful in their perfectly honed aggression. Jarrell Craith took her through his whole codex of beautiful techniques, one page after another. If he were trying to win her approval, this show would have done even better than the first time. Unfortunately, he was trying to kill her. Under normal circumstances, she would be loath to destroy such an artist. But, to borrow his own words, he left her with little choice. Kantaro's invincible snare. Bands of glowing yellow force appeared in a circular mesh around Jarrell Craith, and then snapped down onto his body, pinning his arms and legs together. Drusilla's lance. The blue circle of symbols reappeared, its edges shimmering with an ethereal glow, and erupted in a torrent of incandescent gnosis, engulfing the body of the helpless praetor. Jarrell Craith fell, his fine uniform charred and tattered, his body trailing smoke. Messia smiled sadly at the sight of him. But then his eyes snapped open. Mars's baleful transference. The 6 surviving Sakari glowed red. Their eyes, normally empty and void of all emotion, widened in shock as the skill forcibly drained the vitality from their bodies. They twitched and convulsed, that red glow forming an aura around them all, an aura which then reached out for the plummeting body of Jarrell Craith. When it touched him, the Sakari fell from the sky as one, and Jarrell Craith's trajectory through the air changed. It dipped and curved,
and then he streaked upward like a comet at his foe. There was a flash as he called two swords to hand from the Godslayer's arsenal. The weapons he chose made Messia Porcena's eyes grow wide. The crossed swords. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer. They were twins, forged in some forgotten world discovered at the dawn of Numantian expansion. Curved, single-edged swords whose blades shined like obsidian. Their workmanship was crude by Numantian standards, but the power emanating from within them was undeniable. Glowing sigils decorated the bases of the black blades, red for Life Drinker, blue for Soul Stealer, and the pair radiated an aura of wild, destructive power. It was said that they would indiscriminately drain the corpus and gnosis of their wielder, even to the point of death, and holding the pair of them at the same time amplified the effect tenfold. And if the crossed swords were to claim your life in this way, they would wholly consume you, in both body and soul, leaving nothing behind to mourn or to bury. He should have known what wielding them together would do to him. Why throw his life away?
Even as she beheld him soaring up at her, watching his charred face, the gritted teeth, the righteous fury in his bloodshot eyes, she was at a loss to comprehend it. The mind of a zealot was truly a self-destructive thing. Soul Stealer struck her shield, and it shattered into shards of glowing green. Life Drinker swept for her throat, but she swooped away at the last instant and conjured her own slender sword to hand. Playtime was over, clearly. Time to put a rabid dog to sleep. Chapter 81. The Fangs of Frost. From the summit of the ruins on the rocky hill, Redmayne could see out across the rest of the island chain known as the Fangs of Frost. They stretched onward to the north for miles, most of them barren crags like the one he presently stood upon. The dark sea churned around and between them, over a maze of reefs certain to be the demise of any ship foolish enough to find itself in such a place. He felt fortunate to possess wings. To the north, beyond these small islands, Redmayne spied a larger expanse of land blanketed in snow. Its southern edge featured a strip of beach large enough to host a convention of walruses. He could smell them from all the way over here. A few hundred of those would be a good amount of corpus. And he'd eaten worse. But perhaps it would be best to save such a meal for after, or in the event of an emergency. Redmayne took wing and went to battle with the wild currents of the wind again. When he'd reached a fair elevation, he could see farther out across the snowfield, and realized the island ahead was larger than it first seemed. And there were more of them, to the northeast and northwest, interspersed with more small, craggy islands in the spaces between. His eyes scanned over the snowfield in search of his next batch of foes. He didn't realize he was looking down at a pack of ice wargs until one of them moved. It lifted its head and sniffed the air. Ice warg beast, level 133. Redmayne realized the clumps of white sitting all around it, which a moment ago resembled nothing more than snow-covered boulders, were its packmates. The ice wargs were larger than the varieties of warg he'd yet seen. Now that he knew what they looked like at rest, he thought he'd passed some on his way. Perhaps the one called Gale lay somewhere nearby. Marked as prey. All the nearby islands lit up. There were packs of ice wargs spread throughout the Fangs of Frost. Perhaps that was how the place earned its name. Redmayne's gaze swept over the islands beneath him. There were a goodly number of ice wargs spread about. He could spend his time searching for their alpha, but a better idea came to mind. He came to an easy landing in the snow, folded his wings in, and howled. All he had to do was stand there and wait. From all around, packs of ice wargs came running in answer to his call. Within minutes, Redmayne found himself encircled by a dozen or more of the beasts, each roughly the size of an ox. They had dark eyes and claws,
and coats of snow-white fur, and they regarded him with calm curiosity. Their growling was more cordial than it would have seemed to a non-canine. Then their leader appeared, and the others stood aside for him. Gale, Ice Warg Alpha, Beast Level 140. Gale stood a head taller than the rest. He towered over Redmane, but his manner was as placid as the others. Redmane had the impression that his docile approach was not the result of fear or supernatural coercion, but simply because these beasts were the uncontested lords of this icy land. They felt no fear because there was nothing in their world to fear. The Alpha lowered his head curiously, looking Redmane up and down, sniffing at him. "What is this one? Why does it call to us?" "I come to slay the Sphinx and claim this land for my own," said Redmane. One of the ice wargs nearby cocked her head to the side. "Sphinx? It's nearby. It lives within an old church or temple." "A human dwelling," said Redmane. "Ah, a human dwelling. There are some of those about. Most are old and crumbled. One isn't, but it's sealed shut. No one can get in." Redmane pointed in a northerly direction. "It would be that way." Gale looked in the direction he pointed. "Yes, but we do not go there. It has a dangerous aura. When I'm finished, there will be nothing there to avoid." The ice wargs looked around at each other. "He wants to kill what's in there?" said one. "Can he even get the door open?" said another. "The human dwelling would make a fine shelter," an older warg said. "If we could just get inside." Redmane felt these wargs were not only larger, but more intelligent than the other breeds of warg as well. He stood and listened to them engage in a thoughtful discussion with each other about the prospect of sheltering in the Sphinx's lair and the potential benefits and risks thereof. "There's something else," said Redmane. The ice wargs stopped talking and looked at him. He nodded toward Gale. "You and I have to fight. The system marked you. If I am to claim this land, I must defeat you." Several wargs lolled their tongues out in an obvious show of mirth. Gale seemed amused as well. "You don't look like you'd fight well. You're so small." "You'd be surprised," said Redmane. The Alpha chuffed. "You are strange, small one, but so be it. Help us open the human dwelling, and I'll give you a fight." "There's something dangerous inside that building," said Redmane. "Then we'll fight that first, and you can fight me after." Redmane considered it, nodded. "We have an accord." It resembled the tomb of Voss, except snow covered this ancient black building instead of vibrant foliage. The structure was also significantly larger. Standing at its massive doors, Redmane looked up at the building and wondered at its original purpose. Voss, his wayward son from the dawn of this world, existed quite a long time before the 5 heroes and Kral the Devourer. If this was where they housed the Sphinx, it meant that Belskaya and Voss's cooperation went beyond the lending of a special weapon. There may be other things in here. Another abyssal well, at the least. Gale, the Ice Warg Alpha, sat on his haunches next to Redmane. "The door is sealed by human magics," he said. "Perhaps I can open it." Redmane climbed the black stone steps before the doors, examined them. They bore the image of Voss, standing guard with his hammer in hand. The God-breaker. Redmane wondered if the weapon itself would act as a key, a token of recognition. But he'd eaten it. He was the God-breaker now. For lack of any better ideas, Redmane placed his hand on the sealed doors to find out if the magical seal thereupon would recognize the aura of Voss's favorite toy. He noted that the black stone was surprisingly warm against his palm. It gave the impression that the building itself was like a living thing. And indeed, it responded. It happened when Redmane was just about to remove his hand. At the last moment, there was a great, deep rumbling as the massive doors began to slide inward, slowly revealing the deep darkness inside. The ears of all the gathered ice wargs perked up. He did it! Remarkable! Interesting scents in there. And it's warm. Gale looked down at Redmayne. What sort of beast is a sphinx? Is it a good fighter? I imagine it will be. The last one was. With that said, he strode into the darkness.
As it had in his son's resting place, torches throughout the room sparked to life as soon as he set foot inside, bathing the ancient stone in golden light. Gale and a few other ice wargs came in behind him, looking around at the intricate carvings all over the walls. Redmayne was looking too, for there were scenes on the walls. First, there was a depiction of a star falling from the sky and impacting on what he supposed was this very island, and a tribe of people investigating the crater. And then, another island, with a massive city upon it, surfaced from the depths of the ocean. The tribesmen met with the folk of this strange city. There was an exchange of what appeared to be documents. The newcomers were educating the natives, it seemed. The next scene illustrated the coming of more native peoples, arriving on boats from parts unknown to learn from the folk of the city from beneath the waves. One of them he recognized, as the artist had taken pains to make his appearance stand out from the others. It was Voss. He'd come to learn from these folk. If the next scene was accurate, he became their star pupil. Voss stood at a forge, holding a sword aloft, while his mentors stood at his sides, pleased with their student. But he learned more than the art of smithing. They taught Voss and the others literacy and astronomy. They taught them about agriculture and architecture, how to mark the passage of time by count of days and phases of the moons. Voss sat at the front of every lesson. In one or two of these depictions, he looked angry. The final image on the wall, the presumptive end of the story, was another depiction of Voss standing before the forge. This time, he held aloft the God-breaker. The city from beneath the waves was no longer in the background. Perhaps it had returned to wherever it came from. So Voss learned the ways of civilization from these outsiders, and he took it upon himself to reshape his world afterwards. Redmayne knew the rest of that story. He investigated further, checking from room to room. There were dead interred here, in dark stone sarcophagi. Not many, though. He supposed these few were people of some import. He also found what appeared to be classrooms or lecture halls, and after discovering a staircase leading downward, a great forge as well, meaning this very building was the place depicted in those scenes above. It was a school, before becoming the final resting place of its students. There was a passage in the back of this room which stood out starkly from the rest. Not a man-made doorway, but a natural fissure in the stone. Redmayne followed it, Gale and two ice wargs close behind. The cavern shrank as it descended and curved, becoming almost too cramped for the great beasts to continue on. But just as they were about to begin shoving themselves bodily through the tunnel, it opened out into a wide, high-ceilinged gallery deep beneath the earth. Redmayne's eyes widened. He beheld the seal of the Sphinx. It looked exactly like the seal of the Manticore, a swirling ball of crimson energy, crackling with lightning and pulsing like a beating heart. Pillars of bone, etched with glowing magic runes, encircled the central sphere of power. "It smells like you," said Gale. Redmayne stared at the seal. He was about to expand again. He wondered what he would become this time, what he may learn or understand, presuming he survived. It was difficult to kill a god, but even so, there were states of existence he dearly wished not to return to. Redmayne took a slow breath inward and released it with equal restraint to ease his nerves. For a moment he pondered spawning Vang and his lot, but he decided against it. He had 3 helpers with him already, more than enough.
If he needed more help than that, he'd be in trouble. Redmayne glanced at Gale. Ready? The Ice Warg Alpha inclined his snout in a nod. He walked into the circle of giant bones, and the air shimmered and distorted around him as he passed, as if it were a membrane briefly stretching and then relaxing. Gale and his packmates followed behind him, the four of them approaching the center of the circle and the ball of flickering, flashing energy. Just as it had the first time, the guardian of the seal walked out of nothingness to face them. She was blue, all blue, the skin of her face and human torso, the fur of her four-legged cat-like body, the feathers of her great wings, and even her tail, which began like that of a forest cat and ended in a tuft of dense, razor-sharp quills. She resembled a union of human, lynx, and owl. Redmayne noted how quiet her paws were on the ground, the peacefulness of her smile, the eerie quality of her eyes. They were pools of black with red points of light for pupils, and she had a third eye upon the center of her forehead. Its eyelid was a vertical slit, which opened to reveal yet another glowing dot of red on black. Destina, the Sphinx monster. Type primordial. Level 150. Chapter 82. The Seal of the Sphinx. The Sphinx approached them, walking on quiet paws, smiling as if she were enjoying a joke no one present would understand. Phantasm. Redmayne noticed a change in the air. A stillness. The red glow of the room subtly changed color, became a shade of violet, and the shadows deepened and played unnaturally against the walls. The Sphinx walked to the left, and another Sphinx walked to the right. A third came forward, and a fourth sat on her haunches in the spot whence they had all diverged. Marked as prey. Astral Hunter wouldn't help him, as it turned out. According to his higher senses, all four Sphinxes were the genuine article. Either his skill was reporting true information, or the Sphinx's skill was powerful enough to confound his own. Gale and his two Ice Warg comrades circled out to the left and right, following the movements of her duplicates, their heads held low and their teeth bared, growling. Redmayne kept his eyes on the one who remained still, and she smiled back at him. Riddle. An hourglass appeared in the air above her head and turned over. I am the timeless cycle, where opposites hold sway. One ushers in the dawn, the other bids it away. In my constant rhythm, light and darkness play, marking time in a celestial ballet. What am I? Her lips did not move. He heard the riddle inside his mind, spoken in her voice. Redmayne glanced at the hourglass. What would happen when it turned over? He decided he'd rather not find out. The Sphinx, meanwhile, made no move to attack him. In his peripheral vision he could see her copies, if indeed that was what they were, holding the attention of the Ice Wargs, circling slowly at a speed matching theirs, answering their threatening posture with an air of smug serenity. A timeless cycle, the dawn and its absence, light and darkness, a celestial ballet. Night and day, said Redmayne. The Sphinx smiled, and the hourglass above her head broke apart before vanishing. For a moment, Redmayne thought this was going to be the most cordial battle he'd ever fought. But then a ray of glowing blue shot from the Sphinx's third eye without warning, and he slipped to the side of it with less than a heartbeat to spare before it would have pierced him right between the eyes. The other three Sphinxes used the same attack, and not all of their targets were so quick as he was. Her eye beam caught one of Gale's comrades in the chest, and in an instant, the Ice Warg became a stone statue. Redmayne's eyes widened, his pulse quickened. Would abyssal resilience protect him from such a fate? Again, he found he'd prefer not to wager on it. He set his eyes on the seated Sphinx and lunged with as much speed as his muscles would give him. Lion's lunge gnosis, 2448. His claw met the Sphinx's unmoving head, her mysterious smile. Then it was gone. She'd moved a few paces backward instantly. Redmane's swing suddenly felt like the clumsy blow of a drunkard who hadn't judged the distance properly. Lion's lunge permitted 3 follow-up attacks, and he took them all. Once, twice, 3 times, she shifted around the room, always just out of his reach. He growled. 2 could play at that. Flicker Gnosis, 2398. He'd just have to wait for her to go on the offensive. Riddle.
Another hourglass appeared above the head of the Sphinx and turned over.
I am a game of life and death, a cycle in nature's play. One hunts to survive, the other flees away. In this eternal chase, both roles I portray, in this primeval, everlasting fray. What am I?
To Redmane's sides, the fight carried on. The frigid air crackled with Gale's rage as he opened his jaws and blasted the Sphinx with a cone of frost, which she leapt over without so much as a change in facial expression. On her way by, she flicked her tail casually, and a dozen of her razor-sharp quills shot from it and struck deep into Gale's flank, making the alpha snarl and whirl around to face her when she landed. He looked badly hurt. But Redmane had to focus. The sands of the hourglass would fall whether or not he answered the riddle. A game of life and death. A cycle, hunting and fleeing, both roles in an eternal chase. Predator and prey, said Redmane. The hourglass burst and disappeared, and the Sphinx smiled. This time, all 4 of them turned their third eye toward him and shot bright blue rays of petrification. Flicker discharged when the first touched him, and the skill translocated him behind the Sphinx, engaged with Gale. Instinct pulled at his arm, but he had to be smarter. None of his attacks were landing. He had to break the phantasm, which he presumed was the source of her confounding agility. They may not be attacking her at all, simply projections of her. They may not have seen the true Sphinx yet, even. Perhaps one was real, and the others were fake. If this were the case, they would have to locate the real one. With something one could not avoid, the beast liberated Gnosis, 2348. Redmane felt a surge of savage power fly out of his body. The beast within, imbued by Gnosis with volition of its own. It jumped into the body of the Sphinx who had injured Gale to tear it asunder from the inside. The Sphinx burst like a bubble in a bloodless explosion. He felt the beast's frustration as it shot back into his body, unsatisfied. It was a fake. But the quills sticking out of Gale, the dark blood staining his fur, and the pained snarl on his face all looked quite real. Redmane turned to center his gaze on the next target. But now there were 6 of them. Flicker Gnosis, 2298. He used the skill in the nick of time, nearly too late to be skewered by a confluence of 6 blue rays promising an eternity in stone. The ice wargs leapt away from the aftermath of it, the paths of the beams momentarily threatening the whole arena. Flicker Gnosis, 2248. Just in case, he readied another. This was getting frustrating. The Sphinx remained completely unharmed, whereas he was down 1 ice warg. And while Gale didn't appear to be critically injured, he wasn't happy either. Redmane hadn't yet been hurt, but that gaze attack might as well have been the touch of death. And he was quite certain he did not want to know what happened when the sands of Riddle's hourglass ran out. 6 sphinxes pounced after them, swiping with the claws of a lynx, shooting quills from their tails, sweeping out their silent owl wings to sail over the arena
and fire rays of petrification down at Redmayne, Gale, and his one remaining packmate, who wasn't petrified. Now they were all on the defensive, their attention devoted to nothing but evasion. The real Sphinx was somewhere in here. She had to be.
The roiling ball of power in the center of this arena was real enough. So too should its guardian be physically present. He hoped. Riddle again, the hourglass appeared and turned. I am the tale of greed's display. From bountiful harvests my appetites outweighed. From excess born waste finds its way, to rot prosperity and plenty all away. What am I? This time the aggression didn't stop. A sphinx swooped down on him with her forepaws and a tail swipe, and Redmayne slid to the right, countering with an overhand claw that raked down the left side of her body. She vanished. Greed. Two sphinxes turned and shot quills at him with identical flicks of their tails, and he leapt straight up to let the cloud of spear-like projectiles sweep through the space his body occupied a heartbeat ago. Bounty. Appetites outweighed. Three sphinxes appeared in front of him and flanking him, his position the center of an equilateral triangle. Their eye rays struck each other as he dropped to the ground on his face, growled, and hosed two of them down with flame breath when he could rise to a crouch. Gnosis, 2223, Excess, Waste, and Rot. The previous two answers were a pair of opposites which rhymed, night and day, predator and prey. He saw Gale leaping to the defense of the last ice warg as two sphinxes bore down on her with rays and quills. The alpha shoulder-rammed his packmate away from the first, but the second caught her full on the face, and she went down. He had to figure this riddle out. The sands kept flowing. Greed. Bounty. Excess. Rot. An answer that rhymed with night and day, predator and prey. Redmayne dove backward as another trio of sphinxes pounced at him from all sides, and his lip curled in a growl, revealing his canines. He roared in frustration, and this time he gave it his all. Roar of the Beast Lord Gnosis, 2193. In an instant, everything changed. The swirling shadows on the walls went still. The violet tinge became crimson again. Gale and all the sphinxes cried out in pain, their eyes tightly shut, teeth gritted. There was a momentary flicker, barely longer than the blink of an eye, during which all the sphinxes in the room became jagged projections, and one appeared. The real sphinx sat at the very edge of the arena, her four legs curled under her in the manner of a cat relaxing. She winced in pain like all her phantasmal duplicates, having hidden herself by the power of the skills she employed to form her zone of illusion. The distortion lingered a moment longer, and then the true sphinx returned to invisibility, and her fakes returned to their normal forms. But he'd seen her. Sphinxes came at him and Gale, and he fought back, but this time he casually worked his way in that direction as he dodged and countered, ducked and lunged, struck phantasmal sphinxes out of existence with the sweep of his claws, with a diving bite, with limbs that could flow into the form of any weapon he chose. He wanted to signal to Gale somehow, but he didn't want to risk revealing what he knew. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a group of sphinxes converge on him, one threatening him with claws to the face, a quartet in the back showering his flanks with quills. This time Gale's back legs gave out, and he fell to the ground, growling his defiance even as they all closed in on him. And the hourglass kept going. Perhaps he could be the one to provide her with a surprise this time. There were shadows all over the ground and the walls. He stepped into one, skirting the surface before the deep plunge into the abyss. Here he could walk to another shadow nearby
and step out of it as if it were a door. And there just so happened to be one beside the place he'd seen the true Sphinx. As he moved toward it, his mind felt clearer. The effect of the abyss, perhaps, or simply the clarity which came from solving a problem. One solution often led right to the next one. Greed and excess, waste and rot, night and day, predator and prey. Redmayne slid out of the shadow and grasped an invisible pair of shoulders. He grinned. Abundance and decay. The hourglass shattered, and a smiling sphinx appeared in his hands. Redmayne expected her to look at least a little surprised, but she didn't. Her fingers, soft as petals, traced the outline of his cheek. She looked deep into his eyes, in the way of someone so profoundly in love they recognized their own soul in the eyes of their counterpart. Riddle. The hourglass appeared and turned. A shadow in the heart, a whisper that rings true. Born from slights and bitter ends, I linger close to you. In the cycle of retribution, my path you will pursue. When you have consumed me, then I shall consume you. What am I? Redmayne froze, and not from petrification. He too gazed deep into her 3 eyes, those pits of abyssal black with points of glowing red for pupils. Those were his eyes. This was his mind. They had taken these things from him, and now that he stood to reclaim them, the answer to the riddle appeared in his mind. It was obvious. It was something he thought of often, daily, and not just recently, throughout all the life he remembered. Revenge. The hourglass broke, and again the Sphinx smiled. And she continued to smile, even at the sickening crunch and tear of her throat being torn out by Redmayne's jaws, and the wet gurgle of air escaping her open windpipe, mixed with the blood flowing down her chest in a curtain of glistening red. As Redmayne feasted, her smile never wavered. Level Up! Chapter 83. The Seal of the Sphinx. Redmayne ate his fill of the flesh of the Sphinx, his eyes closed, absorbed in his meal. Corpus, 28,826. And when his eyes opened, they were pools of black with points of red light for pupils. Level Up! Level 112 to 113. Level 113 to 114. Level 114 to 115. Level 115 to 116. Quality points awaiting allocation, 4. Grace, 63 to 65. Fortitude, 62 to 64. Monster skills learned, Phantasm. Bloodline skill, Monstrous. Rank 1. Evolution possible. Sustained, 100 gnosis per 30 seconds. The monster captures the minds of creatures around it, bringing them into a false sensory reality. The targets of this skill believe the phantasmal images are real. An illusory dagger will cut them, an imaginary garrote can strangle them, a phantom gate will block them. If they fall under the effect of this skill, illusionary sources of damage truly inflict damage upon the creature. The damage a monster may inflict in this way is limited to what it could naturally inflict with its own skills and natural weapons, regardless of what the attack looks like to the affected creature. This skill does not function automatically upon creatures of equal or higher level than the monster. If the targeted creature possesses a quality such as willpower, focus, or cunning, they have a chance to resist being fooled by the illusion. If the concentration of the monster is broken even momentarily, any creature may see through the illusion, regardless of level. Ray of Petrification. Bloodline skill, Monstrous. Rank 1, Evolution possible. Active, 30 gnosis.
The monster's baleful gaze can turn a living creature to stone. The gaze attack has the following weapon profile. Petrification Ray, 30 gnosis per use. Damage +0. Evasion negation, 20, fast 10. Might, damage, petrified. Grace, damage, petrified. The petrified condition transfigures creatures into mindless, inert statues, along with all items in their physical possession. If the statue resulting from this skill is broken or damaged, the subject, if ever returned to its original state, will have similar damage or deformities. The petrified creature is not dead, but is unconscious, and will remain in this state for as long as the condition is upon them, even well after their natural lifespan. Should the condition be removed by a skill or the application of an alchemical remedy, the petrified creature will return to consciousness with no awareness of how much time has passed. Sight beyond sight. Bloodline skill, monstrous. Rank 0. Evolution possible, passive. The monster possesses a third eye upon its brow, which can see beyond the dimensions of the physical world. Rank 0. In its nascent state, the monster has no control over what the third eye sees, or when. Sometimes it may pierce illusions, see into different planes of existence, detect a liar, reveal the true form of an object or creature, or even glimpse the past or the future. The monster may also have prophetic dreams. Redmayne reread the last one. He touched his forehead. There was a vertical slit there. An eyelid. When he opened his third eye, the room violently whirled around him. There was a sense of movement. Travel. Even though he didn't seem to travel anywhere physical. The carcasses of the ice wargs were gone, but he remained in this cavern. There stood one of the 5 heroes. Redmayne remembered him from the vision he had at the Gru Burrow in Morazan Valley. This was Dinesti, the one adept with magic, with the ever-peaceful demeanor. He wore robes and a slender thrusting sword belted at his waist, and he was overseeing the construction of the circle which would contain this fragment of Kral the Devourer's essence. For days and nights they prepared, tirelessly, their stamina enhanced by some old working of magic. This was a time before Numantia, before skills. When it was done, the man smiled and produced a small but securely locked chest. He drew a long, slender dagger from a sheath at his waist, still smiling. The man stabbed his own eye socket, and when he pulled the weapon out, his skewered eyeball came with it. Then he opened the chest, and the mote of searing crimson power contained within it flared to life. It leapt onto the severed eyeball as if it were famished, ravenous for flesh to consume, and the caster threw the conjoined mass into the circle. It flared again, brightly, angrily. But it could no longer escape the circle. Until now. He was back in the present. Gale and his packmate lay motionless on the floor. The other warg was a stone statue. Perhaps the Sphinx was using her phantasm as cover for real rays of petrification. And in the center of the circle, a pulsing, glowing ball of power flared, as if beckoning to him. Redmayne rose from his crouch and approached it. The protective force field surrounding it was no longer there. His touch was unimpeded. It seemed to compel him to get closer, and the closer he got, the more he felt like the rhythm of its pulse mirrored the beating of his heart. As before, the moment his finger touched it, fire engulfed his soul. Again he sensed his incompleteness, that he was but a portion of a vast power, cleaved from itself and confined, yearning to come together as one again. The fire was its fury. Redmayne grasped the power before him, allowing it to surge into his being, and in that moment, a tiny lock disintegrated within a molten furnace.
Then the flames enveloped him entirely. It was a profound, transformative pain. Might plus 20 grace plus 20 fortitude plus 20 armor plus 10 evasion plus 10. Skill evolved. Devourer bloodline. Skill monstrous. Rank 2. Evolution possible. Passive. Rank 0. The monster derives sustenance from anything, and its digestion produces no waste. Its teeth and jaws can chew through most substances with sustained effort. The monster's consumption of flesh restores its corpus, and consumption of magic restores its gnosis. All caps for corpus and gnosis, regardless of source, are removed. The consumption of refined metals will permanently increase the monster's armor and the damage of its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines. Damage and armor gains are proportionate to the quantity and purity of metals consumed. When the monster consumes the flesh of a creature possessing a skill, it will adopt that skill as its own at rank 1. If the creature possesses multiple skills, the monster will acquire that creature's highest ranked skill. If the creature possesses more than one skill tied for highest rank, the monster acquires them all. Skills obtained in this way increase in rank by whatever process the monster gains in power, if any. When the monster consumes weapons and armor with special qualities, it may allocate those qualities to its physical, natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the monster possesses a natural armor bonus. If the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the monster's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. The monster may also consume talismans and vestments, thereby inheriting whatever bonuses or special qualities they conferred while worn. Rank 1. The monster consumes the souls of sapient beings it has eaten. The souls of consumed beings take residence in the monster's soul space, and may speak to and hear one another, and the monster, as if all were physically present. If the monster no longer wishes to speak or listen to souls occupying its soul space, it can block communication from them at any time. If the monster possesses a skill capable of creating a minion, it may imbue the minion with the soul of a being previously consumed by Devourer. The soul retains the ability to use all its skills, provided the form it occupies possesses sufficient gnosis to use them. If the minion in question is slain or dismissed by the monster, the soul returns immediately to the monster's soul space. At any time, the monster may destroy the soul of a being it has consumed, granting it a sum of gnosis proportionate to the strength of the soul in question. Rank 2. The monster's mouth becomes a vortex of indiscriminate consumption. This ability functions as the opposite of a breath weapon. A conical area centered on the monster's mouth functions as a vortex, drawing in any objects within its range. Upon ingestion, these objects will bestow upon the monster any benefits they would confer if they were eaten normally. The monster's soul space serves as a repository for consumed souls, per the norm, although the vortex has no effect on incorporeal creatures. The vortex has an effective might score equal to the monster's for the purpose of determining its ability to pull heavy objects in. The size of the cone will increase as rank increases. His feet touched the ground, and Redmayne realized he'd been floating in the air, physically drawn to the source of his severed essence. He felt the new power in his form, the sharpness of his senses. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, grounding himself in the present, air flowing into his lungs, into muscles freshly charged with strength. A sense of greater self-awareness came with the power, clearing some of the fog from his mind. Redmayne was something new. The supreme soul of this world, its champion, the end point of all it had been through. And the timing of his emergence was no accident.
His world was under threat. Forces from without threatened its very existence. He did not understand why their own god, the system, would set him into motion. Surely it knew what he would do, which side he would take. But perhaps its game was as yet unclear to him. Redmayne had to learn more. A stirring distracted him. He glanced down, saw Gale struggling to lift his head. "You're alive." Redmayne nodded. "You look different." "Indeed. I've done what I came to do. Your pack can use this space now. It's safe." The Ice Warg Alpha put his head back down and closed his eyes as if he were merely taking a nap. "Our lives were well spent then. Do you wish to live on?" Gale opened an eye, canted his head curiously. "Serve me. There is an evil force in this land. It comes to consume all in its path, leaving nothing behind. It will arrive here, and when it does, it will destroy your pack along with everything else." Gale stared at Redmayne, looking weary, wearing an expression that asked, "Haven't I done enough?" Redmayne fixed him with a steady stare. Eventually, Gale put his head back down on the ground with a huff. "Very well. I am old, but I can still fight." Redmayne held out his hand, and a mouth sprouted upon its palm. It inhaled deeply, and a whirling vortex began to form in the air. Gale opened his eyes again, confused and a bit alarmed, the wind first pulling at his hair and then dragging him bodily across the ground. Then, abruptly, the body of the Ice Warg Alpha shot into the vortex. "That was interesting," he said, from soul space. Gale, Ice Warg Alpha. Slain. Tasks completed. 2/2. Zone tasks completed. Zone, the Fangs of Frost, has been cleared. Level 116 to level 117. Level 117 to level 118. Quality points awaiting allocation? 2. The Fangs of Frost will be integrated into the domain of House Redmayne. Might, 85 to 86. Fortitude, 84 to 85. It was time to call a gathering. He had to explain this to them all. For the imbued, it would be a difficult thing to accept, and he didn't have evidence to present them. The old crone was gone, and he had no means of calling to her. But he had to convince them of the reality of the situation. Lartathval awoke to a thunderous explosion. His eyes snapped open, and he flew out of bed, ran to his bedroom window, and swept aside the drapes. The Descentus did so just in time to see Drusilla's lance blast a hole through the top of the governess's tower. And the only magister here whose skills hit that hard was the governess herself. Which meant, what's going on? It was one of the courtesans lying in his bed. She stirred, opened her eyes a sliver, and reached for him. "Go back to sleep, it's nothing," he said, though his tone wasn't as convincing as he'd have liked. She mumbled something and lay her head on the ample chest of the girl lying beside her. Lar stared out at the aerial battle taking place above the city, transfixed by it. Jarrell Craith had gone and done the most foolish thing he'd ever done in his life. Unless he'd found some way to even the playing field. If that were the case, he should leave Terracon. Now. Chapter 84. Terracon. Skyline. People had always praised Jarrell Craith for his restraint. Even when he was a boy, he waited his turn to speak. He paid careful, quiet attention to his teachers. He abided by the rules. Early on, perhaps before he could even speak, he became aware of the difference between the way things were and the way they ought to be. And that bothered him. He didn't approve of disruptive children. the ones who made the instructor stop the lesson to deal with them. Little Jarell Craith would glare quietly, frustrated at the lack of efficiency of it. He felt it was a theft of his time. His disapproval of the ones who stood out began early. It was no different in the academy. Again and again, Jarell Craith collected compliments and commendations for being cool under fire, for possessing unshakable focus, for the ability to stay calm and de-escalate a tense situation, for maintaining his composure and following orders precisely no matter the situation. None of those people would recognize him tonight. He laughed into the wind. His face was burnt, his robes were in ruin, and he was engaging his own superior in a battle to the death. Holding Life Drinker and Soul Stealer, Jarell Craith shot at the governess like a cannonball, a blur of slashing death. The blades in his hands drinking deep of his own vitality, lending him speed and power at the cost of everything, perhaps. But he didn't care anymore. At the very least, it was gratifying to see the smugness wiped from Messia Porcena's expression. Her sword was forged of a fine grade of star steel, as befitted someone of her status. It was longer than Life Drinker or Soul Stealer, straight and double-edged, coming to a tapering point that flashed in the moonlight when it darted past his guard. But her strikes, though quick and accurate, were non-committal. They were distractions. Her blade wove through a dizzying defensive pattern in the meantime, a challenge even for his enhanced perception and speed. Corpus, 55,464, Gnosis, 12,301. She was stalling, placing her bet on Life Drinker and Soul Stealer to win the battle for her. If he failed to overpower her in time, he would be utterly drained. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer hungered for everything, for all of it, for her life force and for his. The blades guided his hands, well trained as they were, lending untold eons of malice to his every movement. They were hateful things, these weapons, no doubt created in anger by some ancient god bent on destruction. Even as they helped Jarell, they were killing him, extracting their heavy price from his body and soul. The moment he let go of these things, he would feel quite weak, which meant he couldn't let go, not until it was done. And if he should have no more life left of his own, he would still have bested a traitor and a blasphemer. A fine trade. Messia evaded flurry after flurry, soaring away from them, making him chase her across the evening sky. Only now she did not harry his pursuit with skills, no doubt knowing that Soul Stealer's touch could consume them. As he charged, she turned, the point of her sword striking like the stinger of a scorpion, straight and true, forcing him to abort and deflect or evade, and by the time he chose, she'd escaped again, and again, and again, with a trace of that mocking smile on her lips. Corpus, 40,023. Gnosis, 9,882. Her tactics were working. A cold knot of fear began to form in his stomach. Perhaps recklessness was the wrong course. Perhaps he had doomed himself. Foolishness. Jarell's eyes widened. He looked down at the blades in his hands. "Thou art still holding back," said Life Drinker. "Thou art playing her game," said Soul Stealer. Life Drinker pulsed with a dark energy. "She exploits thy hesitation," it whispered. "Every moment thou delayest, she grows bolder. Release thy fear, and let us guide thee." Soul Stealer thrummed in agreement. "You cling to restraint, even now. She sees it, uses it against you. Abandon the chains of thy past. Embrace the power we offer." "You are more than you believe," Life Drinker urged. "More than Numantia's perfect soldier. There are many of those, and but one of you. You are a force of nature,
unbound by their rules. Let go of doubt, Soulstealer insisted. Let go of the need to be recognized by those who never understood thee. Thou art beyond them now. We can end this. Trust in us. There is a storm within thee, Jarrell Craith. Unleash it.
Jarrell felt a surge coursing through him, a thrum of power emanating from Life Drinker and Soulstealer. His grip on the hilts tightened, and he sensed the ancient malice within the weapons aligning with his own resolve. The boundaries of his own strength expanded, the limitations he had known dissolving in the wake of their dark promise. Decide now, said Life Drinker. Decide to win, said Soulstealer. It was a simple decision. Truly, it was no decision at all. And in that instant, Jarrell Craith became aware of the contents of his own heart in ways he had never perceived before. He understood that all his life he'd been building barriers around his anger at the world, containing it, confining it with training, with patience and discipline, trusting in the rules. At first, he believed that his fidelity to those rules, to the correct way of doing things, earned him recognition and honors because his superiors valued the same thing. Not so. They valued him only insofar as they could use him. The disruptive brat children were still among him, in positions of power over him, and it filled him with rage. Good. Thou sees it. Now use it, said Life Drinker. Rage is thy weapon, said Soulstealer. He was on Messia Porcina so fast it looked like he'd translocated. Perhaps he had. Perhaps he had the power to do so all along. He only held it back. Again he noted with satisfaction that her smile was gone. In its place was a glare of intense concentration as the blur of his blades pushed her defensive acumen to its limits. The clashing of swords echoed throughout the city below, faster and faster, the clamor of steel taking place at a tempo no human hand could match. She broke away, but barely, sailing through the air to the site of their next exchange. Corpus, 30,014. Gnosis, 8,253. He was there when she arrived. And this time, he saw fear in those eyes. It was the first time he'd ever found Messia Porcina attractive. Their duel would not be won with a masterstroke of perception and precision. He did not spot, at last, a fleeting gap in her exceptional defenses. Nor did he bait her with feints and patterns, only to change his rhythm at a fatal moment. His encyclopedic knowledge of the martial arts did not avail him in the least. This time Jarrell Craith prevailed with brute force. His arms and the weapons they held were a blur, too fast to be observed by the mortal eye. Life Drinker and Soulstealer flooded him with power, made his offensive velocity into something unstoppable, unbeatable. The paths of those blades seamlessly integrated by the harmonious action of not one, but 3 minds. A ghostly, heatless fire emanated from the edges of the blades, flowing up his arms, red on the right, blue on the left, and the two became a haze of violet in the space between himself and the governess. Messia appeared to understand that her guard wouldn't last much longer. He could see it in her eyes. The strain on her face made Jarrell smile. Her smugness was a bitter memory. She sensed a small gap in his offense, tried to break away again. Soulstealer struck the sword from her hands. It went spinning through the night sky, glinting in the light of the moons. Life Drinker bit deep into her stomach. Blood sprayed from her back as the blade punched out, running her through. The fell blades and their wielder felt a thrill of bloodlust, as if the 3 were a single consciousness. Corpus, 45,516. Messia Porcina let out a convulsive and distinctly unladylike snarl. She grasped the wrist holding Life Drinker in both hands,
kicked the hand holding Soul Stealer so fast he barely had time to register the blow. He felt a jolt of fear as his grip on the black blade failed, and it fell. But all he would have to do was conjure it from the Godslayer's arsenal again,
And then she smiled at him. Velovesna's detonation. There was a flash. When he regained consciousness, he could feel himself falling. The chill night wind buffeted his ears, blew his hair into his face. His body felt feeble. A new set of pain points on his body throbbed insistently, and he was even more badly burnt than before. Jarrell Craith blinked his eyes open, as if reluctantly waking from a nap. And then they snapped open when he returned to his senses. He righted himself in the air, realized he was empty-handed. But it was no matter. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer would have returned to the Godslayer's arsenal. He could call them again at need. But where was Messia Porcena? He was above the water. Terracon lay before him and far beneath him. In the darkness, there was no way of knowing where she'd landed. Perhaps she fell into the sea and drowned. He locked his eyes on the governess's tower and streaked through the air toward it as fast as he could fly. Confirmation would be necessary. He would dispatch a search party to locate the governess's remains. He would summon Arnth Turan and Lar Tathval for an emergency meeting. And then he would assume command as provisional governor. Jarrell flew in through the hole Messia had blasted in her town tower and made haste to her offices. There he called up the Atlas of Volos, looking for her system tag. He let out a sigh of relief when he saw that there wasn't one. Good. All that remained was a search for her corpse, then. Jarrell Craith fell into the governess's chair, the governor's chair now, and closed his eyes. For a few long moments he simply breathed, recovering, a quiet but growing swell of exultation in his chest. He'd actually done it. But all is not complete, said Life Drinker. Nay, there is much yet to be done, said Soul Stealer. Jarrell's eyes opened. A pang of unease shot down his spine. The swords should not be able to speak to him from their storage space. We are in thy heart now, Jarrell Craith, said Life Drinker. Now we can give good counsel to thee at any time, said Soul Stealer. We would see you rise to great heights, to conquer thy enemies, and to institute the order thou desires. We are most interested in your foe as well, the one called Redmane. Yes, well versed are we in the ways of slaying demons. Jarrell shook his head, as if to clear their voices away. He did not answer them, but they spoke no further. They were right about there being much to do, however. As he got on the Pharos and called for the formation of a search party, summoned his remaining Sicarii for an emergency meeting, sent messages to Arnth Turan and Lar Tathval for the same, and began drafting an emergency address to the people of Terracon and the citizens and factions of the imperial province of Volos, he attempted to ignore the lingering sensation that he was no longer alone in his own mind. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer indulged him with silence, for the time being. Chapter 85. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. Between the ability to switch bodies with any of his spawn and the ability to travel the abyss, Redmane assembled his imbued allies in a remarkably short period. Flora was easy to find, because she was everywhere. And then there were Pieter, Dobrogost, Vang and his demi-human band, and the ice warg Gale, whom he could spawn wherever he chose. He gathered them all together at the abyssal well beneath the town of Rollo's Pass, knowing only that he urgently wished to speak of what he'd learned. But once he stood on the ledge of the well, as if it were a podium, he found himself momentarily speechless. There was much to explain. He found himself at a loss for where to begin. I am the cause of the blight across Volos. When in doubt, deliver the worst news first. It raised more than a few eyebrows. Even Volter and Vengarl looked a little perturbed. "I take it you're going to explain that?" said Volter. Redmayne nodded. And then he began by explaining what he used to be in lifetimes past. He described what was done to him at the hands of the 5 heroes, leading to his ultimate fate as a captive creature in the custody of the Morholt family, who, over the long course of generations, forgot the duty entrusted to them. He explained his connection to not only the peoples of Volos, but the very beasts of the land, owing to his original nature as the divine father of all animal life. He explained what his seditious son, Voss, had done to him, the death of his original self, and the birth of the Lord of Hunger. The reactions of his audience were mixed. Flora, Pieter, and Dobrogost listened attentively. The latter two nodded along at times. The imbued looked skeptical. He noted all their reactions, but spoke on. "Which brings me to the present," said Redmayne, "to what I believe my purpose is, in light of the doom hanging over our world." "Doom?" asked the Magister Irina. "The coming of Numantia portends the death of Volos, as it has for every world it has ever colonized." If the imbued were skeptical a moment ago, they were now upset. A few appeared insulted. Valter had his arms folded, a bushy eyebrow cocked. "Well, that's a claim. What gave you that impression?" "The Numantians have been nothing but good for Volos, far as I'm concerned," said Vengarl. "And you should know. You're in the system too," said the Justiciar Vela. "If anyone should be grateful to the system, it is I," said Redmayne. "I owe the Numantian god my freedom. But those who command Numantia's magic power do so only to conquer and consume. And when nothing remains of a world, they close their astral bridge and depart, leaving a dead world behind." Irina's brother, the warrior Radovid, appeared to have heard enough. His brows were drawn together, and there was a flush of anger on his cheeks. "This is nonsense. Let me guess, Redmayne, we're to take you at your word for this, yes? Can you furnish any proof of these claims?" Redmayne frowned and shook his head. "I cannot." "I can," said someone standing behind them all. The group turned as one. There stood a tall young man, wearing a hooded cloak made of a dark, silken fabric. When all the eyes in the room turned his way, he doffed his hood and bowed floridly, with a sardonic smile. "La Tathval, Dissentis of Terracon, at your service. I'll try to make this explanation concise, because this place will be overrun with Sicari in a moment." A towering, spectral image of Jarel Craith appeared in the sanctuaries of every faction in Volos, including the courtyard of Castle Redmayne. The praetor had bathed, fixed his hair, and healed his injuries, and he wore a fresh set of robes. Anyone who hadn't met him before would not have noticed how gaunt he now looked, or how much his hairline had grayed and receded in a few brief minutes. "Imbued of Volos, I am Praetor Jarel Craith. I send this emergency message to the sanctuary of every faction. First, I wish to extend my sincere thanks to you, valiant guardians of our land, for your unwavering dedication and perseverance in these perilous times, as you have borne the brunt of so many difficulties. But it is my great regret to inform you all that there will be more difficult times ahead. We have discovered the cause of this unprecedented blight. By the negligence of Governess Messia Porcena, however, it was allowed to run free and grow in power, and now, perhaps by the governess's very complicity, it appears to have infiltrated the system itself. I have confronted the governess with these allegations and the concrete evidence which supports them, but rather than submit to my authority as praetor, she chose resistance. And so, I regret to inform you, I had no choice but to answer force with force. Governess Porcena is no more, and my first action as provisional governor is to call a colony-wide hunt on her accomplice, the one called Redmayne. The faction known as House Redmayne is declared anathema, an outlaw faction. When this message has concluded,
Their access to the Pharos network and marketplace will have been severed, and any zones under their control will be considered fair game for any faction who wishes to expand their territory. The demon known as Redmane, their ringleader, shall be considered a monster and dealt with as such. By the authority vested in me as Praetor, I hereby strip this imbued of his status and protections under Numantian colonial law, along with those of any imbued who stand with him. The colonial government will richly reward the imbued who brings me their heads. To all those held captive against their will in the territory of House Redmane, do what you can to escape safely, but do not act rashly. Shelter in place if you must, and await the coming of the imbued and other agents of the colonial government. And quiet your fears. Your deliverance is close at hand. Eric Morholt found himself on an endless field of corpses. His cousin Aaron sat next to him, staring vacantly off into the sky, rocking in place, muttering to himself. The proud knight, the imbued warrior, reduced to this. Eric would have taken more joy in the sight had they not found themselves in such a nightmare. He'd never have imagined the afterlife to be like this. It was quiet. Tranquil, if not for the scenery, but if it went on like this for a while longer, he supposed he'd lose his mind as well, like his poor cousin here. The grisly terrain stretched off into the horizon in all directions, rolling hills of gore, the blood bright red as if it had been freshly spilt. Objects of varying size floated in the orange sky, chunks of stone, half-eaten buildings, sections of the bodies of titanic life forms. His reaction to the horror of it was to retreat into the back of his mind, to analyze it. Analysis was a safe thing to do. You could learn from it, become better prepared. Something ate all these bodies and body parts. He could tell by the jagged wounds, the bite marks. If this was hell, it could be the hell of being eaten alive, or it could be even more specific than that. The hell of being eaten by Redmane. If it were the second one, Redmane had eaten quite a lot. Movement caught his eye in the distance. A tiny figure near the horizon, approaching slowly. Soon it took the shape of a man walking alone. He drew nearer still, and Arik could make out his features. The man bore a startling resemblance to Redmane, except his hair was brown, and his eyes were green, and he was garbed in a style Arik could only refer to as ancient. A black cloak, decorative bracers and shin guards, a long loincloth, and naught else. Arik's pulse picked up a bit. He had a decision to make. There was no telling how long he would be alone out here. He did not know if this man was a friend or foe. But he'd died once already. Dying again would be worth the risk if the alternative was the eternal companionship of Aaron Morholt, the vegetable. He stood and waved his hands in the air. "Hail! Over here!" The man stopped, looked, and moved with such blinding speed that Arik fell back on his rear, his eyes wide with shock. Up close, the resemblance was even more startling. But this man was definitely not Redmane. There was a distinct air about him, a hardness in his eyes. He looked Arik up and down, and then Aaron. "My father spared your souls, did he?" said the man. "Why?" Arik swallowed, shook his head. "I don't know. To torment us, I suppose." The man's mouth creased into a frown. "Come." He turned and continued walking in the direction he'd been going before Eric hailed him. In a panic, Eric jostled his cousin, who looked up at him with wild eyes. Said Aaron. "Come on, get up. We're going somewhere." Aaron turned out to be agreeable, in the way of a drunkard or a witless old man. Eric helped him up, and the two of them hurried after the stranger. "Where are you going?" The man didn't look back when he spoke. "There is a fail-safe, a way out of this place. This was not an outcome I desired, but I planned for it, just in case. I don't understand, said Auric. I built the Lord of Hunger from the substance of my vanquished father. He was made to consume whatever I fed him, things I didn't want in my world. Those things will still be here. Auric felt a chill go down his spine. His mind burned with questions, but fear of the answers sealed his mouth shut.
Makia Porcena beheld the dark waters of the sea coming up fast to meet her face. The impact would surely blast all the bones in her body to powder. But it wouldn't hurt. The impact would knock her out, and that would be that. She didn't notice how much darker than normal the surface of that water was until after she'd struck its surface. It felt like falling onto a plush mattress, like the gentle hands of a mother catching and cradling her child. If this was death, it wasn't so bad. She didn't even feel the wound she'd taken from Life Drinker. That was the worst pain she'd ever felt in her life. And even worse than that, she could feel the will of the weapon as it drained her life away. There was a sense of pleasure, of delight in her pain. Nicaea touched her stomach, and to her surprise, she found that while the hole in her nightgown remained, the wound itself had stopped bleeding and was closing on its own. The longer she remained conscious, the more she came to wonder if she was truly dead, or if this was... Her bare feet touched what felt like solid ground beneath an inch of water. She looked about and saw no one. Nothing. Darkness stretching off into infinity. Her eyes slowly widened in recognition as she understood where she was. Quiet thy fears. The abyss is not so unfriendly a place. She wheeled around toward the origin of the voice. Behind her stood an old crone in earthen robes, with brilliant green eyes and a smile on her crooked lips. Do not thank me too soon, though, Numantian. I have need of thy knowledge. Macia Porcena's eyebrow rose. An abyss witch. So, Jarrell hadn't completely lost his mind. And if I should refuse to help you, then thou shalt wander the abyss until thy very mind and soul come apart. She smirked at the crone. I can appreciate a good negotiator. Chapter 86. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. The bottom level of the Deepwell Monastery was a large, circular chamber, its centerpiece an immense pool of dark water. Framing the pool was a scene etched directly into the stone. Voss, holding the Godbreaker in his right hand, his left grasping a pair of chains connected to the necks of the Lord of Hunger and the Lady of Plenty. Redmayne stood with his back to this image, using the ledge of the abyssal well as a stage to address his allies. Now he shared the stage with Lar Tathval, the Descentus of Terracon, and the audience didn't seem pleased with his words. If it was true, it was damning. Numantia came in peace first. They sent astral pilgrims to establish friendly contact with the world. There would be a cultural exchange. Language, religion, magic and technology, food and drink, music and art and sport. The astral pilgrims would beg the local rulers for permission to build churches of the Nine. Then, when consent was secured and the first humble chapels constructed, they would begin converting as many of the natives as possible. Those who showed exemplary devotion would be chosen to take astral communion and become their world's first imbued. The next arrivals would be mercantile concerns, trading companies in the employ of the Scion families. The Numantians would establish a colony somewhere in the world, as a show of good faith to the natives that they were here for a long and mutually fruitful relationship. The colony was the true purpose of it all. The site of this city is to be chosen with care. The strongest available ley line convergence will be located and built upon. Usually the natives have little geomantic knowledge,
and thus have nothing of consequence constructed in these areas. Sometimes there is, and Numantia has to persuade the natives that the site would make for a fine city, a metropolis, this world's shining hub of commerce, both astral and terrestrial. Once the colony is built, the game is over. The city itself is a work of geomancy, designed so that it funnels the power of the ley lines directly into the astral bridge. And the colonial government assigns an artifact to the personal retinue of the governor or governess, whose duty it is to ensure the efficient channeling of the natural gnosis of the world through the astral highways toward the convergence of all power. The Adis Prism, the mind of the system. The system, in turn, manages a great hierarchy of lesser systems throughout the entire empire. Day and night, without ever so much as a moment's respite, it operates the machine of Numantia with divine efficiency. Sometimes the natives of a world learn the truth about this grand design. The successful ones close ranks, spread the word, make their preparations, and then rise in rebellion, which is when the legions are deployed. And the rebels have to contend with not only the vast military resources of Numantia, but also the large portion of their own population which the Numantians have converted to their way of life and the religion of the Nine. And if they do not begin the conflict fully sympathetic with their own conquerors, the descentis of the colony will adjust their attitudes, opinions, beliefs, and political positions with the correct saturation of propaganda. The rebels will not be freedom fighters in the eyes of the common colonial citizen. They will be demons. Demons to be exterminated without hesitation or mercy. If the descentis does his duty with even minimal competence, the demon slayers will always have the gratitude and moral sanction of the people. 999 times out of 1,000, this is a losing proposition for the rebels. If Numantia can't get its way by treating you well, you will be crushed. Because determined enemies can avenge themselves of lighter injuries, and neither the Triarchy nor the heads of the Scion families wish to stand in fear of revenge from anyone. Ever. They're a paranoid lot, despite their near incomprehensible power. Redmayne listened carefully to Lar Tathval as he laid it all out, noticing a hint of a sardonic smile on the descentis's face. A curious expression to wear when delivering news of this kind, but perhaps that was simply the way his face looked. Then he looked out over the faces of his imbued friends. There were many sets of wide, unblinking eyes. Volt shook his head, mumbling in denial. The Magisters Alma Bredor and Evelina Kroll, whom he'd met in Asgoth, held each other's hands so hard their knuckles were white. The Justiciar Vela stared at the ground, her face tightened up in thought. Irina attempted to speak. Her lips moved, but no sound came out, which made her blink and shake off the daze, clear her throat. "If this is all true," she said, staring up at Lar Tathval, "why are you telling us now?" 999 out of 1,000 seditious colonies are crushed, as I said, he said. But I have a good feeling about this one. Her eyebrows rose, and she blinked. A good feeling. Irina looked as though a feather could have knocked her over. Radovid frowned with concern and put his arm around his sister, and she leaned on him. Radovid's own face was a mix of anger and disbelief. He clenched his jaw, his voice a growl. All this time, we've been helping them tighten the noose around our own necks. So they just let us all die? Asked Evelina. They don't let anyone out? Migrate them to another world? Lar's smile soured. Well, yes. Sometimes they resettle populations in other worlds, but only when a population is unusually productive or useful in some unique way. In such cases, they will shrive their memories clean and fabricate a new story for them. The story of a world whose death could not have been avoided, and so Numantia, in its mercy, resettled them at great expense. How long is this draining going to take? asked Alma.
Several mortal generations, said Lar Tathval. It's a fairly gentle process. They stretch it out over a long span of time, so as not to alarm the natives too much. The process can be accelerated, but this is detrimental to the stability of the overall gnosis yield of the colony world, so they don't do it except in dire circumstances. Flora, who sat on the edge of the well at Redmayne's side, spoke up at that.
I have indeed felt a strange pull in a southeasterly direction. I feel it in the roots and branches of all mine trees. It feeleth like the receding of the tide, a gathering in of gnosis.
Redmayne noticed the way Lar Tathval glanced at Flora, his eyes subtly widening. As if he'd just discovered something. His own eyes narrowed. Valter spoke up next. So if all they're doing is harvesting gnosis, why bother with any of this imbued stuff? The imbued are useful tools. Monster hunters, evangelists, enforcers of Numantian law. They found it helps for the hand holding the truncheon to belong to a native. It makes them look magnanimous.
What happens to the imbued when a world is done for? Asked Vengarl.
That depends upon the character of the imbued in question, their power level, their loyalty to Numantia over their own home, their record of service, and their overall usefulness to the colonial government. Sometimes the Redmayne's third eye snapped open. A gigantic skeletal hand reached out over him and his entire group, and then that hand curled into a fist and crushed them. Death was near. It was here, now, in this very room with them. He turned and shoved both Lar Tathval and Flora into the abyssal well, with naught but a moment to spare before Sicari appeared all around them. Sicarius Neonate, first generation imbued, level 100. These he'd seen before. He fought one in a cavern not far from here. And of course, one of these was the fateful meal which set all this into motion. The neonates had porcelain white skin and orbs of obsidian for eyes. They wore simple white robes and cloaks, and carried a single star-steel blade. This time, there were 18 of them. Sicarius Ancilla, first generation imbued, level 200. There were 9 of these, standing in the back rank. They too were white as bleached bone, with black pits for eyes. But the divine flesh they were made of seemed more mature. Their bodies were taller and leaner, longer of limb, and they held an assortment of finely wrought star-steel armaments. 27 god-killers appeared in an instant. 27 pairs of jet-black eyes fixed on Redmayne. They moved as one. Neonates first. In a perfectly coordinated leap, the Ancilla simply vanished. Within the 2 coteries of imbued present, a few were quick enough to see and react to what was happening, while the rest of them were wheeling around to regard the intruders with shocked expressions. Irina the Magister and Crumb of Asgoff were in action. Irina raised her staff, and its head glowed green. Alia's emerald arrow. A comet of gnosis burst forth, streaking toward a descending neonate. Crumb cracked his neck, grinning like a madman, and struck another out of the air with an overhand right. The neonates descended upon Redmayne's allies with precision. Blades clashed with a metallic ring, the chamber echoing with the sounds of struggle. Grunts, the scrape of steel, the flash of skills, the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. The imbued fought with determination born out of pure shock, as if it weren't bad enough to have had the scales ripped from their eyes by Lar Tathval. This ambush drove home the reality of his words. Redmayne's other allies, all of whom were his own spawn, did not seem to share in those misgivings. Vang, Zorn, Nook, and Thrak leapt into battle with glee, as did the ice warg Gale, who was plainly confused by Lar Tathval's talking and how all the humans were reacting to it. Both the demi-humans and the ice warg greeted the attacking Sicari like friends making a surprise visit with swords.
Pieter the priest and Dobrogost the warlock stood back to back, fending off neonates with defensive skills.
Alma and Evelina made a fine pair, wielding skills of fire and frost. Valter and Vengarl had their weapons out and firing a heartbeat after Irina and Crumb. Redmayne took it all in at a glance. For a moment, things looked like they would be all right. Then his third eye burned. Flicker Gnosis, 2143. A straight-bladed polearm appeared out of nothingness just before Flicker yanked Redmayne's body to safety. It would have appeared inside his chest. The skill translocated him behind the Sicarii Ancilla, and he raised a claw to strike down his surprise assailant, a snarl in his throat. Which is when 8 more blades and their owners appeared in a circle around him, all at the same instant, all in the middle of an attack of their own, the translocation a seamless part of their technique. All too quickly for him to use Flicker again. It was only the power of his third eye which made him aware of what had just happened, and what was about to happen. Through it, Redmayne sensed the precise angles and velocities at which he was about to be stabbed and cut. All he could do was hope he still stood after the blades fell. Chapter 87. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. 2 straight blades pierced Redmayne's torso from the left and right. The broad edge of an axe sank deep into his back. A sword sliced his left arm off above the elbow. Another took his right leg, just below the knee. A pair of bladed polearms, of the kind he'd evaded a moment ago with Flicker, stabbed through his trachea from the front and his skull from the back. The 8th, a long, slender, 2-handed sword, pierced into him through his right armpit and out at the spot where his neck met the slope of his shoulder. These weapons belonged to 8 Sicarii who had materialized the instant they struck, acting as if they shared a single mind. Corpus, 16,263. Wrath, 8. First generation imbued. Marked as prey. Even with a blade sticking through it, his third eye functioned fine. It seemed to distort his perception of time. It slowed things down, giving him a moment to appreciate the pain of being chopped and skewered from so many inventive angles. But it also gave him a moment to consider his next move. 9 level 200 opponents were here for him. The neonates, meanwhile, had his allies outnumbered. He himself was level 118, but he was much more than his level would let on. A roar would do a great deal of damage and accrue lots of wrath, but it would also damage and deafen his comrades, and it would be prudent to help them rather than impair them further. A phantasm, of the kind the Sphinx used on him, would require his concentration to maintain, and the Ancillae, who were higher level than him, would likely see through it. He thought back to his first engagement with the Sicarius. They could bleed. They were susceptible to venom. They could likely burn as well. His severed limbs returned in a burst of explosive regeneration, and maws full of jagged teeth sprouted all over his body. Flame breath. Venom breath. Flame breath. Venom breath. Flame breath. Venom breath. Gnosis, 1843. Wrath, 23. The Sicarii reeled from the omnidirectional spray of red flames and violet venom, one evading completely, 2 more taking one or the other, but most getting soaked in both. As they flinched from it, Redmayne's mind reached into the abyssal well to call forth an envoy. Ironic. When he first came here, this place's defenders summoned an envoy to fight him. Now he was this place's defender. Gnosis, 1818. The surface of the water bubbled as the tentacles of the envoy curled and extended over the edge of the well, one after another, reaching from the murky depths. A bulge appeared on the pool's surface, from which a mass of impenetrable blackness emerged,
the source of the countless tentacles now twisting around the pool's perimeter. Eyes opened all over the envoy's central mass. It needed no instructions.
The Sicarius neonates, who until this moment had done an exceptional job of separating Redmayne's allies into small groups, cornering them and corralling them to take full advantage of their numbers, contended now with a forest of ink-black tentacles as well. They shot at the Sicari like spears from every direction, to pierce flesh and ensnare limbs, and for the most part, both his spawn and the imbued wrested the advantage back from their assailants. Redmayne would have watched over his allies a moment longer, but he had more pressing concerns. 9 Sicari were right on top of him, and if he didn't do something drastic in a heartbeat, they would clean out the rest of his corpus in another perfectly coordinated strike. Wrath, 0. Evasion, plus 100. Attack speed up, plus 9. The Sicari and their weapons were a deadly lattice of star steel. Each blade sought him with precision, each strike informed by highly developed technique, and they moved with preternatural speed and unity, one mind with 9 bodies. He supposed it was appropriate. Gods had many bodies, himself included. God slayers would have developed the same way. Redmayne flowed through the meager gaps in their assault. With an instinctive grace, he weaved between the thrusts and slashes, his movements swift and precise. And as he evaded, he lashed out with bite and claw and an arsenal of flesh and bone besides. His kicks became axes. A thrust of his hand became a spear. If his claws weren't long enough to land a strike, they would lengthen just before the point of impact, before shrinking back again. He was now moving at a speed with which he could both evade and counter, and his natural weapons left bleeding and venom in their wake each time his strikes found flesh. Wrath, 3. Wrath, 7. Wrath, 13. But the longer he fought, the fewer strikes he landed. At first, Redmayne thought he was slowing down, but the effects he'd gained from Wrath hadn't faded yet. Then it hit him. The Sicari were learning. The synchronization of their movements, their repositioning, their attacking, made their defense and offense into a seamless whole. They were presenting one of their own as a target, as bait. It attacked, and then moved just out of reach of Redmayne's counter, which was the team's cue to cycle in the next one from a different angle of attack. Redmayne answered with aggression. Faster he struck, harder he charged. He doggedly pursued the bait they dangled in front of him, daring them to try and match his speed. It turned out they didn't need to. Redmayne finally caught one, and it vanished. Another appeared in its place, already swinging. Redmayne ducked at the last second, snarled, and charged again. Another Sicari took its place, the point of its spear darting at Redmayne's face at blinding speed. Just as quickly as he'd won the advantage with speed and aggression, the Godslayers won it back with a skill they had been waiting to use, waiting to see if they needed it. And when they decided they did, they promptly adapted. So he too would have to adapt. Wrath, 0. Double Might, 13 actions. 9 weapons descended on him from every side. He slipped aside from the first, a spear thrust, struck back with a punch that smashed the Sicari's body against the wall, hard enough to crater the stone and shake the entire room. Wrath, 1. 2 more evasions, then a backhand and a kick, another pair of booming impacts, and now there were 3 Sicari-shaped craters in the wall. Wrath, 3. The blade of a polearm swung low and he stomped it to the ground, shaking the room again and cracking the stone under his foot. He took an axe across the back, twisted around to grab its wielder and hurl him across the room at Crumb of Asgoff, who looked up at the last second with wild eyes. Crumb was about to catch the Sicari with his face, but instead, he caught it in a grapple and body slam. Wrath, 5. Corpus, 14,589. A pair of Sicarii came at him from the left and right, and he ducked the swing of the first, grabbed hold of its calf, and swung its whole body like a club at its partner. The two collided and went spinning through the air over the group melee. Wrath, 6. The last pair came from above him. Two swordsmen, one on his left and one on his right, descending with their blades angled for killing thrusts. Redmane's hands shot out and caught them both by the necks. One of their blades glanced off his arm, and the other struck true. Corpus, 12,002. Wrath, 6. Redmane growled and crushed their throats. Slowly at first, watching their blank faces register the mildest look of alarm while they struggled, feet kicking the air, blades slashing around wildly. He took another cut across the belly, but it wasn't a focused strike, just a scratch. Corpus, 11,585. Wrath, 7. Heat flushed through Redmane's body. His pulse quickened. The urge to kill boiled up inside him. He would not lose to these machines, these toys. He would not lose what he had won by righteous action, by victory, by breaking free from everything that had held him down. The struggling of the Sicarii grew urgent. They were quite strong as well, and their thrashing and kicking threatened to break his grip. The thought of them escaping him raised his internal temperature, elevated his anger to incandescence. Their skulls broke with a sickening crack as he slammed their heads together. Then he dropped them to the ground, twitching and convulsing. Redmane glared down at those bodies with burning eyes. And then those eyes shifted to the larger battle playing out in front of him. Alma sat cradling a deep cut across her belly. Evelina stood over her, blasting a neonate off its feet with a gout of frost, fury in her eyes. Krum of Askoff ran in their direction, bowling over anyone in his path. Radovid and Vela were down, unconscious but breathing shallowly. Valter, Vengarl, and Irina stood in the semicircle around their prone bodies, firing skills and arrows and bolts at a duo of advancing neonates. It would have been 4, but the tendrils of the envoy had caught the other two and were slowly pulling them apart. Pieter rode on Gale's back, the duo bounding around the perimeter of the battlefield, dealing death with ranged skills and frost breath. Vang and his demi-human cohorts had a growing stack of neonate bodies around them. The warlock Dobrogost lay at the bottom of the pile, chopped in half by a star-steel blade. The envoy hovered over it all, watching with an eye upon each ally with plenty to spare, attacking and entangling neonates with its everlasting supply of ink-black tentacles. Perhaps they would survive this. Perhaps they could prevail. These were the thoughts that crossed Redmane's mind, just before the second wave of Sicarii appeared. This second group materialized above them, positioned on the staircase bracketing the chamber of the well, and they were armed with dark bows and quivers of star-steel-tipped arrows. Those arrows were nocked, and the bows drawn. In the blink of an eye, in the instant they flickered into existence, they would loose their first volley. Helpfully, his third eye counted them in that instant. 18 neonates, 9 ancillae. Redmane's eyes widened. "To the well!" he roared. "Into the abyss!" Chapter 88. The Abyss. As Redmane shouted to call the retreat, the gleaming points of 27 star-steel arrowheads loosed from their bows. Every last one was aimed at the same target. Again, he felt the effect of his third eye, a distortion of his perception of time. He would not have enough time to activate a skill before the arrows pierced his body. He had, however, alerted his comrades to the danger, and they were turning to regard it with fresh expressions of shock on their faces. Redmane watched them move in slow motion, grabbing their wounded and the unconscious, and making for the well with haste. Then the arrows hit him, and he saw nothing.
Corpus, 0. For a moment, he was infinite.
And then his consciousness seemed to hover above the scene of his own body, riddled with black arrows, sinking into the well as his allies ran toward it. They killed him, but he was still here. His corpus existed in the inert body of Dobrogost, the warlock, in the bodies of Pieter, Gale, Vang, and his cohorts. And he found he was not only present in their bodies, but in their minds. He felt Vang's battle lust, Pieter's shock at seeing his lord's body pierced by so many arrows. With his own body gone, Redmayne suddenly perceived the thoughts and emotions of his spawn as if they were his own.
Because they were. This had not previously occurred to him. Somehow, he had thought the souls of his spawn were still separate and distinct from his own. As if, on the threshold of death, he'd invited those souls into a different abode instead, like offering travelers shelter for the winter. But no, they were joined to him. They were as much a part of him as his claws.
And now that he found himself fully aware of this, he moved them as one. Vang, Zorn, Nook, and Throck snatched up the wounded and ran for the well. Pieter rode by on Gale, and Arena leapt onto the ice warg's back, while Valter and Vengarl took shots at the Sicarii on the staircase. He couldn't make Dobrogost's slain body move, but it didn't matter. They were going to make it. There was only one issue. The Sicarii were knocking the next volley of arrows and choosing their next targets, and they appeared to know exactly whom to shoot. They took aim at Vang, Zorn, Nook, Throck, Pieter, and Gale. 27 arrows streaked through the air. Even as they dove into the well, arrows struck the body of the demi-human Zorn, who carried the injured Magister Alma in his arms. He threw the girl into the well as arrows riddled his head and torso, and he fell. More arrows sought Pieter and Gale, and Crum of Asgoff dove in between them and their target, gritting his teeth as they struck deep into muscle and bone. Splash after splash into the well. Pieter and Gale were the last inside, just as the Sicarii readied their third volley. In the darkness of the abyss, Redmayne felt all of their injuries combined. He felt Vang's frustration at having to retreat, Pieter's deep dismay at the might of the Sicarii, Gale's fleeting fear that he'd never see his pack again. These emotions were amalgamated in his own mind. Truly, they were his emotions, only now he was experiencing them directly. But he put aside the novelty of this discovery. His people were counting on him. Redmayne brought his 6 injured bodies together and reformed himself. Corpus, 7,576. Gnosis, 1,131. Then he stretched out his perception, feeling through the abyss for the presence of his comrades. Flora and Lar Tathval were near. They had been wise enough to stick together. And then there were 8 imbued, floating apart from each other, lost and disoriented. Redmayne reached out to them first, one at a time, guiding them toward him until all were present. Standing with him on an infinite plain of black, inch-deep water. In a moment, the abyss seemed to sense the presence of living things, and a glow of stars came to life overhead. By the gods! Valter looked around, breathless. They teach us about this in school, said Lar Tathval, who was casting his gaze around with interest, as if they had found themselves in an exotic country. But experiencing it is something else. Flora slid up to Redmayne and wrapped her arms around one of his, hugging it tightly. I feared for thy safety, she said in a small voice. Redmayne smiled. He lifted her chin gently to direct her gaze up to his. Never fear for me. I am everlasting. She smiled up at him. He'd have liked to find a quiet place to relax with her. But this was not the place, nor were these the circumstances. Nearby,
Evelina crouched over Alma, who sat cradling her wounded stomach. Beside her, Vengarl and Irina were trying to rouse Vela and Radovid, neither of whom had regained consciousness. Redmayne reached out toward the two imbued with one hand. Shaman's heal. Shaman's heal. Gnosis, 131.
450 corpus for Radovid and Vela each. It was about the best he could do. They began to stir, Vela rubbing her head and Radovid clutching his stomach. Irina let out an explosive sigh of relief and hugged her brother. Then he looked over at Alma, and the Magister smiled and shook her head. "I'll be all right," she said. Her voice was a bit weak to sound convincing, but they couldn't tarry here, so Redmayne nodded. Then he considered their situation. If the Sicarii had located them so easily, it was likely they could do so again. With the way the Numantian system functioned, the way one could see all of Volos from a magical atlas, it was possible there were no safe places in all the land. Redmayne looked up and called the envoy to them. It was already present all around them, he realized. At his call, it coalesced from the liquid floor of the abyss to hover before him, a sphere of black with a single eye. "Show us the nearest place the Sicarii cannot reach," he said. The envoy stared silently at Redmayne for several moments. "Come close." Redmayne gestured for the group to gather in. Alma was too weak to stand on her own, so Evelina squatted down and took hold of her legs, carrying her like a backpack. The envoy expanded. The darkness, profound as it was, somehow grew darker. It enveloped them all. Nothing changed inside the sphere, but there was a sense of movement at great speed. Close your eyes. Focus on cherished memories, things you wish to hold on to. Redmayne realized it spoke not only to him, but to everyone. "What?" said Irina. "Hold on to memories," said Radovid. "We move into what mortals call Depth 1. If you do not hold on, you will come apart." Not so long ago, when Redmayne first found himself in the abyss, he recalled that the system called it Depth 0. It warned him about this. Redmayne closed his eyes and tried to find a cherished memory. He found many unpleasant ones instead. A long chain of them, stretching off into antiquity. Centuries, nay, eons of torment, anger and grief, hunger and starvation. As Sensus Corrallus had sown his fields with the blood of the Lord of Hunger, the Lord of Hunger sowed suffering in the wake of his passage. A wretched existence. A god struck into the shape of a monster by his own son. Then, one morning, he found himself walking the road to Hertz Castle from the town of Barograd with new acquaintances in tow. And he saw Flora. The look on her face. That strange moment of recollection. It occurred to Redmayne only now that he'd recalled the scene in perfect detail, the warmth of the morning sunlight, the sound of birds chattering in the trees of Midva Forest, the kitchen maid's dress Flora had on, the way her cheeks dimpled when she smiled, the way the breeze played with her hair. That was something worth remembering. Redmayne's mind closed around that memory like a fist, and just in time. He felt a change in the air, a pressure, as if they now plunged into deeper waters. Flora clung to his side even tighter. But like the moment the arrows of the Sicarii had struck him down, he now felt her fear as if it were his own, and that of his companions. They were all coming apart, melding into each other. Hold fast to your memories. He felt them respond mentally to the envoy's command. Their minds contracted in alarm, discipline taking hold. Some were more disciplined than others, though. Lar Tathval was a different breed, to be certain. In his mind, Redmayne sensed a small swell of fear, but mostly the Numantian felt mere amusement. He could sense Vela struggling to hold her own fear at bay. It gnawed at the edges of Vengarl's mind as well.
Redmayne wished he could lend them his will, shelter them with it. But all he could do was hope they pulled through.
They dwelled together in a swirl of their own fears for what felt like a long time. It may only have been moments, but stress had a way of distorting one's perception. And then, as suddenly as it began, the air cleared. Redmayne felt like himself again. He could no longer sense the minds of the people around him. Sighs of relief swept through the group. The envoy disgorged them in front of a familiar presence, a beacon in the dark, a column of energy that was an abyssal well. "My thanks," said Redmayne. The envoy stared silently. Then it melded into the abyss from whence it came. "So this is a safe place," said Evelina. "Hope so," said Walter, as he looked up the column into the infinite darkness above. "I'd rather not go up there and walk into another forest of star-steel arrows. They didn't look like they felt too nice." "They did not," said Redmayne. He had the group gather around again, and once they were all close, he reached out and touched the root of the well. They ascended. And when they rose as one, from a circular pool of black water, many gasped in shock. The group stood in the ruin of a building, which once had 4 walls, but now only had 2. Redmayne noted that this chamber appeared to be of the same make as those housing the abyssal wells he'd already seen. It was built from the same black stone, but the carvings on the walls were different. That wasn't what made the people gasp, though. The downed wall revealed the landscape stretching out before them, and it was empty and desolate. The ground was cracked and dry, devoid of any sign of life. No trees, no grass, no animals. Just an expanse of barren earth under a slate-gray sky. The wind howled, a constant, mournful sound that echoed through the emptiness, carrying with it a biting chill that cut through to the bone. This building stood at the top of a hill overlooking a valley, offering a panoramic view of the wasteland below them. Redmayne saw what looked like a dry riverbed running from one end of the valley to the other, and in its center lay the ruins of a town. Off in the distance, he spied another ruin, that of a great city, with buildings of marble and granite and tall spires. "Looks like Terracon," said Irina, as she shivered and drew her cloak around her.
Lartathval squinted at it.
"Ah, this would be Astia, the nearest colony to Volos." They all looked at the Dicentus, and he smirked. "If you required proof of my words, look no further," he said. "Behold the fate of a Numantian colony at the end of its usefulness." "A dead world." Vengarl's tone was breathless. Evelina looked over her shoulder. "Alma, are you cold?" Alma didn't answer. Her eyes were closed. She was smiling, but she wasn't breathing. Their first act on the world of Astia was a burial. Redmayne saw to the digging of the grave himself. Frustrated he hadn't spared healing for her, despite the girl declining it. He hadn't pressed the issue. His mind was on other things. And now her soul was departed. Even if he'd consumed her flesh, there would be nothing to save. He dug a deep pit in a brief period. Lartathval kept himself at a polite distance from the others. Crom of Asgoff, after plucking all the arrows out of his hide, held Evelina and did his best to console her. When all was prepared, they lowered Alma into her final resting place, and Redmayne asked anyone if they would like to say a few words. "You deserved better," was all Evelina could say. Later, when the grave was fully covered, Flora crouched over it and held out her hand, and a tiny, glowing seed took purchase in the barren earth. What grew from the seed was not nearly as robust as the plants she could conjure on Volos. It was a short, slender sapling with a black trunk and leaves that gave off a faint blue-green glow. Redmayne and the others found a place to shelter against the chill wind and have a conference.
"We can't stay here," said Radovid.
"That much is plain," said Redmayne. "I don't intend to hand Volos to the enemy, and 3 more seals remain besides." "But the moment we come up out of the well, they'll know where we are," said Volter. Redmayne folded his arms. "So we require a way to either conceal ourselves from the system or strike out with such force that we need not fear any number of Sicarii." "One of those options sounds more likely than the other," said Irina.
Lar Tathval stood facing away from the circle, stroking his chin, staring off into the distance at the ruins of the Numantian city. His eyes glittered with avarice.
"There might just be something useful in those ruins," he said, with a note of knowing mirth in his voice.
Chapter 89. Astia, Novium.
Redmayne had never seen a Numantian city before. Up close, the sight was breathtaking. Lar Tathval said this place was called Novium. Its stone structures rose against the horizon, tall and mighty, the sheer size of the buildings and their fine workmanship a demonstration of the power and refinement of Numantia. They approached by air, Redmayne floating on the silent wings of the Sphinx, Lar using some manner of skill to fly beside him. "That would be the governor's tower," said the Descentus, as he pointed out the white spire, the tallest by far, its mere presence a declaration of authority. As they flew over the city streets, Lar continued to point things out. Nearby stood the Temple of the Nine, columns reaching skyward, roof long gone, altar exposed. The bathhouse walls enclosed empty pools, their outlines clear under the open sky. The amphitheater, its tiers descending in a wide arc, steps smooth from use. Further along, the forum opened up, scattered stones marking former market stalls. All of it existed in a state of ghostly silence, and the dull color of the sky drove home the sense of lifelessness. "Why would they build such things only to abandon them?" said Redmayne. Lar smirked. "Perhaps you'll see Numantia someday. Compared to its splendor, this is nothing." It was nothing. This magnificent city, the grandest he'd ever seen. Nothing indeed. Novium overlooked a whole world, drained of its essence. Redmayne beheld the aftermath of an appetite which put Kral the Devourer to shame. "What we seek will be up there," Lar pointed at the governor's tower. "If it's here at all. Sometimes people pack up their things fastidiously when closing out a colony. Mostly they don't. Why bother, after all? The world is empty. The astral bridge will be closed behind you forever. If you leave things behind, who will know but the dead?" The Numantian accelerated upward, as if an invisible hand pushed him. Redmayne beat his wings to follow, arcing along beside him as they circled and climbed. There was a wide balcony at the top of the tower, which Lar alighted upon first, then Redmayne, who folded in his wings and dismissed them. The balcony adjoined lavish living quarters. There was a bed fit for a king, fine furnishings, a marble basin which Redmayne supposed was a bath. Lar Tathval took in the room with a glance, hastened to an enormous wardrobe which he opened and began rummaging through it as if he knew precisely where everything was. Redmayne watched him. The words of the crone floated up to the surface of his memory. "Not everyone who helps thee is thy friend." "Why are you helping me?" he asked. Lar paused for a moment. Redmayne could only see the back of his head, but he guessed the Numantian wore one of those sardonic smiles. "Would the answer, mutual self-interest, satisfy you?" he said. "It would not. I also wish to know why you appeared moments before the Sicarii attacked us. Surely you understand how suspicious that is." Lar turned to face him, and though he wore his characteristic smirk, there was some steel in his eyes. "I came to you moments before the Sicarii attacked precisely to warn you of the same. I wished to speak to you sooner, man to man, but caution stayed my hand. The circumstances are a little different now, as you can see." Redmayne's eyes narrowed.
Your emergence caused somewhat of a disagreement between our governess and her praetor, you see. At first, they were simpatico. When the blight struck your world and all their productive workers became beastmen, the praetor and the governess both felt that finding and dealing with the cause of the blight should happen as quickly as possible. It took us some time to figure out what had truly occurred. What you were, what you became, what we unwittingly unleashed on our own colony. Our praetor, Jarrell Craith, was the one who discovered it. He reveres the Nine, which, for your purposes, means he'd have wanted you dead eventually, regardless of the outcome. When the blight suddenly evolved, he was about to choose sooner, but I stalled him. And then your lady friend did whatever she's done to your zones, which caused their gnosis generation numbers to rise to inconceivable levels. This is where the governess and the praetor experienced, well, you could call it a conflict of values. Lar paused for effect. Redmayne stared at him flatly. Go on, he said. The Numantian smiled. Governess Messia decided she wasn't so upset about the citizens of her colony transforming into monsters after all. Not with those gnosis generation numbers. Jarrell Craith, on the other hand, is not so morally flexible. I awoke to the sound of them trying to kill each other, incidentally making a mess of Terracon in the process, which is when I came to you. Redmayne kept his gaze fixed on Lar Tathval's face as he explained himself. He found he didn't have to open his third eye to sense sincerity in the Numantian's words. Even so, his story was all too convenient. Someone had told him dissentus meant speaker, giving him the notion that the man possessed skills to help him seduce and betray with words. Lar Tathval's entire demeanor gave off that impression. Redmayne kept his stare fixed on the Numantian, who seemed as if he'd expected this sort of treatment. He looked relaxed. He also didn't wilt under that gaze, as so many others did, which won Lar Tathval a little of Redmayne's respect. You said you'd wished to speak to me before, said Redmayne. About what? A smile curled the corner of his mouth, and he walked out of the governor's quarters, gesturing for Redmayne to follow. In a hallway between rooms, he paused to open a set of cabinets and look around within them. I'm the youngest of 9 boys, he said, with his head in the cabinet. My eldest 3 brothers all hold rank in the legions. The middle 4 are an artifex, an artist, a playwright, and a marriage broker. My youngest elder brother is a cleric of the 9. And then there's me, speaker to a governess out in the colonies. He closed the cabinet, having not found what he was looking for, and walked a few paces to the next item of furniture to search. My mother and father are accountants. Their plan was to have as many children as possible in the hope one of them would be a winner. So I suppose they're gamblers as well. But not the destructive sort. No, they're solid, sensible Numantians. They have faith in the 9. They believe in expanding the light of civilization, in the potential greatness within every man, and all that other filler. I assume you're going somewhere with this, said Redmayne. Lar Tathval closed the drawer he'd been inspecting, smirked, and nodded. He moved on to the next room, which appeared to be an office. It was a circular chamber with a large map across the back wall, and a central desk with curving bookcases on the walls beside it. Lar started on one side of the room, checking over everything while he talked, clearly searching for something. I had little ambition when I was young. In truth, I was quite irresponsible, a problem child. Why play along with a life chosen for you? Why put forth all that effort to satisfy someone other than yourself? To play a role for which responsibilities and rewards have already been designated, parceled out in advance like feed for the pigs. Redmayne watched Lar walk away from the bookcase he'd been searching, toward the desk and its chair. The governor's chair, most likely. The Dissentus grinned down at it, tapped his fingers on its fine leather surface. Then he pulled it back and took a seat, looking smug, as if what he were doing were a transgression. Lar Tathval leaned forward,
placing his elbows on the desk and steepling his fingers, as if he were the governor having a meeting with a co-conspirator.
"I didn't understand ambition until the day I saw a primogen in the flesh," he said.
Redmayne's eyebrow rose. Lar appeared to understand further explanation was in order. They are the heads of the scion families, each chosen by a triarch to be invested with power and influence, much like the imbued, only on a far grander scale. Consider how far above the power of a mere mortal you are as a terrestrial divinity, and then look up. For the primogen are that far above us all.
Numensians grow up hearing stories about the primogen, their powers and their great deeds. But even so, encountering one in living color is relatively rare. They spend little time in the public eye. It can leave a boy of a certain age with the sense that such things aren't truly real. They're fairy tales, nationalistic propaganda, something you tell your gullible followers to get them to carry on with their work. When I was 11 years old, my brother Lucius, the artifacts had taken me to the heart of the city to see the Adis Prism. He left me on a bench to fetch us a snack, and I snuck away. I wanted to see behind the curtains. I had this notion that everything in the world was false. Everything the people around me believed was nonsense. I thought the Adis Prism was some sort of light show they put forth as a miracle of sorcery. So I went looking for the truth.
Lartathval's grin waned, and a wry smile took its place. And I found it.
"I take it you saw something that changed your mind," said Redmayne.
"I saw Ectorus, primogen of the house of the same name. He was assisting an artifacts and his apprentices with the maintenance of some part of the prism's mechanism. The artifacts and his aides were accustomed to such a presence, but I gave away my hiding place with a gasp.
Ectorus looked right at me,
and until that moment I had not understood what a god was, what its presence felt like, how insignificant we all are before them. He was like a sun wearing the skin of a man, radiant, all-powerful. He looked right through me, into my soul. For an instant, I felt his displeasure at my presence, and even one breath of that sensation was enough for me to bolt in fear for my life. Lucius found me and chastised me for sneaking away from him. He wanted to know why I looked so shaken, but I never told him. Regardless, I went through some changes that day. My parents were most pleased with what they considered moral development, but ever since that day I've been reaching for something far beyond them. So you stood in the presence of divinity, and now you desire that power for yourself, said Redmayne. Lartathval smiled and nodded. Yes.
"And you expect me to help you," he said. "Why?"
The smirk returned. Why indeed? You find yourself in a dangerous position without many friends. Jarel Craith would like very much to exterminate you on moral grounds. I won't be able to persuade him from this course. He's decided you're a demon, and when he makes up his mind about something, he can be vexingly obstinate. It sounds as though he doesn't much like you either, said Redmayne.
That's why I opened this conversation with mutual self-interest.
The Descentis rose from the governor's desk, with a hint of reluctance, and moved on to continue his search of the tower. Redmayne followed, not sure whether or not to offer his help in the search. If Lartathval were even searching for something specific. They moved into a small armory, where Redmayne's interest peaked at the sight of star-steel blades and armor resting on pedestals and in neatly arranged weapon racks. Even if I were to agree to help you in your... Redmayne searched for a good word to encompass quest for godhood. Career, I need to return to Volos, and if they're waiting for us, we must emerge with either stealth or overwhelming force. Lartathval was inspecting a cabinet in the corner, his eyes squinted in concentration as he felt along a groove in its side. Then his eyes widened in delight as there was a faint click before the cabinet slid to the side to reveal a hidden compartment. The Descentis removed what hid in there, held it in his hands with a wide grin.
It appeared to be a simple leather breastplate, plain in construction, but made of fine materials.
"Stealth it is," he said, and he tossed it to Redmayne. "Castigator's Lorica vestment, body, passive."
When worn, the Castigator's Lorica removes the wearer from all system tracking, unless the tracker is a member of the Ordo Inquisitorus. For a cost of 10 gnosis per 30 seconds, the wearer may extend this effect to include creatures adjacent to him. Supple leather breastplate worn by members of the Ordo Inquisitorus, sometimes awarded to high-level justiciars. At times, it is necessary to move unseen, even from the eyes of the system. Chapter 90. Astia, Novium.
Jarrell Craith watched the battle on his map screen. The first wave of Sicarii didn't fare well. Then the second wave deployed. One by one, he watched all the names on his target list wink out, including the most important name on the list, Redmayne. His problems were over. Or were they?
He sat in the chair which recently belonged to Messia Porcena, staring down at the glowing map with an empty feeling in the pit of his stomach. He kept his breathing slow. His nail tapped on the polished hardwood, possessed of an anxious volition of its own. Reports told him this zone was the site of an abyssal well. It was possible that they escaped into depth 0 of the abyss. But if that were so, they wouldn't last long. The more time they spent down there, the easier they would come apart, body and soul. It would be difficult for such a large group to even find each other in the darkness, not to mention stay together. The praetor, who had promoted himself to provisional governor a few minutes ago, reviewed the list of names again. It included the name Lar Tathval. That backstabbing degenerate. He knew the Descentis would do anything to advance his station, but this was surprising. Further proof the Empire moved into a period of moral decay. Lar Tathval was the product of a good patrician family. He'd received a fine education. He was born in a Numantian home and attended Numantian schools. This is what the system produced now, an empire of little gods serving only themselves. Jarrell caught himself before his thoughts spiraled out. He found he had to do this often of late. The state of Numantia troubled him, and there were no simple solutions to the problem. He could only solve the problems in front of him. No sooner did this thought cross his mind, did notifications light up the atlas of Volos. All the zone tags that hadn't turned blue were in a state of flux. The monster type category and associated level ranges underwent frequent and rapid changes. Jarrell Craith had seen this happen once already, when the Beastman type branched into Mongrel and Chimera. Now it branched again. More Mongrel types became Chimera. And a few of both types branched into a third, Beast Lord. With a growing sense of alarm, he watched the level range of every zone climb a second time. The timing was too convenient to ignore. Was Redmayne responsible for these evolutions of the Blight? Did this coincide with his disappearance into the abyss? Did it have something to do with his little adventure in the icy north? He didn't know. And the absence of information invited fear into his body, like a fist closing in his guts. Thou hast naught to fear, Jarrell Craith. We are with thee. Take up thy swords, go out into the world and slay monsters. Wield us. Together, we are invincible.
Show these folk your true quality, Jarrell Craith.
Thou art their hero, their champion.
Jarrell closed his eyes. He stopped tapping his nail on the desk, and his hand closed into a fist. Answering their voices would only make their pull on his mind stronger. He did his best to put aside a sudden swell of mental images. He slashed monsters into quivering chunks, Life Drinker and Soul Stealer in his hands, and when it was done, He stood atop their carcasses, while the small folk cheered.
With an effort of will, he closed the door in his mind. It would stay closed for a time, until the next temptation arose. Time enough to attend to the new slate of problems at hand. Another glance at the changing map told him this was a problem Sikari alone could not solve. Soon he would receive desperate calls from Gull's Glut and Port Luck, the only two sanctuaries left belonging to legitimate factions. They were doing their best to level up before, to keep pace with the first evolution of the Blight. This would be too much. Outside help was called for now. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves. And then he placed his first Pharos call to Legata Scipio Draconis of the Venturian legions. His next call went to all the imbued of the Venturian domain of level 200 and above, declaring a state of emergency in the world of Volos and an open hunt on all monsters therein. He recalled Lar Tathval wanting to do this when the Blight first appeared. The traitor would get his wish. Too bad he wouldn't survive to see it done. The last to be notified was his own artifacts, Arnth Turan. "Drop what you're doing and open the astral bridge." Redmayne examined the castigator's lorica. It was light in his hands, simple but well crafted, and the leather felt freshly oiled, despite having lived in that hidden compartment for who knew how long. It didn't look like it would provide any real protection to its wearer, despite being fashioned to look like armor. But the ability to move without the system detecting you would be more than an equal trade under certain circumstances. Precisely the circumstances he faced at the moment. "It's customary to say thank you when you're given a gift, in most places," said Lar Tathval. Redmayne's eyes shifted to the smirking Numantian. "You expect repayment, however. I am merely attempting to embark upon a mutually fruitful relationship." He stared at Lar Tathval a few moments longer. The man was so transparent in his self-interest that Redmayne felt a sort of respect for him. Even so, he felt stirrings of wariness in the back of his mind. Sensus Keralis knew people of this sort. They had surrounded him. Dissemblers, deceivers. They were the same across all times and worlds, anxious to avoid injury and covetous of gain. So long as you promised them what they desired, they were entirely yours. But when an opportunity for greater gain arose, out came the scales to weigh the risk versus benefit. Redmayne would be a fool to trust Lar completely. What he could do instead was trust the man's selfishness. This would be simpler to predict. "My thanks," said Redmayne, and then he ate it. When they returned from the ruins of Novium, Redmayne gathered everyone near the grave of Alma to have a conference. "I will return to Volos first, to check on the state of things. When it's safe, I will come back to retrieve you. Until then, I ask that you shelter here and await my return." "You better make it quick," said Volter with a frown. "As you can see, the region's a little light on good hunting." "Aye, and the crops this year left something to be desired," said Vengarl. Redmayne considered the problem. Perhaps he could send a spawn back through the abyss with provisions for them. For a moment, he considered asking Flora if she could furnish food for them in the interim, but a glance at the small, sickly tree growing from Alma's grave suggested the answer to that question. So he spawned Dobrogost the Warlock, and endowed him natural born of the abyss and castigator's lorica. He had little gnosis to spare, but he gave him what he could. Corpus, 5,000 gnosis, 31. "If I don't return, or send back provisions for a longer stay, I need you to bring them home," he instructed. The old man didn't seem to hear him at first. He was busy looking around the barren landscape with wide eyes. "By the gods! What fate is this?" Redmayne rapped him on the shoulder. The Brogost blinked and turned around to face him. "If I don't return soon, you bring them back to Volos through this well. Understood?" "Ah, yes. Understood."
Redmayne took a moment to explain to Dobrogost how his new skills worked. Then he promised he'd either return or send word soon, excused himself from the group, and made for the abyssal well. Flora chased after him, caught his wrist, and flashed him a smile.
"Don't tarry, my lord,"
she said, and she kissed him on the jawline. He smiled back. "I won't." Then he stepped up to the ledge of the well and dove into the dark. To his dismay, he found he had little gnosis left, barely enough to call another envoy. Gnosis 6. With luck, he could make it to Flora on the other side and replenish his stores, if Sikari hadn't torched his entire domain yet. There was no telling how bad it would be. According to Lar Tathval, the new self-appointed governor of Terracon would stop at nothing to destroy him and what he'd built. An envoy of the abyss emerged from the infinite plane of black Redmayne stood upon. "Bring me to an abyssal well on Volos I haven't been to before," he said. Then the envoy swallowed him. It didn't matter where he landed. He could travel quickly. What mattered was his ability to see and not be seen.
He would have to take a different approach now.
Move straight away to the sites of the 3 remaining seals. Grue burrows would also be worthwhile places to locate. "Pieter, my lord, we make for the remaining seals straight away. Tell me where they are." Redmayne could feel the swell of giddy anticipation in the priest of Kral, as if he were feeling it himself, which he was, in truth. That was still a strange thought. "All 3 lie to the west of Castle Redmayne, my lord. The seal of the Griffin hides in the heart of Erdu Forest, to the west of the domain of the Kiskas. The seal of the Kirin dwells in the highest of high places, up among the clouds in Skyrend peaks. The seal of the Dragon can be found in the heart of the scorching Eridorn wastes, within the ruins of an ancient city. Skyrend, Erdu Forest, the Eridorn wastes. He would travel to the nearest one, wherever he surfaced. He would grow to such a size that no one could contain him again. He would snuff out this Numantian who dared to challenge him, to claim his own world. There was a sense of decompression as the envoy released him. As before, it placed him in front of a familiar node of power, a column reaching up to the material plane. An abyssal well. This one would be new if the envoy had followed his instructions. He ascended. And when he surfaced, he found himself again surrounded by walls of black stone. Whoever had built these abyssal wells seemed to favor it. This one was in much better condition than the one he'd left on the world of Astia. It was a small, round structure encircling the well itself, with no windows and a single arched doorway. Redmayne pushed the heavy stone doors open, and when he stepped out into the world of Volos, a shocking sight was there to greet him. He was looking out over a lightly forested valley with the ocean beyond it. In the distance, on the coast, he saw a city which resembled the city of Novium. Except this one did not lie in ruins, its splendor not yet eroded by the passage of time, or the death of the world it surveyed. This had to be Terracon. But the sight of the city wasn't what shocked him. Beyond the outer walls of Terracon, there were soldiers. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. A massive military encampment composed of row after row of tents, training areas, staging areas for siege weaponry, summoning circles. There were ranks of Numantian legionnaires drilling next to the encampment, an uncountable number of blue cloaks marching in perfect synchronicity. It gave him a chill. The weight of this challenge settled onto his shoulders, but it also kindled a fire in his belly. Redmayne would show these fools whose world this truly was. Chapter 91. Terracon, Outskirts. Redmayne did not find himself immediately surrounded by Sikari. A good sign. It meant the castigator's Lorica was working. Even so, it would be wise to move with stealth. Hold on to the advantage for as long as possible. He stared down at the encampment of the Numantian Legion for a while, considering his next move.
The time for clearing zones was past. He should claim the seals as quickly as possible, and any grue burrows he came across on the way. The enemy was here in force. Doing so would give him the best chance of being the prevailing force. That last thought made his brows draw together. The enemy was here in force. But why? They should think him defeated. Perhaps something else was going on. Redmane would return to his own territory first. If he was close enough to Terracon to see it, that meant he was at the southwestern edge of the continent. Barrow Keep would be the closest friendly place. Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl would be there, as the two of them opted to stay behind rather than attend the little conference which landed most of his faction in another world for the time being. Flora would also be there, which would be well, because he needed Gnosis. She would know how the group in Astia fared as well, and also because she was just pleasant to be around. She made him feel something he couldn't describe. He left a few small spawn in this spot, since he would certainly like to return to this site later, and brought forth the powerful wings of the Manticore, because it would be a lengthy flight. Redmane battled the wind and climbed until he was as high as the clouds, and then he went higher. He flew throughout the rest of the day and night, and on the morning of the next day, he spied the alpine forests of Asgoth and a certain dark castle standing atop a mighty hill. Flora's enchanted trees and other greenery surrounded Barrow Keep, making it easier to spot. When he was close enough to the keep, he angled his wings to descend upon it. But when he drew closer, he noticed something peculiar. Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl stood on the drawbridge, facing a procession of beastmen. It looked as though they were attempting to communicate. His view improved the closer he came. There were a dozen beastmen, mongrels by the look of them. They had goat-like horned heads, the coat, tail, and claws of wolves, with cloven feet. Their leader stood at the front of the group, towering over Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl, who were both a little pale at the sight of him. Venedor Ironhorn, monster, type, Beast Lord, level 133. Beast Lord? That was a new one. The knights backpedaled, wide-eyed, when Redmane landed in front of them, facing Venedor Ironhorn. "Oh, thank goodness," Sir Grimgarl muttered. The Beast Lord glared down at Redmane, who glared right back at him. "Usually I'm the one coming to fight your kind," said Redmane. "Not the other way round." A deep growl rumbled at the base of Venedor's throat. "The fight comes to you now, Redmane," said the Beast Lord, and to Redmane's surprise, he could understand what Venedor was saying. Evidently this breed of beastman was intelligent enough to communicate. "They are watching for you. They search for you and your clan. They know this is your territory. They come soon." Redmane's eyebrow rose. "So you come to warn us?" The Beast Lord let out a roar that made Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl and the sentries at the gatehouse behind them flinch. Redmane did not flinch, though the force of it blew his hair back slightly. "I come to get them off our land. They come for you next. You help us, or they kill you too." Redmane stared at the Beast Lord, and then he smiled. "We have an accord," he said, and offered his hand. Venedor Ironhorn canted his head curiously at the offered hand, inspecting it as if searching his memory for what it meant. When it dawned on him, he smacked his great paw into Redmane's and shook it, and his third eye burned like a little sun. There was a flash. He sat upon a great golden throne, lounging in the manner of a lion in the midday sun, tapping his claw against its armrest. His chin rested on his other fist. Flora sat at his side, dressed in fine silks and bedecked in jewelry.
Redmayne found himself similarly clad in the trappings of wealth. Their seats overlooked a massive coliseum. Tens of thousands of people filled its seats, roaring their approval of the violence taking place below. Beastmen battling beastmen for the favor of their ruler. They had come from every world in his domain. Flash! Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl watched this exchange with open surprise on their faces. "You understand this bestial speech?" said Velibor. "Did we just shake hands with a monster?" said Grimgarl. Redmayne blinked, shook his head. Momentarily disoriented by the place his third eye had taken him, it took him a moment to understand the questions he'd been asked. Yes, and yes. Redmayne turned to face the two knights. "There is much to explain, and little time. Since the two of you are still standing, I assume you haven't been visited by a group of Sicarii." "A group of what?" said Sir Grimgarl. "Good. We're going to help these beastmen hold their territory against a Numantian legion."
"We're going to do what?"
said Sir Velibor.
"They're on our side now. Our faction is anathema. I dreaded your fortunes, to be truthful. After what happened at the Deepwell Monastery, I presumed they would come for the territory of House Redmayne. But it seems they have more pressing issues to attend to. So let's keep it that way for as long as we're able to." The knights had many questions. Redmayne did his best to answer them all. But there were other things to attend to as well. It would be unwise to let Venrador and his beastmen into the keep, so he bid them to wait them outside. The small folk were likely to be anxious enough already without the sight of monsters in their midst. The first order of business was an emergency feast on the supply of Magister's Delight. Then he created a few spawn. Vang first, to whom he gave Voice of the Beast Lord, so he could act as a translator between Venrador and the knights. And then Zorn, Nook, and Throck, who received Natural Born of the Abyss, before he raided the larder and loaded the quartet down with provisions for the group stranded in Astia. He went light on Corpus on all of them, for he himself was light on Corpus. Corpus, 5,512. After taking care of all of that and setting his spawn and imbued comrades into motion, he ate some more Magister's Delight. Gnosis, 1,516. While he did that, it was time to consult the map. 3 locations interested him: Skyrend Peaks, Erdu Forest, the Eridorn Wastes. The first 2 were the closest. Due west, beyond Mount Mercur, Erdu Forest filled the valley between the mountains and the sea. It would take time to search by air, but at least Redmayne had some idea of what to look for now. The mountain range which Mercur belonged to continued to curve in a northwesterly direction, until reaching its highest and densest volume near the coastline. This was where Redmayne found the Skyrend Peaks, a considerably smaller zone, albeit in a less convenient place. And then there were the Eridorn Wastes. They lay on the opposite corner of the map, in the barren patch of desert and tundra on the southeast side of Volos, opposite Terracon. There were mountains here, but they were squat and eroded by the searing wind. One such cluster of them sheltered what appeared to be the remains of a city. Redmayne bit another Magister's Delight in half, chewed while staring down at the map, and made his travel plan. Erdu Forest first, then Skyrend, then Eridorn. All in rapid succession, not including side trips to any Gru burrows he may come across on the journey. Numantia had flipped the game board. The monsters were on his side now. But perhaps it had always been that way, and he hadn't been seeing things correctly. Perhaps these changes in the blight directly resulted from the seals breaking, in the same manner his consumption of the flesh of the Sicarii caused the blight in the first place. It made him wonder where he ended and everyone else in this world began. Or if there was a difference. Perhaps it was all one consciousness, killing and consuming and birthing itself forever. Weighty thoughts. But there was no time for philosophy.
He'd done what he came to do here, so it was time to fly. Redmayne took wing with no further delay, having already given out instructions to his people. He did so without seeing Flora, as he had a feeling he'd have dawdled. He journeyed west on the high currents, and as he came over the top of Mount Mercure, fortune favored him. He sensed a grue burrow quite close, recessed in a cave between two jagged peaks. Its grandmother carried the memory of Kral the Devourer battling Belskaya and Dynasty on the mountainside, climbing to the rock with insectoid legs ending in tips like spears, which he used to find purchase in the stone and stab the offending warriors. The memory lived in what used to be one such appendage.
Corpus, 16,567. Might, +1. Grace, +1. Fortitude, +1. Armor, +10. Now that he knew what to do, his delve into the burrow was quick. By the time he'd taken wing again, invigorated and empowered, there was still plenty of daylight with which to traverse the mountains to the forest beyond them. And he needed it.
Erdu Forest was vast indeed, now that he saw it with his own eyes. A crescent of deep, dark green, stretching from south to north between the mountains and the coastline, for as far as Redmayne could see in either direction. You have entered Zone, Erdu Forest. Tasks: slay Vargath the Great Boar. Slay Grom, Troll Chieftain. Slay King Ed. Tasks completed, 1/3. One task was complete already. Interesting. Either someone left Erdu Forest without finishing the job, or there were imbued hunting here, marked as prey. They were here, 4 of them to the north, not far. Redmayne glided down closer to the canopies of the trees and cloaked himself with astral stalker. His tracking brought him right to them. At the moment they sat around their campsite, having a snack, discussing their hunting plans. In Numantian. Redmayne's eyebrows rose. He could understand their conversation. A hidden perk of Voice of the Beast Lord, he supposed. These were Numantians, then, or imbued from another colony world. Their gear and clothing looked foreign enough, though they still favored blue, silver, and white, as the imbued of Volos had a tendency to do. Redmayne noted several powerful items amidst their gear, and not one of the 4 was lower than level 150. Astral Stalker made him incorporeal. He hovered above and behind the group, considering what to do with them while they talked. It was possible they were here to watch over the seal of the Griffin. Perhaps the Numantians had learned of the seals. If so, their deaths would be conspicuous, and they would know about them immediately, thanks to the system's map. He could bypass them completely and carry on to the seal, and either deal with them afterward or simply leave. But that would leave the monsters here at their mercy. And given the change in circumstances, monsters were now potential allies. Redmayne's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Yes, he'd go and speak to them. It would be an awful shame if the denizens of Erdu Forest attacked the imbued as one. And if there happened to be one extra monster, who would notice? Chapter 92. Erdu Forest, Demi-Human Village. King Ed sat upon a throne of skulls. Mostly they were the skulls of demi-humans, though there were other kinds mixed in. Cats, birds, rodents. The occasional human skull stood out because of its size. The king was himself a demi-human, with gray-green skin and yellow eyes, an uncharacteristically noble set of facial features, and a crown of small skulls on his head, worn at a jaunty angle. A great steel sword, obviously forged for a human, leaned against the side of that throne. King Ed Monster. Type, demi-human. Level 141. You tell the king there are interlopers in his land. He has not seen this. His scouts bring no word. Your scouts are likely dead, said Redmayne, or else the powers of the imbued have fooled their senses.
King Ed made his displeasure at this suggestion plain. He straightened on his throne, frowned theatrically. The throng of demi-humans huddled around him, encircling both Ed and Redmayne, grew agitated at his show of frustration. There was much growling and jabbering in the clipped, guttural demi-human language. The king's eyes widened in a glare. His nostrils flared. "Who is this who comes before the king and tells him his chosen scouts are witless?" Redmayne sighed. He didn't want to fight them. He had a fondness for demi-humans. He used to look like one, even. "If you don't believe me, then come see for yourself," he said. This was the wrong thing to say. The demi-humans around them jeered and howled. Many brandished weapons. Redmayne found himself the target of dozens of yellow-eyed glares and shouted invectives in the demi-human language.
King Ed sees through your ruse, red-haired one.
Ed grinned and leaned back on his skull throne. "You would lure the king into the wilds, away from his clan, and then you would try to usurp him, yes?" Redmayne wanted to tell the demi-human he was overestimating the value of his kingdom, but he supposed that would go over about as well as the suggestion he come look for himself. So he took a moment to consider his next actions. He wasn't above a little trickery, so long as it was well-intentioned. Redmayne changed form. A gasp rippled through the crowd of demi-humans as Redmayne shrank down to their size, took on their features. It was the form the Morholts called Little Redcap not so long ago. "I travel in the guise of a human for safety," he said, "but I am the last of my clan. These Numantian-imbued hunt our kind. Indeed, they hunt all monsters for their own gain. Great King, I come to warn you of their arrival. If you truly don't believe me, bring your warriors along with you. I will show you all the danger is near." Under just about any other circumstances, he would not have voluntarily taken this form again. But he knew he'd made the right choice. Their reactions were too perfect. Even King Ed had gone wide-eyed at Redmayne's transformation. He leaned forward on his throne, his hands clutching two skulls that made the tops of its arms. "Where did you learn such sorcery?" he asked. "I can show you. But first, good king, you must rise and protect your people." Elsewhere in the forest, Redmayne had sent Pieter to engage in diplomacy of a different kind. In the form of a giant boar with crimson fur, the priest of Kral stood before the lord of the Southron section of Erdu Forest, who, at the moment, dozed in a clearing. Vargath, the Great Boar Monster. Type: Beast. Level 145. Vargath was a colossal beast, larger than an ox, larger perhaps than even the ice wargs of the north. His thick, bristled hide was as coarse as wire, and a mottled blend of dark browns and grays, providing both armor and camouflage against the forested backdrop. The creature's head was enormous, with curved tusks, each as long as a man's arm, that could likely uproot trees and fling boulders with a single swipe. Pieter's own boar form wasn't so impressive, but his lord had bestowed him with battle skills. If it came to a contest of strength, he could prevail. He hoped. Pieter wished Redmayne had chosen him to speak to the demi-humans. He was a scholar and a speaker, a holy man. He was no warrior. Oh, how craven he felt, even in such a powerful form as this. Or perhaps that was why. Yes, the master wished to test him, to push him toward greatness. He would be equal to the challenge. It was necessary for Lord Redmayne's plan that they arrive in the same place at the same time, so he couldn't dally. He trembled at the sight of the massive beast slumbering before him. But then he steeled himself, pitched his snout skyward, and let out a deafening screech. Vargath barely stirred. Many other boars napping in the clearing did, however. They awoke and grunted their displeasure, fixing their eyes on the crimson boar who dared disturb their nap time. I'm full. Leave me be.
Vargoth didn't open his eyes. "Humans are coming!" cried Pieter in the language of boars. "They come with weapons and magics! They hunt us!"
Let them come, said Vargoth. We will crush them, gore them, trample them underfoot. We do it quick. Then we rest again.
"We should go out and catch them by surprise. They sit together unaware. Now would be the perfect time." Vargoth shook his head side to side, let out a grunt of displeasure at the mere suggestion he get up. "Let them come," he repeated. Pieter's stomach lurched with fright. He knew what he had to say. Lord Redmayne had given him precise instructions, but no, he just had to do it, and damn the consequences. "If you don't rise and fight, Vargoth, I say you are a coward." Vargoth's eyes popped open. They were like little spheres of obsidian, small but fierce, glowing with intelligence and anger. The ground trembled as Vargoth rose, muscles rippling beneath his thick hide, and the other boars backed away, sensing the challenge hanging in the air. Vargoth's tusks gleamed like the tips of spears as he shook his head, dislodging leaves and debris. His nostrils flared, and his breath came in powerful snorts that sent dust swirling. As he stood to his full height, towering over Pieter, his gaze promised retribution for the insult. Pieter tried not to let his voice shake. "If I knock you over, Vargoth, you have to come with me." "Could you pass the sausages?" said Aranth. He sat with his coterie, Cale Ramtha, Livia Calestus, and Marcus Vesperian, having a late breakfast in a place called Erdu Forest. Earlier this morning they dispatched the first of 3 enemies in the zone, and since their resources were a bit depleted by the fight, they chose to rest and scout around for the remainder of the day. There didn't seem to be any rush. Marcus handed him the pan with the sausages, picking some from between his teeth with a toothpick in his other hand. "Seems like a pleasant world," he said. "Pretty scenery." "A bit wild," said Livia Calestus. "Wild things can still be beautiful when they're tamed," said Cale Ramtha, their magister. He held out his hand for the pan of sausages after Aranth, took some for himself, and then placed it back in the center of their little circle. Aranth leaned back against the rock he was using for a chair, and spoke with half a mouthful of food. "I don't see what all the fuss was about. An emergency Pharos call, and the whole Venturian Sixth is here. Crazy stuff. So far as I've seen, this world doesn't look much like it's in crisis." "Appearances can be deceiving," said Cale. Aranth shrugged his shoulders. "I suppose." Livia let her gaze wander for a moment, taking in the sights and sounds of the forest. "Shall we make this zone a sanctuary?" "Nah," said Aranth. "We should continue north after this. There's a renegade faction, Redmayne House, I think it's called. They have 2 sanctuaries, good ones, and a fat slab of territories besides. We'll have to be quick about it, though. Every other coterie fresh across the bridge is going to have their eyes on that one." "The provisional governor believes the one called Redmayne may still be at large," said Cale. Marcus Vesperian grinned broadly. "We should claim his head too, then. I hear the reward is practically divine favor." "If the reward is practically divine favor, we probably have little chance," said Aranth. Livia was the first to notice the sounds. They came from both the north and the south. From the north she thought she heard voices, the clatter of weapons, the drumbeat of many pairs of feet walking in a group. From the south, thunder. No, hoofbeats, large animals crashing through the underbrush. Her heart went still. Slowly, she leaned over to set aside her unfinished plate of food and took up her bow. Her companions noticed what she was doing, and a couple of them reacted with raised eyebrows. "We good?" asked Aranth. She met his eyes and shook her head no. His own eyes widened a bit, and he nodded. The rest got the message as well, setting down their plates and taking up arms as they rose to their feet. Arendt's sword whispered from its scabbard. Marcus took up his twin hammers. Cale grasped his staff, which he'd rested against the trunk of a nearby tree. In a moment, the sounds from the north and the south grew loud enough for all of them to hear. A moment after that, their enemies came into plain view.
Out of the Northron horizon came a throng of demi-humans, their faces contorted with jeering mockery, storming forward, wielding plundered arms and crude wooden shields. Their leader was nearly as tall as a man, wore a crown of skulls, and carried a great double-edged sword that looked far too heavy for him. Nonetheless, he held it casually, a smile on his face, his yellow eyes agleam with the prospect of bloodshed. From the south came boars. Huge ones. Such was the size of their hooves that the earth beneath them was deeply furrowed, scattering chunks of earth and cracked stone in all directions, leaving a trail which resembled the aftermath of an avalanche or a star falling to the earth. They knocked aside trees, trampled bushes, and the boar at the head of the pack, the one leading the charge and by far the largest of the bunch, had a glimmer of intellect in its beady eyes. Arendt swallowed hard, gripped his sword tighter. They could handle this. They had been through worse. He wasn't an especially pious man, but he muttered a prayer to the Nine all the same. Chapter 93. Urdu Forest. Imbued. Camp Redmayne and Pieter rejoined each other once they had set everything into motion. He hadn't intended it, but this would be a splendid opportunity to observe the imbued of other worlds in action. Astral Stalker, imbued, marked as prey. Gnosis, 1501. For a vantage point, he chose the limb of a nearby tree, high enough to be out of their peripheral vision, and since they were mere moments before the battle was joined, he examined their system tags. Arnthnir. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Fencer. Faction, Cohors Invictus. Level, 149. This one looked like he was the leader of the group, or at least he carried himself that way. He was a tall fellow with dark hair and pale eyes, and wore a long blue jacket trimmed with silver. In his hand, he held a finely made thrusting sword. At the moment he leapt to his feet, Redmayne thought he saw fear in the man's expression, but the look went away when his weapon came out. Livia Caelestis. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Winged Archer. Faction, Cohors Invictus. Level, 145. A short, pale girl with light hair and keen blue eyes. She didn't look like she was strong enough to string the massive recurve bow she was holding, let alone draw it. But she held it confidently nonetheless, with an arrow nocked and held low, her eyes fixed on the charging boars to the south. Marcus Vesperian. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Thunderer. Faction, Cohors Invictus. Level, 147. This one was tall and brawny, with broad shoulders, a barrel chest, and an anvil chin. He held a heavy hammer in each hand, their heads roughly the size of his own. Redmayne watched the bronze tint of his skin become something like actual bronze, a skill which hardened his flesh into armor. Cale Ramtha. Class, Magister. Archetype, Vitalis Conduit. Faction, Cohors Invictus. Level, 144. The other three formed a protective triangle around this one. He was tall and willowy, with long hair nearly as white as his skin. Though he was no elder, this one may have been the youngest of the set, in fact. He held a staff and closed his eyes, muttering the opening syllables of an incantation which made the whole coterie take on a faint white glow. They would be a match for King Ed or Vargoth, to be certain, had they hunted them one at a time, slaying their minions while making their way toward the lair of each. Now everything came at them at once. From the north, many of the demi-human warriors had grown impatient with their leader's casual pace and broke out into a full charge,
inspiring the rest to follow suit. King Ed, meanwhile, continued to saunter toward them, with his blade rested on one shoulder and a bloodthirsty grin on his face.
From the south, the boars had only picked up speed. They were close now, the thunder of their hoofbeats shaking the earth as they charged in a V formation behind Vargath, who ran at full speed with his head held low, those tusks mighty enough to knock the whole coterie into the sky if they didn't move. The two groups would hit the coterie simultaneously. The first belligerent to contact the imbued was an especially eager demi-human, with longer legs than his comrades. He let out a battle shriek and leaped high into the air, his yellow eyes wild with exhilaration, his club held high for an overhead strike. With a flick, Arnthnir casually sliced him in half from his groin to the top of his head, and the two pieces sailed past the fencer to land behind him on his left and right. And then the demi-humans truly charged. Hearts pounding and muscles straining, they surged forward, fueled by a burning anger at the imbued's audacity. Their eyes were wide and frenzied, aglow with rage, and sweat glistened on their brows. The air was thick with the sound of their grunts and the clatter of weapons, a cacophony of metal and fury as they bore down upon the coterie.
Livia Caelestis leapt straight up into the air, and Redmane suddenly understood why her archetype was called Winged Archer.
For she sprouted a pair of glowing blue wings made of pure gnosis. But they didn't behave like the wings of a flying creature. They remained static, as if they were a mere decoration. She moved through the air like a wasp, hovering and shifting about laterally and diagonally, firing arrows from her quiver, which glowed blue and struck the demi-human clan like bolts fired from a ballista. She turned and loosed a spike of blue into the neck of Vargath, but the boar was not deterred. They would all be trampled in one more heartbeat. Until Marcus Vesperian lifted his leg and stomped the ground, and Redmane had to grab hold of the trunk of his tree to avoid being flung from it. Decimus's Earthshaker. The tip of Marcus's boot became the vertex of a triangle of shredded earth, a seismic wave that ripped through the ground faster than the boars charging in the opposite direction. The ground shattered and heaved, sending mud and grass and shards of rock flying in a triangular formation. It was like the breath of a dragon, if that breath were naught but pure force. All the boars, Vargath included, went flying. The earth bucked them, and massive as they were, they took to the air like leaves in a tempest. In an instant, the sound of panicked squeals joined the sound of weapons clashing on the other side of the battle. Marcus raised his twin hammers, and they crackled with power as he brought them down on Vargath's head with as much force as he could muster, which was a lot. The blow struck Vargath, but it made a fresh crater on the ground beneath the point of impact as well. On the other side, Redmane watched King Ed's lackeys make way for him, the crowd parting so he could saunter up to Arnthnir, who greeted him with a bow and a flourish of his sword. The demi-human hefted his weapon, bowed as well, and at first it looked as if Ed's followers were going to hang back and observe their duel. But that lasted roughly a second, before one leaped at Arnth's back. Arnth stepped to the side, leaving an afterimage of himself in the wake of his evasion. Evidently, this illusion was convincing enough to bait the next few demi-humans into attacking it, but the first weapon to touch it made it vanish. The fencer seemed undeterred by their tactics, but he wasn't making much progress against his real opponent while fending off attacks from every direction at the same time. This was where Livia Caelestis came in. From above, she rained glowing death on the clan of demi-humans and the family of boars both. A few demi-humans were armed with ranged weaponry of their own, slings and shortbows mostly, and as they returned fire, she immediately knew who to pick off next. And she didn't stop with the demi-humans. Her covering fire swung toward the boars, preventing them from interceding in Marcus Vesperian's battle with Vargath. Cael Ramtha, meanwhile, was the heart of the diagram. the calm center of the furiously turning wheel. His eyes remained closed, trusting fully in the capability of his comrades to keep him safe, while he bolstered their strength and healed their wounds with support skills, untouched by the weapons of demi-humans or the tusks of giant boars. Arndt protecting him from the north side, Marcus from the south, and Livia from above. Clearly, they had done this before. This was a good team, well-trained and battle-tested, acting in perfect harmony. It was a shame they had come at the call of Jarrell Craith, that they were here to aid in the conquest of his world. The thought made it easier for Redmayne to put his finger on the scale. The beast, liberated. Gnosis, 1461. Lacerations exploded all over Kael Ramtha's body, spraying arcs of bright red blood all over the coterie and their campsite. The Magister fell to his knees and doubled over, coughed out another spray of red which spattered the grass beneath him. He wasn't dead, but he was close. More importantly, the group briefly lost its cohesion. Arnthnir, in the midst of parrying a blow from King Ed, glanced back in alarm. Livia Caelestis looked down at Kael with panic and anger in her eyes. Marcus Vesperian, who had just struck off the tip of one of Vargoth's tusks, caught the other one full in the gut, just as Kael's protective skill faltered. The impact threw Marcus into the air at speed. The tree he struck cracked in half when his bronze body hit, sending him staggering. There was a bleeding wound in his stomach. Vargoth's tusk had punctured his metallic skin. Now Kael had to make a snap decision. Heal his comrade, or heal himself. The Magister chose Marcus, threw a healing skill that caught the warrior just as Vargoth charged at him with tusks swinging. Marcus Vesperian's wound glowed white, his body flushed with vitality, energizing him and clearing his mind just in time to meet the charging boar again. Redmayne silently commended the Magister's loyalty before finishing him. The beast liberated Gnosis, 1411. There was another spray of red, and Kael Ramtha hit the grass face first, motionless. With their pillar of support gone, Redmayne suspected they wouldn't last too much longer. They were brilliant fighters, but they counted on their Magister. Their strategy revolved around him. Now he would see how they adapted to his absence. Livia Caelestis was looking for him, but it seemed she couldn't see the incorporeal because more than once her determined gaze swept right past the place he'd chosen to observe them. She could not spare much time to search, however, because her living companions demanded most of her attention. The winged archer continued to run Overwatch, harrying Arnth and Marcus's attackers with deadly arrows from above. And while she did so undeterred, having already picked off all the demi-humans carrying ranged weapons, she couldn't protect them from everything by herself. Arnth slipped to the side of an uppercut from King Ed's heavy sword, but before he could spring back with a riposte, 3 demi-humans were already lunging at him with powerful but clumsy swings of their own. Again, he had to sacrifice his offense, even though Livia was doing her utmost to keep them off of him. But there were just too many. Marcus took another critical hit from Vargoth, sending him skidding back, his heels digging furrows into the earth. But the warrior was far from defeated. His eyes burned with resolve. The boar came at him for another blow, and this time Marcus was quicker. His hammers came out wide and then shot in from either side, smashing into Vargoth's skull from the left and right simultaneously. There was a deafening crack, and the great boar's eyes rolled back in their sockets as he thudded to the ground, defeated. And then 2 more boars bowled Marcus over, trampling him under their hooves. His hammers went flying. Things became more chaotic. Where before Marcus kept the boars busy on one side, and Arnth kept the demi-humans occupied on the other, it all mixed. Boars charged through the ranks of demi-humans, sending them spinning through the air, screeching. Arnth had a new set of problems to worry about. Livia fired indiscriminately into the melee,
now that her only restriction was not striking Arnth. Marcus lay on his back, arms and legs out wide, breathing, but weakly.
King Ed leapt onto the back of a boar charging past him, holding a tuft of its bristly fur in one hand and his heavy sword in the other, grinning as he slashed at Arnth on his way by. The blow went high, easily ducked by the fencer, but the Immobed had more pressing concerns. He had to jump aside to avoid being trampled by another boar, and the demi-humans continued to fling themselves at him from every side. He sliced two in half mid-leap, wheeled around to locate King Ed, but he'd lost track of him. Redmayne hadn't. He watched as the demi-human leader crouched on the back of the charging boar with impressive balance. And then he sprang high into the air, bringing his blade back for a leaping overhead blow. Not for Arnth, though. For Livia, who was looking the other way. Chapter 94. Erdu Forest, Imbued Camp. At the apex of his prodigious leap, King Ed brought his sword back with both hands gripping tight on the hilt. His body arched in such a way that when he swung the weapon, he would double forward, putting every ounce of force he could muster into the blow. A strike Redmayne himself wouldn't have wanted to be the target of. Fortunately, he was a spectator. Livia, at the last instant, realized something was coming up behind her at speed. But she turned too late to do anything about it. Ed cleaved into her back from left shoulder to right hip. Blood flew from the wound, and her gnosis wings flickered and went out. King Ed clipped the winged archer's wings. Livia fell to the earth, landing face first, her bow a few feet away, out of reach. Her arms shook as she struggled to pick herself up off the ground, even as King Ed landed nearby and broke into a charge the instant his feet touched the ground, blade held low, ready to finish her with one more heavy cut. Arnth was at least peripherally aware of what was going on, though he had much to deal with. An entire clan of demi-humans, barely diminished in numbers, even though his slender blade bisected or decapitated at least one every time it swung. And a smaller but no less dangerous family of giant boars, who charged him, circled round and charged again, the lot of them carving out a vaguely star-shaped pattern in the dirt, with the fencer as its center point. He was moving toward Livia with care, one step at a time. But when Ed knocked her out of the sky and then sprinted in for the kill, he realized he'd have to go faster. Flicker. A little demi-human struck Arnth in the leg with his spear, and he shifted through space in an instant, vanishing and reappearing next to Livia's prone body, in time to intercept King Ed with a perfectly timed parry that made their blades ring against each other like a great iron bell. Interesting. Redmayne was unaware Flicker could be used in this way. Perhaps he'd leveled the skill up beyond the basic way the Sicarii utilized it. Or the Sicarii themselves weren't especially creative in the use of their skills. Either possibility seemed likely. Arnth's thrusting sword struck Ed's broad blade back with surprising force. The demi-human king was wide open for a counterattack. But the fencer didn't take it. Instead, he grabbed Livia Caelestis and ran. Arnth must have known he wouldn't make it far in a running race with giant boars. Perhaps he knew and attempted anyway, accepting even the smallest chance of saving a comrade's life. Redmayne found it commendable. Stupid, but commendable. Arnth took off as if shot from a cannon, sprinting faster than any natural human. And the boars charged after him as one, indifferent to the opportunistic demi-humans grabbing onto their fur to hitch a ride. Some attempted to climb onto the boars' backs. Some simply held onto a fistful of wiry fur with their feet planted on the boars' sides, weapons raised as they howled and screeched after the fleeing imbued. King Ed leapt onto the back of a huge boar, mounting it like a warhorse, holding his blade out to the side as he crouched low to reduce the wind resistance, his dark hair streaming behind him. Somehow the crown of little skulls didn't fly off his head. Redmayne had to fly along beside the group. It wasn't truly flying, as Astral Stalker rendered him incorporeal.
but he moved fast enough to keep up nonetheless.
Whatever skill the imbued used to run with such fleetness waned, and the boars gained on him.
Arnth glanced back, gritted his teeth, and leapt high over the back of a boar that tried to charge and cut him off, his legs wheeling in midair, as if he were still trying to run. And run he did, the instant his feet touched the ground again, fueled by a fresh burst of gnosis.
A demi-human pulled what looked like a bolus off his belt, whipped it around in the air and sent it whizzing at Arnth's ankles. But the imbued had a flicker ready to deploy. When the weapon touched his feet, he blinked out and reappeared further ahead of his pursuers.
The boars fanned out, spedding their formation, the ones on the far ends surging forward to enclose their prey, to limit his options. They were steering him, Redmayne realized, shepherding him away from the mostly flat, lightly wooded area and toward a patch of rocky hills thick with trees and overgrowth. His high vantage made it easy for Redmayne to understand their plan. They would push him into the difficult terrain and then encircle it, surrounding him and cutting off the possibility of retreat from all directions. And it looked like it was going to work. Arnth ran straight into it, and while he made his way through the dense obstacles with remarkable speed, he wasn't fast enough to beat the boars running all the way around him to the left and right on easier ground. The demi-humans dismounted from the beasts and brandished their weapons, hooting and hollering into the thicket from every direction. Only when the imbued emerged from the tree line on the other side did he realize they had corralled him. Sweat glazed his face, which shone at first with fear, and then with a sort of wry acceptance. He faced King Ed again, who was dismounting the boar he rode on to approach the imbued, with a gamely smile, his broadsword held casually in one hand. "Tell us," said the demi-human king, "why have you come here?" "By order of the provisional governor," he said in a breathless tone. "So someone told you to come to our forest and slay us, yes?" "That's the long and short of it." King Ed grinned. "Well, at least you make no excuses for yourself." Arnthnir's chest rose and fell dramatically with his labored breathing. He still had Livia slung over his shoulder like a haversack. His grip on her tightened slightly as the demi-human king drew near. Redmayne could tell he was thinking fast, trying to come up with a way out of this situation. "What say you and I duel it out?" said Arnth. King Ed's eyebrow rose. "You and me. No cheats, no help from others. If I win, you let us go in peace, and I vow we won't return." "And if you lose?" asked Ed. Arnthnir shrugged. "You got us already. It's up to you." King Ed's smile grew. His yellow eyes glittered with malice as he considered the possibilities. He seemed uncommonly intelligent for a demi-human. Surely he was smart enough to understand that even if Arnthnir swore to leave and never return, Terracon would send another coterie to Erdu Forest without delay. "If you lose," said the king, "then we peel off that fine hide of yours for boots and belts, and perhaps a scabbard for this sword of mine. The woman can return to your big city and tell them all what became of you." The imbued swallowed hard, nodded. "You'll spare Livia either way. You savages are full of surprises." "You humans think you invented honor," said the king. Arnth gently laid Livia down, ensuring she was out of immediate harm's way. He straightened, rolling his shoulders to loosen the tension that had built up during the chase, and drawing his slender sword, its tip pointed toward the ground. His stance was relaxed yet poised, like a coiled spring. King Ed, in contrast, stood with his feet planted firmly apart, his broadsword resting on his shoulder. The weapon was massive, its blade wide and heavy, designed to cleave through armor and muscle and bone alike. Ed's wiry muscles rippled beneath his skin, packed with power well concealed by a deceptively lanky frame. The imbued fought for his own skin, literally, but he remained composed nonetheless.
The demi-human king looked like he was about to enjoy an unexpected but pleasant game.
Around them, the demi-human clan drew in closer to watch, forming a loose ring around Arnth and Ed. The boars appeared to understand what was going on. Either that or the demi-humans had some way of calming them down, because they did not disrupt what was taking place in the circle. Arnth and Ed circled each other, watching and waiting. The fencer spotted a chance to attack, streaked in behind the flashing point of his sword, and the demi-human king met him in the middle of the circle. Redmayne observed with a keen interest. Sword fights were like conversations, he thought. The attacks were the questions, and the dodges and parries were the answers. Sometimes one combatant would carry the conversation with an unbroken string of inquiries, only for his opponent to switch the line of questioning back upon the attacker, and then his turn came to defend his positions, literally.
Arnth's arguments were direct,
Precise, much like the implement he used to make them. His thrusting sword moved in straight lines, sometimes diagonal, weaving through space to find openings and then dart in like a serpent. King Ed was a wheel of death. His broadsword fell upon Arnth in arcs, from above or below, or from side to side. He had an uppercut swing, which looked like it could take the imbued right off his feet if it ever connected. If it didn't cleave him in half first. Arnth did his utmost to make sure that didn't happen. He didn't use Flicker again. Perhaps he was low on Gnosis, but even without it he put on an impressive show of skill, always an inch away from the blade of King Ed as it whooshed by, always poised to counterattack. The crowd of demi-humans watched in intense silence as the imbued fought for his life, ducking and weaving away from the weighty swings of Ed's broadsword, all his concentration directed at it.
King Ed noticed the depth of his focus, so he hit him with something he wasn't looking at. Arnth slipped to the side of another uppercut slash, and King Ed's fist slammed into his temple. His sword flew from his hand. Sweat flew from his face. A few teeth flew from his mouth. Arnth spun all the way around and landed face first in the dirt. For a moment, it was quiet, and then a cheer erupted from all around. One of King Ed's followers approached him, keeping a cautious eye on the unconscious imbued. "What do you want to do with them?" King Ed grinned down at Arnth and rested the blade of his sword on his shoulder again, the other hand on his hip. "We do what we said we'd do. Send the woman back when she's recovered. Take the man and make some boots out of him or something. We're honorable demi-humans, are we not?" "Aye," said the other, though he didn't seem sure about what the word honorable meant. Ed turned to leave, but before he did so he paused to look around for someone. Redmayne, probably. He had been conspicuously absent since setting them into motion, after all. The king's gaze swept right past Redmayne, but he saw no one, which made him smirk, shrug his shoulders, and turn toward home. Behind him, a group of demi-humans gathered around Livia Caelestis and Arnth to tie them up and toss them on the back of a boar for transportation. As he watched the crowd disperse, Redmayne's mind caught on the image of the little demi-human contemplating the word honorable. Honor. Fidelity to one's companions, valuing their lives above your own. A trait worthy of respect. But it felt paradoxical to respect the coming of those whose intent was naught but murder and plunder. Murderers and plunderers who talked themselves into thinking they were heroes. Like the farmer who spares one livestock animal from the slaughter, keeps it as a pet, and calls it a friend, even as he butchers the rest of its family for sale at the market. For some reason he is troubled by the blood staining his hands, as if he alone, among all living things, should not survive by killing and eating. He tells himself that he kills only out of necessity, comes up with some sort of convoluted lie to justify his perfectly natural behavior. Then, once the lie has settled into place, the anxiety which caused its creation relaxes,
and the man becomes something worse than an animal, something with an ever-growing appetite, backed by a story crafted to numb the moral pain.
It isn't murder if it's the cost of doing business. It isn't plunder if it's the price of progress. Redmayne would rather the Numantians openly call themselves pirates. That would be more worthy of respect. Perhaps one day he would lead by example in that regard. It would begin here, in Volos, and the next step forward resided in this very forest. The Seal of the Griffin. Chapter 95. The Seal of the Griffin. Redmayne found the seal in the heart of the forest. It lay at the bottom of a thickly wooded basin, perhaps a mile wide and half as deep, suggesting the place may once have been the site of a great impact. And like the seal of the Sphinx, it was housed in an ancient building of black stone. Though this was less a building and more a complex, perhaps it had once been an arboretum or a botanical garden. It was like a castle wall, making a ring around something in the center. Whatever that something was in ages past, Redmayne could not say. But he knew what lay before him this evening, a circle of giant rune-etched bones containing a roiling mass of power. Crimson, like the others. No sooner did he lay eyes on it, did its pulsing seem to sync with the beating of his heart. It knew he was here, and it brought forth its guardian. As Redmayne stepped through the membrane of force, shielding the power of the seal, so too did the griffin take shape before him. It had the head and forelegs of an eagle, and the hindquarters of a lion. The tail of its leonine half ended in a tuft of golden fire, the source of the aura enveloping its whole body in a nimbus of warm light. Its eagle wings spanned wide, with tawny feathers tipped in white, and its talons were jet black, long and sharp as sickles. The griffin's amber eyes met Redmayne's, and it let out a call that echoed throughout the whole basin. Thole, the griffin monster. Type primordial. Level 200. The griffin reared back, unfurling its massive wings and taking flight, and Redmayne called forth the wings of the manticore to join it in the air. His heart raced as he climbed. Another seal within reach. Another fifth of his true self. When he returned to that legion encampment before the city of Terracon, he would lay waste to it himself. There seemed to be no limit to how high the griffin could climb, so long as it remained within the confines of the complex below. It soared higher, and Redmayne followed, striking only when he was certain he could reach. It was the opening move of an aerial dance. Redmayne's claws slashed through the space between them, projecting cutting waves that cleared the distance between them in a heartbeat. But the griffin rebuked those projections, its own talons sheathed in golden light. The griffin's wings beat with powerful strokes, propelling it wherever it wished to go with great power, while Redmayne arced around it with sharp turns and sudden dives, like a mockingbird harassing a crow near its nest. Redmayne dove at it from above and below and from either side, making the most of the maneuverability of the wings of the manticore. Evidently, the griffin grew frustrated with this. It turned toward him and exhaled a stream of gold fire, a blazing cone Redmayne dodged by rolling to the side, feeling the heat pass close to his face. They spiraled around each other in the open sky, and when Redmayne came about for his next pass, he gave the griffin a dose of its own medicine. Venom breath gnosis. 1436. The griffin was too close to avoid it. Redmayne soaked it in glowing purple as he flew past, but even though it clearly damaged it, he could see the singed feathers and burnt flesh beneath. The venom effect seemed to pour off its body without effect, like water rolling off a duck's back. Wrath 1. No venom. Very well. Better to find out these things early. The griffin banked sharply, using its powerful wings to arc away from Redmayne and then gain altitude over him, positioning itself high above him. At the apex of its ascent,
It tucked its wings in and dove with incredible speed. And as it descended, the griffin extended its talons, now glowing with intensified golden light. And at the same time, it let out another piercing call that reverberated through the air. Griffin's dive. Redmane grinned and surged upward to answer force with force.
Lion's lunge. Gnosis. 1421.
The griffin's call mingled with Redmane's roar, and when the sounds merged, they created an oddly harmonious note. Then they struck, and a shockwave rippled outward from the point of collision. Corpus, 12,344. Wrath, 2. The force of their meeting sent both combatants reeling backward, tumbling through the sky. The griffin's wings flared wide, struggling to regain control as it spun away, while Redmane simply fell for a few moments, punch-drunk from the impact. He shook it off, flipped himself upright, and beat furiously to stabilize his descent. But the griffin was already diving again. It swooped in, talons extended and glowing, cutting through the air with lethal intent. Redmane twisted his body to avoid the full brunt of the attack, but the griffin's claws grazed his side, leaving a trail of searing pain. The griffin's momentum carried it past Redmane, but it quickly banked around for another assault, its eyes locked onto its target with the unwavering focus of a bird of prey. Corpus, 10,208. Wrath, 3. Redmane's lip curled in a snarl, and he streaked through the air at the griffin, who awaited him patiently, stationary for the moment. Redmane understood why when the griffin gave a sudden, forceful beat of its wings, creating a gust of wind that struck him like a physical blow. The impact sent him reeling, struggling to maintain his position in the air. The griffin followed up with another wing buffet, using the turbulence to keep Redmane off balance. Then the griffin unleashed a stream of golden fire from its beak, the flames roaring toward Redmane, who twisted and dove, narrowly avoiding the full force of the fiery breath. But the edges of the flames licked at his wings, leaving scorched flesh in their wake. Corpus, 8,959. Wrath, 4. If that was a glancing bow, he'd prefer not to know what it felt like to be engulfed in the griffin's flame. Or perhaps he would. Wrath, 0. Enhanced fire resistance, 4. Redmane steadied himself in the air. The griffin came at him with another griffin's dive, and he swooped away from it, but slower than he could have, and wider out, the maneuver carrying him around to the perfect distance for another breath attack. And the griffin did not disappoint. It reared back, chest expanding as it gathered energy for another blast of golden fire. Flames surged forward like water from a breaking dam. Redmane did not dodge. Instead, he propelled himself straight into the fire, wings beating with force. It blinded him. He swam in light. But even though the flames engulfed his body completely, he felt the fire rolling off his skin, his enhancement sparing him from fatal damage. Corpus, 7,822. Wrath, 1. It would be a fair trade for this. Lion's lunge. Gnosis, 1,391. He struck 3 times. A claw across the trachea, one down the side of its head, the third from underneath, an uppercut slashing it from its chest to the bottom of its beak. The impacts tore through feathers and flesh. Arcs of glittering blood flew through the sky. Wrath, 4. The griffin was wounded but far from deterred. It closed the distance between them with a powerful beat of its wings, and the dance was on again. And this time it was bloodier. Redmane and the griffin banked and dove and swooped at each other, claws and talons clashing or swiping through empty air, each exchange a near miss by either combatant, even as the speed and aggression of their maneuvering increased. A part of his mind stressed caution,
but the scent of blood spurred Redmane's hunger for more.
The griffin fought as if it were truly the lord of the skies. It was no mere beast. The mind of a canny warrior lived in that body, a mind which could learn from previous errors, spot patterns and exploit them, set traps and bait specific responses. It aimed a precise slash at Redmane's torso, at a speed and angle it had used several times already.
Redmane blocked it as he had before, but the block opened his left side for an instant,
which is when the talons of the griffin connected there, raking across his stomach and rib cage and leaving deep gashes. Redmane reeled from the impact, blood flying from his wound, struggling to correct his position in the air as the griffin circled back for another strike. Corpus, 6,525. Wrath, 5.
Without pause, the griffin beat its wings to create a powerful gust, hurling a wall of air directly toward Redmane. The wind hit him like a battering ram, knocking him even further off balance and sending him tumbling through the sky. Then it dove in close to deliver another blow, its talons glowing with a nimbus of golden light. Griffin's dive. Redmane's gaze centered on those talons. If they struck him full on, it could be the end.
Even a fleeting thought of this was enough to spike his fury. He growled as it burned in his chest. Wrath, 0. Might, plus 50. The griffin's talons struck, and he met them with his own, one hand on each. The impact sent out another ripple of force as Redmane and the griffin, now locked together, began to twist and tumble in freefall.
Another stream of golden fire poured over Redmane, and this time the fire engulfed him more fully, the heat searing his skin and wings. Redmane twisted and turned, trying to escape the inferno, but the griffin maintained the pressure, keeping him trapped within the fiery onslaught as they wheeled through the air, joined by the claws. Corpus, 3,200. Wrath, 1. It burned, but he yet lived. Might would avail him. Redmane flexed his arms, then his back and shoulders, and his trunk. With effort, he twisted their positions around so that he had the top position, and the griffin was beneath him, his legs locked around the beast's body, as if it were a mount, and Redmane was the rider, which freed his hands to deliver claw after claw after claw. The first struck its shoulder, shearing through muscle and tendon alike. Wrath, 2. The second shattered the wrist of its wing, rendering it useless. Wrath, 3.
The third raked down the side of its face, putting out its eye and rending the side of its pristine beak.
Wrath, 4. He could feel the beast trying to buck him off, but it was useless. He was the stronger of the two, and with more stacks of wrath to spare, he drove the point home. Wrath, 0. Might, plus 40. Redmane felt a wild exultation. He was stronger in this moment than he had ever been before. He wanted to go back to Terracon right this instant and go on a rampage, leave legions of Numantian soldiers dismembered in a pile, their bodies torn to pieces like the bloody ruin of their camp. He would tear down the walls of the city of Terracon and topple her towers, and then leave her ruins as a cautionary tale for any who may dare to follow in its example. Behold the fate of those who try to conquer his world. As Redmane and the griffin plummeted toward the rapidly approaching ground below, he reached down and wrapped his arms around the beast's thick neck. Then he pulled with force, and there was a loud, wet crack. The griffin's came up sharply, its neck snapped, and it moved no more.
Redmane let go of it, just in time to spare himself the damage of the fall. The griffin's body fell to the earth with a thud, its wings splayed out at its sides as he flapped out his wings and coasted to a gentle landing beside it. As he looked down upon his fallen prey, the crimson points of his eyes gleamed with hunger.
Chapter 96. The Seal of the Griffin.
Redmayne crouched over the carcass of the griffin, his teeth shearing through muscle, his jaws crunching bone, hot blood flowing down his chin. The meat was satisfying, nourishing. It tasted like its siblings, the manticore and the sphinx. A flavor Redmayne seemed to recall, perhaps from a previous life. Had this happened before? He didn't know. Even after learning so much, he felt there was still much to discover. Level up. Level 116 to level 117.
Level 117 to level 118. Level 118 to level 119. Level 119 to level 120. Quality points awaiting allocation. 4. Might. 86 to 90. Monster skills learned, Griffin's Dive. Bloodline skill, Monstrous. Rank 1, Evolution possible. Active, 75. Gnosis. The monster dives at its prey from above, enhancing its momentum with a surge of gnosis. This skill supplements the damage of an attack made with one of the monster's natural weapons, and if the monster performs the attack while descending upon its target, whether in flight or at the end of a leap or fall, the targeted creature's evasion is halved. Golden Flame Bloodline skill, Monstrous. Rank 1, Evolution. Possible. Active, 100 Gnosis. The monster is a keeper of Golden Flame. Golden Flame burns flammable substances in the same manner as mundane fire. The monster may breathe it, hurl it, project it from their eyes, or whichever other mechanism comes naturally. When used as a weapon, Golden Flame has the following weapon profile. Damage, plus 20. Armor penetration, 10. Evasion negation, 8. Spread, 6. Corpus damage over time, burning, 8. A creature afflicted with a condition will find itself cleansed of 1 stack of said condition for every 30 seconds spent in the presence of Golden Flame. Prolonged exposure may even purify creatures corrupted or possessed by malevolent spirits. The Golden Flame has a warding effect against such entities. The griffin had impressive physical qualities. Its wings were strong, well suited for long-distance flying at high altitudes. Its talons were dense like iron and wickedly curved. And then there was its Golden Flame. Redmayne held out his hand, palm up, and conjured a ball of it, watched it burn. Its color reminded him of the torches in the tomb of Voss. Had Voss given this weapon to the 5 heroes? Or had he taken it from him? As he gazed into the fire, he pondered those questions and considered the possibilities. Perhaps in the abyss, one could combine this weapon with others. He had an interest in what a combination of Lion's Lunge and Griffin's Dive would look like as well. But those were questions for later. The 3rd seal lay before him now, broken. Redmayne closed his fist, and the Golden Flame went up in wisps of glowing yellow. He directed his gaze up to the much larger and much more fiery mass of power before him. Tendrils of glowing crimson gnosis extending from it like veins of lightning, its pulse mirroring his own as he stood and approached it with a growing sense of anxiety. Strange. It had never made him feel that way before. Redmayne reached out for it, gritting his teeth in advance to brace for the searing, transformative pain to come. It struck him the instant the tip of his finger made contact. White-hot power flooding into his body, fire pouring into his mind and soul, the contents of one vessel mixing with the other, connecting 2 long-separated parts of a once whole entity. The thing that was once called Kral the Devourer. But this time, Redmayne truly felt Kral's presence, and he did so with a growing sense of alarm. He was in something like a soul space. Kral the Devourer loomed over him in his mind's eye, a being whose malice was as boundless as its hunger, who had nearly consumed a civilization,
a single eye over a titanic maw. Its psychic presence dwarfed him, made him realize he was indeed a part of a once whole entity. A tiny part. Now Kral was alive. It was awake.
And it was going to do to Redmayne what Redmayne had done to the others.
Redmayne didn't know where or when he was. There was no terrain around them, no sky, but such details hardly seemed relevant in the moment. The only thing he needed to know right then was that he felt the pull of the wind. Faintly at first, but growing in power. Its origin was the back of Kral's all-devouring gullet. Oblivion. He stared at that point of darkness and understood.
If it consumed him now, Redmayne would become for Kral what Pieter and the others were for him. Mere presences in the mind of a greater being, a higher power. Expendable passengers who existed at its leisure, who could be disposed of on a whim. The inexorable pull of that vortex took him. Slowly, at first, as if there were more mass inside Redmayne's man-sized frame than he realized. Even so, it drew him in slowly but surely, and there was nothing to take hold of, to grab onto to arrest the pull of Kral's terrible hunger. Closer and closer he came to that maw, and at the same time he felt the urge to give in to it, to become one with it, to allow it to consume him and digest him, to make him part of its whole, to exult in its awakening, to witness the exhilarating, terrifying spectacle of the wrath of a god of old. It felt like a hint of Pieter's zeal mixed with his own. He couldn't tell where the priest ended and he began, nor the others. They were all joined together, their minds and his mind, parts of a collective. You have fed it well. As its stature has grown, so it is matched by its appetite. The voice was unfamiliar, deep and sonorous, regal. Even as panic grew in Redmayne's chest, as he began to flail and claw at the nothingness to arrest the drag of Kral's vortex, he saw a figure standing next to him, upright and calm, completely unaffected by the pull. He could have been Redmayne's twin, except for the hair and the eyes. His were green, and his hair was blonde like new wheat. He wore fine clothes and a red cloak trimmed in gold. "Sensus Karalis," said Redmayne, with more than a little tension in his voice. The king of the Stallmen regarded him sternly. "What do you intend to do with it now, Redmayne? Can you control it, or will it become your master as it became mine?" "I will not be consumed." "So you say." There was a note of grim amusement in the king's voice. He watched Redmayne struggle in vain, arms wheeling against the drag of the vortex, legs tensed as if there were any ground to brace against. He brought forth the wings of the manticore for a burst of power, but there was no air to lift himself into. There was nothing but the ever-shortening moments between this moment and the moment of his demise. Redmayne's heart pounded in his skull, faster and faster. He felt a cold sweat break out over his skin. His muscles tensed, senses made keener by the proximity of death. Despite the unreality of this place, his body felt increasingly real. But it wasn't. This was a projection, an abstraction. It was illusionary. It was the identity of Kral, the mind of Kral, but not the body. The body was already his. Redmayne noticed that mere thought was enough to arrest his movement. He held still for a moment, but then his stomach lurched as the pull of the vortex intensified, drawing him frighteningly close to that cavernous maw. He had become strong, but not strong enough to challenge the will of Kral the Devourer directly. Not yet. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see a grinning Pieter standing at his side. A hand landed on his opposite shoulder,
belonging to Dobrogost.
4 demi-human warriors stood right behind him,
And a mighty ice warg. Redmane may once have been a part of this thing called Kral, but now others were a part of him, and they joined their wills together against the All-Devourer. And Sensis Karalis stood with him. Now they were a rock standing tall against the tide, like the shores of the Fangs of Frost, battered by the surf, but resolute. I will not be consumed.
Even with the aid of all of them, it still felt like any moment he would fly into the maw of Kral, like a man thrown into deep water with a stone tied to his ankle. Together they were strong, but even with their aid, there was precious little time. Redmane drew in a breath, closed his eyes. When he opened them, his fanged mouth opened, and he hit Kral with the same vortex. 2 funnels of all-consuming power met each other in the space between them, twisted together like a tornado. If this were happening in the physical world, it would have devastated everything around them. At first, Redmane struggled, seemingly in vain, against the great mass of Kral's will. But he remained in the fight, and, moment after moment, a disadvantage grew into a stalemate, and the stalemate, ever so slightly, tipped in his favor. He became aware of the growing dismay in Kral's mind. As his vortex grew to equal size, and then slightly greater, and then more than slightly greater, the massive form of the Devourer was now the one moving, drawing closer to Redmane, struggling and casting about in fear. Redmane's heart flared like a furnace. I will not be consumed. I will not become a part of you. I am Redmane. I am Redmane! Kral the Devourer drew closer and closer, its fear and rage as palpable as a 20-foot wall of fire in front of Redmane's face. When it reached a certain distance, its form distorted, stretching toward the origin of the vortex in Redmane's maw. Then, all at once, it shot into him. Redmane reeled. The force of their joining blew him back through space. He felt as if something had shoved him backward underwater, except nothing halted his momentum. The voice of Sensis Karalis returned. Wield it with wisdom. And the darkness gave way to light. Redmane fell to a crouch, his chest heaving, eyes wide. He focused on the sensation of the cold stone floor against the palms of his hands. It helped bring him down into physical reality, into his body, which was much more powerful. Might plus 30, grace plus 30 fortitude, plus 30 armor, plus 20 evasion, plus 20 skill. Evolved. Devourer bloodline skill, monstrous. Rank 3, evolution possible. Passive, rank 0. The monster derives sustenance from anything, and its digestion produces no waste. Its teeth and jaws can chew through most substances with sustained effort. The monster's consumption of flesh restores its corpus, and consumption of magic restores its gnosis. All caps for corpus and gnosis, regardless of source, are removed. The consumption of refined metals will permanently increase the monster's armor, and the damage of its physical, natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines. Damage and the armor gains are proportionate to the quantity and purity of metals consumed. When the monster consumes the flesh of a creature possessing a skill, it will adopt that skill as its own at rank 1. If the creature possesses multiple skills, the monster will acquire that creature's highest ranked skill. If the creature possesses more than one skill tied for highest rank, the monster acquires them all. Skills obtained in this way increase in rank by whatever process the monster gains in power, if any. When the monster consumes weapons and armor with special qualities, it may allocate those qualities to its physical, natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the monster possesses a natural armor bonus.
If the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the monster's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. The monster may also consume talismans and vestments, thereby inheriting whatever bonuses or special qualities they conferred while worn. Rank 1. The monster consumes the souls of sapient beings it has eaten. The souls of consumed beings take residence in the monster's soul space, and may speak to and hear one another and the monster as if all were physically present. If the monster no longer wishes to speak or listen to souls occupying its soul space, it can block communication from them at any time. If the monster possesses a skill capable of creating a minion, it may imbue the minion with the soul of a being previously consumed by Devourer. The soul retains the ability to use all its skills, provided the form it occupies possesses sufficient gnosis to use them. If the minion in question is slain or dismissed by the monster, the soul returns immediately to the monster's soul space. At any time, the monster may destroy the soul of a being it has consumed, granting it a sum of gnosis proportionate to the strength of the soul in question. Rank 2. The monster's mouth becomes a vortex of indiscriminate consumption. This ability functions as the opposite of a breath weapon. A conical area centered on the monster's mouth functions as a vortex, drawing in any objects within its range. Upon ingestion, these objects will bestow upon the monster any benefits they would confer if they were eaten normally. The monster's soul space serves as a repository for consumed souls per the norm, although the vortex has no effect on incorporeal creatures. The vortex has an effective might score equal to the monster's, for the purpose of determining its ability to pull heavy objects in. The size of the cone will increase as rank increases. Rank 3. The monster consumes the incorporeal as well as the physical. If the monster can perceive incorporeal creatures, such as ghosts or spirits, it can eat them. This capability extends to the monster's vortex, which is not limited to a conical area for the purpose of this aspect of the skill. Instead, the monster can draw in all incorporeal creatures in a spherical area around it. This vortex use differs from the main version. They cannot be used simultaneously. The monster may send consumed ghosts or spirits to its soul space, or digest them for their gnosis and skills. In time, Redmane's breathing slowed. The thunder of his heartbeat subsided. His mind felt light, airy, released from the grip of the ordeal. He felt like his skin was the only thing preventing him from scattering all over the room. Splendid. He survived. And to think, there were 2 more of those to come. Chapter 97. Soul Space. Corpse Field. Eric Morholt couldn't tell how long they had been walking. It was difficult to mark the passage of time in this unholy place. The sky never changed. There was no evidence of a world which turned, nor were there a sun or moons to observe. Only fragments of things decorated the ruddy skies, gargantuan chunks of masonry and parts of titanic beasts which something had bitten or torn apart. Voss, their guide, spoke little, as did Aaron for a different reason. Their demise at Redmane's hands had broken him. The elder Morholt walked along beside Auric, his posture slouched. He was wringing his hands and muttering to himself. Auric watched him out of the corner of his eye, thinking about that face, the sneer it used to wear. "We'll make a knight of you yet," he used to be fond of saying, after delivering a beating that left Auric black and blue all over, his cousins and brothers having a laugh as he struggled to stand. It would have been so easy to extract some revenge now. He could shove Aaron down a hill of gore and leave him to rot here for all eternity. He doubted this Voss person would care. As the temptation drew closer to reality, the crack of thunder in the sky interrupted his line of thought. All 3 of them stopped and looked up. There was a rumble, like that of an approaching thunderstorm. The ground shook beneath their feet, making Auric's foot slip. He righted his posture at the last moment before falling over, but the ground hadn't stopped shaking. Indeed, it was worse. And the sky above blazed with power. It was like a mix of fire and lightning. It resembled both, but wasn't quite one or the other. Bolts of liquid energy shot out from a white-hot sphere, which appeared and disappeared overhead, flickering in and out, each appearance coinciding with a thunderclap in the sky and a tremor beneath his feet. Something like this happened earlier, but it was nowhere near this dramatic. Just a flash and a few rumbles. This felt like the end of the world. Whatever this world was. Aaron's eyes grew wide, and he latched onto Eric, clutching his cloak and sleeve, doubled over in fear. When Eric looked down at him, Aaron met his gaze, and he saw naught but undisguised, childlike fear in his elder's eyes. Eric had nothing but contempt for this man for as long as he could remember, but this was the first time he felt pity blended with it. Their guide, meanwhile, frowned up at the display in the red sky. "He's broken another seal," he said. "Our time grows shorter." "What do you mean? What's happening?" asked Arik. Voss gave him a look that made it plain that he was wondering if it was worth the effort to bother explaining himself to a mere mortal. "We must hurry now. Come!" Arik nodded and tugged Aaron's arm to get him to pick up the pace, and he seemed to understand the meaning of the gesture. The two of them made haste to follow Voss, who was leading them down the long slope of a valley. At the bottom of the valley, far in the distance, Eric thought he saw a building of black stone. Redmane sank into the abyss. He had found it calmed him, eased his mind. All was stillness and silence down here. At the moment, both were most welcome. His encounter with the great Devourer of old had gone his way. Barely. But it could just as easily have gone the other way. The world of Volos would never know how close it came to another apocalypse this morning. Of course, the world of Volos was presently amid an apocalypse already, and he was its catalyst. And the next two seals might be even more perilous than the last. Redmane closed his eyes and sat down, folded his legs. He took a long breath in and then out. The abyss had a way of softening things. He'd felt it the very first time he had found himself down here. He imagined that if a being spent too much time down here, it would come apart like tissue paper, whether it was mortal or divine. This effect made it easy to notice how much stronger his body was after the griffin, how sturdy and resilient it felt in the abyss, how much more effectively it resisted its effects. His first dip in the abyss made him feel like brittle basalt. Later, he felt like granite. Today, he was steel. And speaking of steel, he had weapons to forge. Skills consumed: Lion's Lunge, Griffin's Dive. New skill learned: Claws of the Exalted Hunter. Primordial skill rank 1. Active: 25 Gnosis per attack. The primordial divinity channels power into its natural weapons, enhancing their destructive potential. The divinity leaps at his prey to deliver a crushing blow, which deals extra damage and knockback to a single creature. This attack halves the targeted creature's armor if the divinity marked it as prey. If the divinity performs the attack while descending upon its target, whether in flight or at the end of a leap or fall, the targeted creature's evasion is halved as well. The divinity may follow the first blow with up to 4 more consecutive attacks, each with the same enhancement to damage, knockback, and potential armor negation as the first, at a cost of 25 Gnosis per attack. Consecutive attacks may be directed toward the original target or separate targets. Redmane observed the two skills merging with each other. The griffin's pattern branched like veins, a natural-looking thing, whereas Lion's Lunge was all straight lines and angles, clearly man-made. But here in the abyss, the two could come together naturally, creating something new. He held out his hand,
and formed a new set of claws to befit the new skill. These were a blend of his own and that of the manticore, the sphinx, and the griffin. Somewhere between the claws of a bear or lion and the talons of a bird of prey. They were dark, curved like daggers, and came to impossibly sharp points. Redmayne examined his handiwork, and then he turned his hand palm up and conjured a ball of golden flame. He began adding things to it. First, the flame breath of the rock warg Umber, then the venom of the manticore, and then the power of his own beast within. Out of curiosity, he brought the amalgam of skills close to the axis of it all, to Devourer, and while the two could not blend, the proximity of his central skill seemed to influence the admixture. Skills consumed: flame breath, venom breath, golden flame. The beast liberated. New skill learned: flame of Redmayne. Primordial skill. Rank 1 active. 100 Gnosis. The divinity is a keeper of the flame of Redmayne. The flame of Redmayne burns flammable substances in the same manner as mundane fire. The divinity may breathe it, hurl it, project it from their eyes, or whichever other way he chooses to wield it. When wielded as a weapon, it has the following weapon profile: damage plus 50, evasion negation 30, spread 15, might damage over time, venom 10, grace damage over time, venom 10, corpus damage over time, burning 10, spirit touch, Godslayer 1, vorpal, Godslayer 1, soul sundering. A mere glance can also conjure the flame of Redmayne directly into a creature's body. If the targeted creature is an ally, bonded beast, or minion, it gains the divinity's qualities, armor, and evasion, as well as access to the divinity's skills at the divinity's discretion. If the target creature has a quality higher than that of the divinity, it receives a plus 10 to that quality instead. If the targeted creature is an enemy, the power of the divinity burns and tears its body apart from within. The targeted creature erupts into a fountain of blood and gore, as claw and bite wounds from an invisible source spontaneously tear its flesh asunder, and flames and smoke pour from the open wounds. The flame of Redmayne provides warmth and light in the same manner as mundane fire, and a creature afflicted with a condition will find itself cleansed of 1 stack of said condition for every 30 seconds spent in the presence of it. This effect does not distinguish between beneficial and detrimental conditions. The flame will consume either. Furthermore, the flame of Redmayne has a warding effect against incorporeal entities, such as spirits and ghosts. The flame consumes them as easily as physical kindling. Any substances consumed by the flame of Redmayne as kindling will nourish the divinity as if they had been physically eaten. Redmayne examined his handiwork. The flame burned in the palm of his hand. Its core was a blend of violet and deep crimson, and the flames themselves were a blend of the two. Flecks of gold rose from it like embers before dissipating into the nothingness of the abyss. He could perceive the various strains of gnosis fueling it. The skills dissolved and reconstituted into a new whole. It would burn and weaken and heal and nourish. He was most intensely interested in that last permutation. Redmayne read the final sentence of the skill description slowly, a few times over. His flame was a part of him. It would consume on his behalf. Immediately, he visualized the camp of the Numantian Legion ablaze in the flame of Redmayne. He found it was easy to imagine the scene. Soldiers rushing around to put out the fires engulfing their screaming comrades. The command tents and siege weaponry ablaze. The sky tinted red by flame and ash and embers. Redmayne wondered what it would feel like to devour the bodies of hundreds or perhaps thousands of soldiers in this way. He wondered if their arms and armor would burn, and if they were of fine quality. Wouldn't it be something For his claws to suddenly gain the concentrated power of thousands of swords? He knew how to get there. There was an abyssal well not far from the city of Terrakon. He could find out right now. But it would be unwise to show himself before he was fully prepared, before he broke the last 2 seals and could stand before them at full power. Then he could beset them with all manner of gruesome surprises. The thought put a smile on his face. To Skyrend Peaks, then. To the seal of the Kirin. Redmane would test his new weapons on whatever stood in his way. Chapter 98. Terrakon, Legion Encampment. Praetor Jarrell Craith met General Tacito Fabian at the temporary encampment of his legion, the Venturian 6th, which sprawled out under the long afternoon shadow of the towers of Terrakon. They sat at the general's table within the large command tent at the center of the camp, staring at an atlas of Volos which was in a rapid state of flux. Again. The general drew his bushy brows together, his mouth twisted in a frown. He had his elbow on the table, with his chin resting on his meaty fist. "What exactly is happening here?" he said. The expression on Jarrell Craith's face provided the general no confidence. He simply stared, unbelieving, as again the level range of the monsters all over the continent leapt upward for a 3rd time. Jarrell blinked, shook his head slightly. He realized his mouth hung open, so he closed it. "I am at a loss, truly," he said in a small voice. The general was quiet for a few moments. His gaze shifted to Jarrell's face, examining the wrinkles around the corners of his eyes, the pronounced widow's peak of his long gray hair. "They told me you were younger," he said. Jarrell recoiled inwardly at the words. He would prefer not to tell General Fabian he'd had his life force ruthlessly withdrawn by a pair of sapient swords. It wouldn't inspire confidence. And Jarrell felt he wasn't inspiring much of that to begin with. He cleared his throat, corrected his posture. "I would suggest it is related to the cause of the blight, the one called Redmane. But I lack the information required to state such with certainty. My Sicarii defeated Redmane and his accomplices at an abyssal well, but they may yet be at large. It depends upon their faculty with abyssal travel, which I'm afraid I cannot estimate. So I should tell my men to watch their backs, because there's a barbarian god-king out there waiting to resurface," said the general. "I suppose it would be prudent to do so." "Any idea where he might pop up?" Jarrell shook his head. "The best I can do is use my Sicarii to keep watch over the abyssal wells we know of, the one north of his faction's sanctuary, and another in a place called Asgoff." "Then I suggest you find the rest of them with haste," said General Fabian. "I'd rather not be ambushed by a Class 1 primordial divinity, whether or not it's fully awake." He gave Jarrell Craith a hard look while he spoke, and the Praetor did his best to bear it stoically. "You let me know when you have that handled," said Fabian. Then he rose from his chair, a tower of muscle clad in a general's lorica and armored kilt, and turned to leave the command tent. But he stopped halfway, half turned back to Jarrell Craith. "And another thing, just so you're aware, I did not know Messia Porsena personally, but she had strong friendships in Numantia. People are already asking questions about you. Questions I think you'd better be prepared to answer to their satisfaction." Jarrell Craith gave the general a small nod. "Of course," he said. This time he kept the fear off of his expression, but it felt like a cold steel blade in his heart, nonetheless. Combining skills was a task for the Abyss, but combining his wings was something he could do anywhere. He did so after arising from the abyssal well near the city of Terrakon, from whence he would travel to the Skyrend Peaks. And since it would be a long flight, he reckoned it would be a good idea to optimize. The wings of the manticore had great explosive power. They were excellent for taking off quickly and for maneuvering around in the air. The wings of the Sphinx were efficient, with comb-like feathers that made them silent as a ghost.
and the wings of the griffin were strong and enduring, capable of sustained soaring at the greatest heights.
Redmayne crafted a pair of wings, which would perform both the first and third functions. Strong enough to maneuver well if needed, wide enough for passive soaring without too much energy expenditure. If they didn't perform to his liking, he could always make adjustments on the fly. Before he took wing, he gave Terracon one last glance. It was late in the day. The city cast a long shadow over the Legion encampment. He'd like to go down there and burn it to the ground. But not now. Soon. Redmayne jumped and beat his wings, taking flight to the northwest, wings beating with powerful strokes as he ascended above the landscape. It took a while to find an updraft, but soon enough he was high above the land and soaring toward the distant sky-rend peaks. They wouldn't come into view until tomorrow morning, but the moment they did, they would be unmistakable. He flew as the sun set behind him and throughout the night. And up there in the clouds he found there was much to occupy his mind. He wondered how his comrades were doing. He thought about Flora. He envisioned a future with the Numantians vanquished and driven away, their city sacked and razed. Redmayne would destroy their astral bridge, send a message back to Numantia itself. Come at your own peril. A brazen thing to say to an empire of thousands of worlds, but it had to be said. Redmayne was a child of this world. Perhaps he and Flora were its first children. The world had broken and remade them. It had done them harm. But it was their home, nonetheless. And it was a home worth protecting. His thoughts wandered through the night, even as his wings kept a steady course. When dawn broke over the mountains to the west, Redmayne knew he'd flown in the right direction. The sky-rend peaks resembled a row of jagged teeth against the glow of the sunrise. They were tall and slender for mountains, suggesting some explosive seismic event in a time long past. As if a titan had punched the earth, spiking up a thicket of immense daggers of stone around the impact. Early morning mist shrouded the valleys between those daggers, and their peaks reached into the clouds. Redmayne began a gentle descent when the mountains came into view. He'd have to scout the entire area from above, for he knew not if the seal of the Kirin dwelled in the highest places here or in the lowest. High would have been his first guess, but perhaps the 5 heroes would have suspected a seeker would search there. It was going to be a long search. But no sooner did he descend to where he could clearly see the foothills, did a distraction present itself. A small Numantian Legion camp. It hid right at the edge of the tree line, but Redmayne's keen eyes spotted it regardless. At the moment it looked empty, suggesting the Legionnaires were elsewhere, which was unusual for such an early hour, unless they were embarked upon a mission of some sort. Redmayne spied their footprints curving northward from the camp to get to a road. For a moment he hesitated. He was looking for the seal, not for a pack of soldiers, but curiosity overcame him. He veered to the north to see where this road would take him. It began as naught but a hunter's trail, but within a few miles it joined to a larger road, one clearly made for traffic, wide enough for a wagon or coach. This road wound its way through a valley and then climbed, ascending from the foothills of the sky-rend peaks up into their heart. And there, as Redmayne banked around the corner of a sheer cliffside, a village appeared beneath him. You have entered Zone, Magus Village. Tasks: slay Burgomaster Coe. Slay Sheriff Card. Slay Almoner Sent. Tasks completed. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 tasks completed already. Redmayne raised an eyebrow at that. He directed his attention down to Magus Village, a town of goodly size, sheltered in a circular valley. The village was made mostly of stone cottages with thatched roofs and a few timber-framed structures, all arranged around a central square.
It had seen better days. Smoke rose from scattered fires throughout. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, blood, and fear.
The sounds of battle reached Redmayne even at his height. A mix of shouts, roars, and the clash of weapons echoing off the mountains all around them. Numantian legionnaires fought the native beastmen, creatures with the manes of lions, horns of goats, and eyes burning with righteous savagery. Squads of legionnaires moved through the streets of the village in disciplined formations, their shields a wall of silvery steel, spears glinting under the light of the dawn. The beastmen fought fiercely, pushing back against the organized ranks of the Numantians, but it was clear they would ultimately be on the losing side. Their corpses lie strewn about the village in much greater and ever-growing numbers.
Redmayne appeared to have arrived at a pivotal moment. The opposing forces had found a point of equilibrium between them, which was to say that the beastmen still alive down there had gathered together to present a united front, mimicking the Numantians to the best of their ability. Their losses stymied, the natives now attempted to push back against their invaders. The central square was where the fighting was most intense. There, the battle raged around a toppled statue. Numantian legionnaires pressed forward, shields up, spears thrusting, and beastmen met them head-on, using horns and claws and the sheer mass of their bodies to disrupt the formation. The beastman leader was unmistakable amidst the chaos. He stood head and shoulders taller than the rest, and his thick black mane and curving goat horns framed a face of grim determination. In one hand, he effortlessly wielded a massive two-handed battle-axe, its broad blades painted red with fresh blood. Amidst the clashing weapons and desperate cries he moved, his voice booming commands as he guided his warriors. Sheriff Card, monster type Mongrel, level 212. Sheriff Card targeted the flank of a Numantian shield wall, swinging his axe to break their line. Its impact sent a shockwave through the entire squad. The force of it lifted the nearest legionnaires off their feet, sending them flying backward. Shields and spears scattered as the soldiers tumbled through the air, landing in a heap several paces away. The breach in the line created an opening, and the beastmen surged forward, swarming over the broken formation to savage its remainder with tooth and claw and horn and hoof. Redmayne grinned at the sight of that. Nearby, another group of legionnaires attempted to encircle the beastman leader. With a grunt, he swung his axe, the heavy thud of steel on steel echoing through the air as he parried and retaliated, backpedaling from the steady advance of Numantian spears. The sheriff appeared to understand his predicament. Card continued to fight admirably, his focus on turning the tide in favor of his people, even as more and more squads of Numantians closed in on the village square from the streets around it, having dispatched whatever resistance they had encountered on their way. The Numantians clearly understood that Card presented their most important target. They devoted their full attention to him, several squads closing in to surround him, to close the noose. When they brought him down, the rest would fall with ease. Once again, Redmayne found himself hesitant to get involved. He ought to carry on from here, let these small conflicts play out as they will, so that he may focus on his true goal and win the most important battle of them all. But it felt different now. The beastmen were truly his kin. He wished he'd understood that earlier. And it was no simple thing to watch one's own kind be brought low, however valiantly they fought. And he had new weapons to test. Redmayne tucked his wings in and dove down toward the village. Chapter 99. Skyrend Peaks, Magus Village. Redmayne did a quick count of heads. Apart from the squad Sheriff Card had just blown into incoherence with a single swing of his axe, there were 5 more small formations of Numantians moving to encircle him. From his vantage above it all, he could see there would be more on the way as well. The Numantians were thorough. They brought more than enough force to deal with the population here, but not quite enough to overwhelm them completely. Perhaps they had miscalculated.
It would be gratifying to disrupt their calculations a second time. Redmayne looked about for a leader, someone he could dispatch to throw them into disarray, but none stood out. Either the Numantians didn't wear obvious signifiers of rank, or they didn't have any. The first seemed more likely than the second, but he didn't know either way.
He noticed they all resembled each other.
They did not appear to be identical copies of the same person, but they could all have been brothers or cousins, which would make for a sizable family indeed. Legionnaire, first generation imbued, level 185.
Ah, so they were something like the Sicarii, something less than human.
But the Sicarii were distinctly inhuman in their appearance, whereas these legionnaires looked just human enough to fool a passing glance, but not direct inspection. It was possible they were automata, given orders, or directly controlled from afar. He'd have no qualms destroying them indiscriminately then. First generation imbued, marked as prey.
Redmayne continued in his gliding descent,
chose a rooftop at the far end of the village and alighted upon it, dismissing his wings and crouching down to keep a low profile, even though no one was looking his way. Time to test his new weapons. The flame of Redmayne would be first.
Below, in the square,
He chose the nearest group of legionnaires marching in formation toward Card and what remained of his beastmen kin. His first instinct was to gather 2 lungfuls of air and breathe it down on them like a dragon. But there was a better way, one which would not give away his position. As he watched the backs of the Numantians, he felt the stirring of that presence inside him. The beast within. A construct of gnosis giving sapience to his baser urges. Redmayne felt its eagerness to kill, to rend, to burn and devour. So he let it off its chain. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 1291. It flew into the body of a Numantian legionnaire. This one stood at the center of his shield line. So when he doubled over, screaming, blood and smoke and crimson-violet flames flying from lacerations bursting forth all over his body, his comrades on either side recoiled from him with mild shock on their faces. Corpus, 14,252. Wrath, 3. Redmayne's eyebrow rose. Corpus, 15,209. Wrath, 6. Corpus, 16,201. Wrath, 9. He realized what was happening. Each moment the flame burned the legionnaire's body, it dealt damage, inflicted a stack of burning and a stack of venom. And since the flame was so closely tied to the central node of his powers, it fed on his behalf. Redmayne hadn't realized what he'd created until this moment. This was power on another level. A truly unfair development for his enemies. It was going to be even more difficult to hold back now. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 1191. Flame of Redmayne Gnosis, 1091. He burst the 2 legionnaires next to the central one, and they too erupted into screams and blazing wounds inflicted by phantoms within their own bodies. The remaining 7 fell back and reformed, closing ranks, their eyes scanning around for the location of their assailant. Corpus, 19,939. Wrath, 18. Corpus, 22,359. Wrath, 27. Corpus, 25,744. Wrath, 36. Redmayne's body shook with the power flooding into it. He imagined this might be what it was like to be struck on the head by a bolt of lightning in the middle of a raging storm. His third eye opened, and for a moment, or perhaps for hours, he had visions. He stood on a barren world, facing the mighty guardian of a tomb, the skeleton of a giant, wielding an immense hammer of black iron. He waved his hand, and the flame of Redmane engulfed it whole.
The gates of a mighty fortress towered above him, eclipsing the descending sun. His fist became something like a spiked mace as he struck those gates, blowing them wide open as if a siege ram had been battering them for hours. A battlefield stretched out across the horizon before him, and at his gesture the ground became like pitch, darker than night, and both armies sank into the abyss. There were more, but they were shorter. Flickering images of Redmane liberating worlds single-handedly, burning down entire legions, closing in on the nexus of power itself. It looked like a prism. Corpus, 31,404. Wrath, 54. Redmane snapped out of it. He'd have to figure out how to get those oracular events under control. Not that they weren't useful, they just arrived at inopportune moments. First, he had to do something with all this wrath, or he felt like he might explode. Wrath, 0. Plus 100 might, plus 100 grace, plus 100 fortitude, plus 100 armor, plus 100 evasion. Attack speed up, times 4. For 30 seconds, he would be the supreme force in the world of Volos. If he wasn't already. He leapt from the roof and landed before them, and as he charged, he could not help but note how slow they were to react to him, or even track his movement. It was as if the entire world slowed except for him. So when his claws landed, they landed wherever he wished, and when they encountered armor, they sheared through it as if it were paper. Wrath, 8. The squad of 7 fell in the space of a heartbeat. He'd struck at such speed that they simply flew into shreds of blood and flesh and armor, and he was gone before their pieces had even touched the ground. In fact, the blast of air from his departure at superhuman speed blew gore and fragments of arms and armor all over the street. Redmane was about to discover how much violence he could compress into 30 seconds. Around the corner, he encountered a fresh group of 10 legionnaires, who had been marching toward the town square. They were facing away from him, only just now turning to react to the sound of fighting somewhere behind them. Only one of them had eyes quick enough to focus on Redmane, though it did him little good. He put those eyes out with a claw across the face. He swept his arm across 3 of them, and for an instant it became a blade that cleaved through their torsos and shields. He flurried on the rest, and his limbs were briefly elastic, whip-like, fluid in the moment of transit to their targets, and harder than steel at the instant of impact. Wrath, 34. 10 legionnaires died before any of them could even raise their voices in alarm. Their deaths gave Redmane the fuel he needed to keep his godly wrath in motion. He sprinted fast enough to blast the streets clean of loose dust, leaving hard-packed earth behind. When he shredded squads of Numantian legionnaires, their parts struck the surrounding buildings hard enough to do structural damage. He came upon a cornered pack of beastmen, 6 of them backed up against the end of a dead-end street, 2 squads of Numantians closing in on them with their shields locked together. None of them saw him charge up behind their ranks. Redmane speared one through the back and through him. His neighbors to the left and right ate claws to the back, which chopped them neatly into several pieces each. The next flurry projected out from the tips of those claws, a trick stolen from the Godbreaker, and 8 bodies became 40 assorted body parts hailing around him through a shower of blood. One beastman appeared to become aware of what was happening. It was strange watching his face begin to register surprise in slow motion. Stranger still when it occurred to Redmane that he could go even faster. He struck the helpless legionnaires on the opposite side, and as his claws rent through flesh and steel, he focused on how different it felt to fight in this way. His heart thundered in his chest, as it always did in battle, and he had the taste of blood in his mouth, hot and coppery. But the savage euphoria of fighting felt dampened by this sheer speed.
Which wasn't necessarily a bad outcome. It was far simpler to focus on things, on striking precisely where he wanted his claws to land. He could bisect a legionnaire from groin to scalp, and then quarter him by clawing across the waist. He could strike off one's head, and then strike that head into 5 pieces as it popped free from the neck and spun in the air.
And as he watched those pieces separate from each other in slow motion, he had time to pause and reflect on what he was doing. Saving his world, one eviscerated legionnaire at a time.
The seal of the Kirin was near, but this was a worthy distraction. But there were none left to dispatch here, so he leapt over the building in front of him and carried on. The force of that leap blasted gore all over the walls of the dead end and the pack of bewildered beastmen. But they would be all right.
In order to sack the town, the Numantians had broken their numbers into these small squads of 10 to sweep its streets and corral the outnumbered beastmen toward the town square. This would have been a successful strategy if Redmane hadn't intervened. On the other hand, he could have engaged them on an open field with their force fully massed and prepared for battle. It mattered not. This just made it more like a hunt, which was his preference anyway. Redmane made his way toward the village square, crisscrossing the streets leading there to dispatch every pack of Numantians he came across, moving at such speed that his prey could barely perceive their doom approaching, let alone do anything about it. Their slaughter stoked his wrath further.